Welcome, I'm Paul, this is Dave. You're watching my channel's monthly compendium. I have 150 Glitch in the Matrix stories for you. Well, something more like 152, but 150 sounds better, so. Case file number 2023, written by Mopar68. Unseen by most, but we knew their host. 1984, State Street, Madison, Wisconsin. Bar hopping between classes, daytime encounter. Saw two very tall people, men and women, one block up on the corner, dressed in white with white hair. Looked like aliens from space, literally. I walked past them and ignored them at first, but kept an eye on them from across the street. I ducked into a restaurant and spied on them, and watched as they went into a sporting store. They never came out after 30 minutes, so I went over and looked for them. They had just disappeared. When I came back out of the store, they were across the street. Now they're looking right at me and following me for 2 blocks. I got spooked and went into a bar and went out on the back door and headed back to my apartment. Stayed home for the rest of the day. Peeked out of the window sometimes, which faces the back towards the lake, and sure enough, they were outside, walking around like hounds looking for my scent. 2 weeks later, I was at school in the main dining hall, bumped into one of my friends who looked paranoid. I invited him over and we relaxed. He told me this weird story of these 2 really tall white people following him because he had noticed them around the same time I had my encounter. Strange part is nobody else really noticed them. They looked so out of place. They were all dressed in white, and their skin was the same color. Just spooky. Case file number 2024, written by Parkity Park Park. Late goals, lurking souls. When I was like 10 to 13, I was in a soccer league. And one day, for some reason, we were having practice really late, and it was already dark out. The field we were practicing on that day was also right next to a heavily wooded area on 2 sides. At one point, our coach tells me and a girl on the team to go to the end. It was right by the wooded area, and we were to practice defending. And about at the same time, she notices something over in the woods. She said later she couldn't make it out clearly, but it was something decent sized on 4 legs. And she assumed it was a deer and would just run off. As we got further away though, she kept watching it. It started creeping closer as we walked closer to it, and eventually it stood up on 2 legs. She immediately screamed at us to run back right now, which we did, and it ran off. Practice ended right there, and we didn't have any more late practices. The other one that comes to mind is a series of recurring nightmares I had as a little kid. There was this dude I called the man made out of wood, who looked like the stick bug from A Bug's Life, but a little creepier and with 2 heads. Nobody knew where these nightmares came from, myself included, especially considering I loved the stick bug guy from Bug's Life. It would be an ordinary dream, and then someone would either vomit or find vomit on the ground, which seemed to be a sign he was coming. Right after he would show up and kidnap me, and that's always where the dream would end. This went on for a rather long time. Then I eventually learned how to control my dreams, just a little bit, and after one dream, where I was forced to change it so I could get away, I never saw him again. Fast forward about 15 years. I'm visiting this nice older couple, the wife being from Austria, if I remember right, on Halloween. She's very Austrian at heart and loves to decorate, cook, and everything in her favorite traditions. Well, I walk in, and hanging right in front of the door is this life-size figure. It was the man made out of wood, down to the last detail. I think I asked about it, but I don't remember what they said. But either way, it still creeps me out. Case file number 2025, written by Sally McCuckoo. Mud, Posts, and Video Boasts. So, country lane, driving along at around 50 to 60 miles per hour, which is standard for a country lane, or 90 if you're Ed Sheeran. If you don't know about UK country roads, they are no wider than a single car in some cases, ditches on either side, and usually have posts to stop you veering off track. Also, most country roads don't have lights either. Picture the scene, driving at speed, going around a corner to be presented with the tractor coming the opposite direction, covering the entire road. UK tractors are huge. My friend said there was very little time to realize, but both the tractor driver and my friend looked, swerved, and carried on. My friend, shaken, stopped at the next junction, thinking how the hell did I not get hit? Not veer off into a post? And what about the ditch? Why am I not in a ditch? Comes back into the office, visibly shaken, white as a ghost and eager to plug in the dashcam into their PC to see how they managed to still be alive. Plus we all wanted to see. Here's the bit which none of us can explain. The dash cam shows footage up to the corner, you see the tractor, then nothing. Completely blank screen, no sound, no picture. Around 5 seconds of blank screen. No sound. And then the video and sound again showing the clear road ahead, followed by them stopping at the junction. Audio picks up, my friend swearing like, "How the frick?" and "fricking hell." You can imagine the chaos. We all sit there, going back and forth thinking there has to be an error, or perhaps we picked up the wrong file. Anything to explain what we were and were not seeing. My friend decides to go back down the lane with me in the passenger seat, to see if perhaps she went into a bank of earth or perhaps a passing point. I had a copy of the video dashcam on my phone, just so we know the exact spot she supposedly passed the tractor. We get there, and no bullcrap. There is nowhere that neither the tractor nor my friend could have gone. They should have either crashed into each other, or my friend should be upside down in a ditch in her car. So we figured, let's try and trace the tractor to a farm, just going by what little dashcam footage we had. We checked around for farms, found one or two, and yes, we also found the tractor. Spoke to the farmer, and I crap you not, he said, the tractor hadn't been out that day, as the driver for that vehicle was off with sickness. Case file number 2026, written by Ordinary Mango 569. Park's history is the key to this mystery. In early 2020, I was working as an office manager, and we had a suggestion box that was affixed to the wall of the office. It was actually for employees to leave suggestions internally. We had the box, lock and key, custom made for the company. Shortly before the virus hit in March 2020, I went to collect the suggestions from the suggestion box, and I realized the key was missing. I was the only person with access to where the key was stored, as it was locked up by itself. Technically, my boss could have also retrieved it, but he would have no reason to, and he confirmed it wasn't him. I was going to order a new key to be made, but a few days later, the virus hit and I got laid off, so I just didn't think about the key again. While I was still laid off, I was walking my dog in a park we had never been to before. During the time I was laid off, we explored a bunch of new trails and parks in our area. While we were walking, something caught his attention in the grass, and when I looked to see what it was the key from the suggestion box from my old job. Like what? Freaked out and confused, I picked it up and put it in my pocket, hoping to convince myself of a rational explanation. The main reason I knew it was the same key is because it had a yellow plastic tag on it, where I had hand-printed what the key was for, and that yellow tag was still attached. I was laid off for a total of 2.5 months, and when I returned to work, I brought the key with me. Sure enough, it unlocked the suggestion box. I still have no clue how this was possible, or what the significance of that incident was. The park was a good 20 minutes away from both my home and workplace, in a totally different direction, and that was the first time I'd ever been to that park. Case file number 2027, written by Fabulous Rich 8974. Copy paste, look-alike taste. Today I said hi to my neighbor. She was wearing a pink and white top with white shorts and a baseball cap. Normally I wouldn't remember details like this, but hours later, I saw a different woman who looked similar to her in a different area while wearing the exact same outfit. Not similar, exactly the same, down to the shoes. She had the same hair color, same body type, same height. 100% was not my neighbor. Again, normally I wouldn't think twice if it didn't happen again on the same day. I went to the mall and a girl was crossing in front of my car. She was wearing high-waisted acid-wash denim shorts and a black tank top. Brown hair, tan skin, thin. Hours later, in a different neighborhood, I saw another girl with brown hair, same length, tan skin. Thin, like exact same body type, wearing the exact same outfit. Again, not a similar outfit, it was the exact same outfit. Again, not the same girl, but could have been her doppelganger. Matching outfits can be common. I went to the store once and saw someone with the same shirt as me, but this was weird and made me go, All 4 of these pairs of women were almost identical to each other in terms of body features, wearing identical outfits miles apart, hours apart on the same day. I just found it odd, and when I saw the last woman, it made me say, déjà vu. Case file number 2028, Imagelicious JK, Mischief at the Sink, Domovoy's Wink. In Russian folklore, there is such a thing as domovoy, loosely translated as home-dwelling spirit. They are invisible and sometimes mischievous. Years ago, when I was at university, I took off a ring and put it on the sink edge to wash my hands. Forgot to put it back on. A few hours later, I went back to the bathroom and the ring was gone. It was a cheap ring, nothing special, but it was given to me by my grandparents, so it was very dear to me. I spent hours looking for my ring. My roommate spent hours helping me. We looked even in the cracks of the baseboards in the bathroom. Nothing. I was really upset. Finally, out of desperation, I asked Domovoy to give it back. I honestly do not believe in the supernatural, but these domovoys are a common reference in everyday Russian culture. There are even cartoons about them. Well, the next time I went into the bathroom, the ring was back exactly where I left it earlier in the day. I still don't really believe in domovoid, but apparently he returned the ring to me after I asked. Case file number 2029, written by Lynn's Crossing. Darkness and Doubt, Figure Without. This happened a couple years ago. My boyfriend at the time and I were celebrating our first anniversary. We decided to go stargazing, and living in a small southern town, we found some fields surrounded by heavy woods to try to get the best view and most privacy. The road to the fields was just gravel and dirt and pitch black. We swore we saw taillights way down the road not long after getting on, but figured it was some other high schoolers doing stupid stuff. When we got to the field we were going to stop in, he turned off his headlights, thinking we'd find the other kids, 'cause odds would be we knew them, to mess with them. While driving through this field and looking through the open window, I saw a figure in the grass, and it just gave me the most uneasy feeling looking at it. It almost looked like a person crouching down in the grass, hiding or something. I asked if he saw it too, and he said yes. He assumed it was whoever the taillights belonged to and swung back around, so that the truck was facing it. We could both see it, not even 10 feet in front of the truck, but it hadn't moved at all. He turned his headlights on, planning to scare the crap out of some poor kid, but there was nothing there. There weren't any trees or bushes there either to explain the shape we had seen. He turned his headlights back off again, and it was still gone. To this day, I have no clue what exactly we saw, but a ghost is the only thing that makes sense to me. We did not end up stargazing that night, and instead hightailed it back to my house. Case file number 2030, written by OKScreen127. a bite out of sight, all in one night. My husband made pizza rolls for our kids. I got them out of the oven and on plates. Each plate had 10 pizza rolls, and walked over to set my daughter's, who is 6 years old, plate on the table. She's autistic, mostly only relevant because of her reaction, and was excitedly jumping up and down by the table. And I happened to stumble and 2 pizza rolls fell off the plate, falling towards her, so she reached out to catch them. Before our eyes, they just vanished right before she caught them. Totally gone, not even in a blink. Eyes were wide open and they just disappeared like a magic trick. I thought maybe they didn't actually fall off and we both just panicked and thought they did. But there were only 8 on the plate now, so clearly they did. We stared at each other for a moment and she said, What? I was speechless for a moment, then was like, okay, they couldn't have just disappeared. So we looked under the table, all over the room. Finally, I called my dogs in like, screw it, even if they eat them, I just want them found. Nothing, even the dogs couldn't find them. And they would 100% find them if they were there. And they're not even sniffing around like food had recently been there. They are just gone. And my daughter is so pissed. Enough that I made her a couple more, like, what the hell? I've never experienced something like that, at least not literally in front of my eyes. In fact, my daughter saw it too. She's literally still moving everything in the room 20 minutes later because, well, how was that possible? Case file number 2031, written by Amber's a Vampire. Necklaces, Night Terrors, and Nevada. Once, I was in 7th or 8th grade, and me and 2 other girls were ambassadors to help the 6th graders transition smoothly. We were at one of the girls' houses making macaroni necklaces. No one was home, it was literally just us 3 girls. We had the front screen door open, but locked. The 3 of us were sitting on the floor in the living room, and it was clear as day when someone said my name. I froze. The other 2 girls froze. One of them looked at me and said, "Who said that?" We all freaked out. There was no one home, and we even looked out the front and there was no one walking down the street. It was so weird. Another incident. My parents and I had moved into a new apartment, and in the process had gotten rid of a lot of stuff, and also bought a lot of new stuff. A couple years before we moved, my mom had bought these glasses from the dollar store. They had fruits on them, with the name written under it. She bought 4, my dad broke 3. When we moved, my mom got rid of all of her glasses and plates. She wanted new matching stuff and figured it was less to pack. We'd been in our new apartment for a few years, and we decided to change the cupboards around. While taking out all the cups and plates, we found that one fruit glass. No one knows how it got there, and no one had seen it in all the years since we had moved. It was so strange. This last one is way creepier and a whole lot less explainable. When I was in high school, I had a boyfriend that moved to Tonopah, Nevada. Long story. So that summer, my dad and I took a road trip and headed out to go visit him. Fun fact about my dad and me, we love ghost stories and paranormal crap. So on our little road trip through Death Valley, we decided to have a full father-daughter adventure. So we mapped out a route and stopped at some awesome places, haunted and not. We stopped at America's biggest fireworks store, the Armagosa Opera House, where we met a lot of cool people and wild horses. We stopped at the Goldfield Hotel, one of the most haunted places in America, and a couple cemeteries to pay our respects and look at the old-style headstones and craftsmanship. Everything was so fun, memories of a father-daughter road trip I hold dear. Okay, here's where things get weird. After we came home, I started to feel really uncomfortable in our apartment, specifically at night and only in our 3rd loft room. I didn't mention it to my parents. My mom because she doesn't believe in glitches or anything paranormal, and my dad because honestly I thought I was just being silly. It was a spare bedroom full of junk, and one that we never went into. It's been a couple months, and it's late one night, and I'm home with my mom. We're getting ready to go to bed, and she mentions that she's glad I'm with her. She says she's been leaving the light on all night. My dad works 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. And I thought she had been leaving it on for my dad. Turns out, it wasn't that. She tells me that the room has been giving her the creeps, and she doesn't want to be alone in the dark near the room. Weird. So the next day I mention it in front of my dad, and he says, "Oh crap, me too." So now we're all freaking out. It stayed that way for a couple months. Lights on all night, no one alone in the dark, all that. My dad and I decided to go on another road trip over Christmas break back to Tonopah to visit my boyfriend. As we're walking out the door, my mom says, "Take him back with you." So my dad and I are joking around, start naming off all the places we'd been to the first time, and then we left. My mom called us the next night. You could hear the happiness in her voice. She told us that she couldn't feel the intense fear anymore, that she even turned off all the lights the night before. When my dad and I got home, we couldn't feel the heavy presence anymore either. Case file number 2032, written by Anonymous. Mirror marks, father-son quarks. I have an 11-year-old son, and very often, not always, but in many instances, a minor physical injury or ailment will manifest in both of us at the same time. For example, on Thursday, he was at an evening event and fell hard while chasing a hayride. I was at home and tripped and fell into the coffee table. When I picked him up a bit later, he was eager to show me his bruised and swollen left knee and his scraped right elbow. I had the same bruises and scrapes in the same places. This happens all the time. A couple weeks ago, I burned my thumb on a hot glue gun, resulting in a blister. A few days later, he showed me a blister on his thumb. Pulled muscles, bug bites, canker sores, stubbed toes, all minor, random incidents with visible identical manifestations, or comparable evidence, have been consistent for as long as I can remember. It would make sense if the event causing the mark happened in each other's presence, or maybe one of us subconsciously imitated the other, or if it was environmental, like allergies or a sunburn, or something contagious like a cold or fever, or a hereditary symptom, well, other than clumsiness. These examples do not fall into a pattern like that. Case file number 2033, written by EasyGoer89. Lost on the road, found in the abode. Had my wedding ring fall off my finger while I had my hand dangling out of a car window while driving. Very upsetting to arrive at the hotel I was staying at to realize it had slipped off. Wasn't in my pockets or in the car anywhere. Checked the floorboards, under the seats, console. I even checked the trunk and figured it was probably laying on the side of the road somewhere along a 60-mile stretch of interstate. But I was exhausted. It had been a very stressful day of travel. I checked into my hotel room, pushed my suitcase just inside the door of my room, and passed out on the nearest bed. Didn't even stop in the bathroom to pee or bother to get undressed or take off my shoes. Just laid down on top of the hotel bed, went straight to sleep. Woke up the next morning and sat up looking at my ring finger, now minus a wedding band. I saw a glint of light on the desk by the window on the far side of the room. I'd been so tired the night before, I hadn't even closed the curtains, so the sunlight was pouring in. I got up and walked over to the desk to see what it was. It was my wedding ring, sitting by itself on the desktop. I must have stared at it for a solid minute, trying to work out how it got there. I didn't have it when I came into the room, and I, up until that minute, hadn't even been on that side of the room. Still can't explain how it got there. Case file number 2034, written by Books 3597. Easter treats in August heat. As a kid, sometimes, usually when I was really upset once I had gotten bad news, though I can't remember what now. Either way, I was so upset and had been crying for over an hour and was home alone. I walked into the kitchen to get some water, and there in the middle of the table was one of my favorite candies. Notably, it's only sold at Easter, and this was like August. It had gotten to well over 100 that summer, so if it had been sitting out, it would have been melted. It wasn't there before because it was perfectly unmelted, so it hadn't even been there long. I ate the mystery candy and felt a bit better. Before that, I was left home alone overnight, for the very first time. And my phone had died, but my charger had broke. Mom had said we would go to the store and get another one for me after she got off work. But I was scared and I wanted to call my mom. I only lived with her, no siblings or anything, and started crying and left my room for a bit. Came back a while later, and there on my bed was a brand new phone charger, still in new packaging. Though notably not in the packaging it normally comes in, just a clear plastic container with it in it. I know damn well it wasn't there before, but there it was. I charged my phone and called my mom, and she was fine. I just explained to myself that we had a ghost in our house, and the ghost was nice. I think it was a lady who owned the house and had grown up there as a kid. Her dad had built it for her and her twin sister, and it was after she died that this stuff started happening. And she was always a super sweet lady the few times I met her, so that's the best explanation I have. A kind old lady ghost. With candy. Case file number 2035, written by Just Here to Save Stuff. Chemo Cat's Tip Trick, a month-long slick. Our cat has fairly treatable cancer, and we have to give him a chemo pill every couple of weeks. It's a whole thing, can't touch without gloves. We have a pill shooter, we used to give him pills that have a silicone tip. This time, we just gotten back from a trip overseas and were kind of tired, and didn't notice the pill tip was a little askew. The shooter caught the tip, and the whole thing disappeared down his throat. This happened one other time a while back, and he promptly threw it up, so we stood by. Nothing happened. We were getting really worried. I suggested we start driving towards the emergency vet that's about 15 minutes from our house. He normally gets sick in the car, so it might take care of the problem. He didn't though, so we took him into the vet. Eventually, the vet suggested we had an endoscopy done. We left after 1 a.m., and they called to let us know he was ready for pickup at 5:30 a.m. We went to get him, and the vet came out with a baggie with what they recovered. There were little bits of a rubber band he'd eaten at some point, but no sign of the pill shooter tip. We paid $5,000 for the procedure and left. I'm incredibly grateful we could afford it. Over the next week, my husband put on gloves and went through our cat's excrement, looking for some sign of the pill shooter. We watched him for any signs of distress or blockage. As the time passed, we crawled around on the kitchen floor, thinking we must have just missed that he didn't swallow it. 1 month to the day later, I was in the kitchen, and I nearly stepped on something on the floor in front of our kitchen drawers. It was a silicone tip. There was no way it was anywhere near this spot before. It's the main place we stand in the kitchen when we're cooking, and we searched all around the baseboards in that area. The pill is still missing. Case file number 2036, written by Zone Call. Starlit stroll and a dreadful toll. This isn't about what I saw in the forest that night, but rather what my dog saw, or if you wish, what saw us. I was out walking my dog in the forest late at night. This is not unusual or freaky. It's something I do a lot and enjoy. It's tranquil, soothing, and just my dog and me. I'm not scared of the dark, the forest, and I have my dog with me. There are no dangerous wild animals where I live, and no bigger animals at all. I also do not scare easily. It was a cold day in October, and you could see the stars well, and the moonlight was strong enough to light my path. I have a light, but I didn't need to use it. As I'm just walking, minding my business, happy and enjoying myself, there is a sensation like if someone had cracked an egg filled with ice-cold water on my head. That's the best way I can describe it. The cold runs down from the top of my head, down my whole body to my toes, and I am instantly terrified. I get goosebumps all over, and I just know without any doubt in my mind that I'm in mortal danger. At the same time this feeling rushes over me, my dog, who is walking in front of me, has stiffened and turned towards the forest. His tail goes low, his head and ears go low, and his mane rises like an upset cat. I have never seen him do this before or since. Instead of his normal startled bark or the way he'd bark at a wild animal, He emits a low growl and stares intently at a space between some of the trees. I look at the same direction as him and I hear a voice in my head clear as day say, "Don't look at it, because then it will know you are aware it's there." I've heard my crisis situation voice before, and it's always weird, having your brain speak to you like it's a different entity. But I did not need it to tell me for a second time. I turn around and look for the quickest exit. My dog's inner crisis voice had not given him the same message because he is fixed on the spot and refuses to move. I managed to yank him while he's still growling deeply, like I've never heard before, and I found a shortcut out of the forest. As soon as I pick up my speed and get my dog going, the wind picks up and it is warm, and it carries with it a smell of fermented apples and rotten leaves. I hightail it out of there, running like I've never run before. As soon as we get out of the forest, my lungs basically give up. I have asthma, and running in dry air is not possible. I know that I'm safe out of the forest though. But before I can get any ideas, the voice in my head once again states, "Keep moving and don't look back." Fighting the instinct to look back, I manage to drag myself and my poor dog away. When I get home, I lock the door, light every lamp in the house. I don't turn them off until morning. I don't sleep either. I have no clue if it was just something in my brain that went, "Let's become scared now," and my dog picked up on it. But still, to this day, it terrified me. I always get goosebumps when I tell this story, and I have them again just now writing this out. Also extremely understandable. If your brain separates as its own entity and tells you to run, run. Case file number 2037, written by Stumbled Flicked. Magic and Mirth, Train's Rebirth. When my son was just around a year and a half old, he loved everything about Thomas the Tank Engine, and we had a massive train collection for him. We had been looking for one particular train for a long time, and it was always sold out. Can't remember the name, but it was some red dude with weird eyebrows. We finally found it and got it home. At the time, we lived in a little apartment and had almost all of our stuff in storage. So in the living room was literally one of those IKEA Powang chairs with a footrest, a tiny side table, and a recliner. That was all. My son was toddling around with the train in his hand and walked to the footrest and sat down. He looked up at me and then reached back down for it, and it was gone. Took the cover off the chair and footrest, took the recliner back off, picked it all up and moved it. Gone. I even checked his diaper, thinking maybe he somehow got it in there. My son just sat calmly, watching us search, and I joked that maybe he blinked it out of existence. We didn't see that train again for like 2 weeks, and then one day he said, "Train!" and runs over, and it is exactly where he originally put it on that footrest. Case file number 2038, written by Another Pint. Transdimensional Twinkle, Elves in a Wrinkle. So yes, this is about transdimensional elves. For years, mostly small household objects, some of which vanish before our eyes or tumble through the air and disappear. They might be returned if we ask nicely, they might not. A reindeer-shaped Christmas brooch disappeared as my wife was taking it off in our bedroom. 6 months later, I opened the trunk of the car on a Home Depot parking lot, and there it was in the exact center of the carpet. I had a loose E key on my laptop finally break free, tumble into the folds of my shirt, and disappear, never recovered. On a different car, the cigarette lighter and power port plug vanished. This happened when my wife pulled it out of the socket and bobbled it in her hand. Took the car apart looking for it, no dice, and bought a replacement from Amazon. A year later we're camping and my wife sticks her hand in the passenger door storage cubby. There's the original, back from wherever. I had a handcrafted wooden pen my wife gave me when we were dating. Used it to sign everything important, marriage certification, mortgage stuff, etc. One night it disappeared at the kitchen table as I was paying my bills and writing checks. This was a while ago. About 18 months later, I was in the walk-in closet and watched it slide out of the sleeves of my bathrobe. Right now, we're awaiting the return of a couple of little inch-long foam doohinkies used in sewing, missing in action from the living room sofa a couple weeks ago. The elves like small items, nothing essential. We've never lost a passport or credit card this way, but usually with some personal energy of ours attached. What the hell about the car power port plug though? It's interesting living with the issue. No harm is met, we're sure. It's just next universe mischief. Indeed. Don't know if they're elves, but they are mischievous. Case file number 2039, written by Throw Away. The Hudson Valley's Secret Portal. I was taking a trip with my then girlfriend, and we had to cross the Hudson River to get to where we were going. There are only a handful of bridges across, and I know them all from having grown up in the area. On that particular trip, we were supposed to take the Bear Mountain Bridge, but I got off the wrong exit and passed it. We decided it wasn't a big deal. The next bridge, the Newburgh Beacon, was actually closer to where we were going. It would just bring us over a little bit past our destination, but not enough to really matter. So we kept on driving, not really paying specific attention to where we were, since it was probably 20 or 30 minutes until we got there. Well, we never crossed the Newburgh Beacon that day. We also never crossed Bear Mountain. And we certainly didn't drive an extra half an hour to the mid-Hudson, or turn around and go back to the tap. When we did take a minute to check where we were, and how close the bridge was, we found we were already on the other side of the river. No bridge, we were just already there. So either there's a secret tunnel somewhere under the river, we had our memories erased, or we found some kind of spatial rift somewhere in the Hudson Valley. Case file number 2040, written by RazBB, The Briefs Encounter of the Frightful Kind. 3 months or so ago, I was on a long stretch of nothing country road outside of Folsom, California. Probably 2 a.m. if I had to guess. Maybe an hour since I had seen any sign of life. Pitch black and one lane running in each direction. I had kind of a weird vibe and started to space out about it, as my truck started to drift to the right a little, not paying any attention. A middle-aged, overweight, and bald man ran out of the bushes from my left. He was wearing nothing but his generic whitey-tighty type underwear. He was screaming at the top of his lungs, running directly at me. Like running from the side, trying to jump in front of my car. He slapped the front of my truck with his hand as I blew past him at 50 miles per hour. I had my brights on, but he somehow still held crazy eye contact with me from the time he became visible, up until he disappeared in my mirror. I called my cousin, who was behind me for a few minutes in the U-Haul, to ask if he saw him. He said the guy just stood motionless in the other lane, only moving to turn his head and hold eye contact. We agreed there was absolutely nothing we could do, as neither of us had anywhere for him to sit, had no idea where we were ourselves, hadn't seen a town or a parked car for over an hour, and had no means to defend ourselves against him, the trap he was setting, or who he was running from. It would probably be another 45 minutes until we saw any other sign of civilization. I had kept my eyes on the local news sites for a few days after, and didn't see anything. It seemed extremely supernatural. It's probably important to note that while he seemed absolutely terrified, it wasn't a run in front of the car 100 yards down the road, please help me type deal. The dude came out of fricking nowhere at the last second, screaming like a banshee. Had I not been distracted and started to veer right, he would have ran directly in front of my truck. Case file number 2041, written by Anonymous. The Newbie's Nightmare, Nature's Snare. Okay, in my early 30s, I went through a big divorce, and wanted to start doing things I'd always talked about, but was always too lazy, timid, or busy to do. I wanted to start backpacking, but didn't know where to start. So, after some internet searching, I joined a local hiking group that was run by an experienced backpacker. She had a sub-backpacking group, but she required you to go out on a few group hikes first, so she could judge just how safe it would be to take you, as a member. So, on my first car camping trip with the group, I packed out like it would be on a backpacking trip. No creature comforts, only food I could cook in my little camping stove. Test the weight of my gear while hiking in altitude, etc. My plan was to feel it all out in a rather safer environment. I was a single, smallish woman, and I didn't know what the dangers were. I could never imagine backpacking alone, but I wanted to at least be able to hold my own with friends someday, and I love the outdoors. So, the first night there, I staked out my way to a big 4-person tent that weighed like 8 pounds, and tucked away by a bare canister. I was feeling so proud of myself for the hike that afternoon. I had done it all with my backpack on, and my first use of my really cool new water filter. Yep, I felt like a badass. And getting my tent up without looking like a total noob. Well, about 2 a.m., I woke up to sounds of heavy breathing right outside my tent. I couldn't see a shadow because it was so dark, but it instantly froze me with fear. Up to this point, I could count the number of times I'd ever been camping. It was like 3, maybe 20 years before. But I knew heavy breathing was not a normal night sound. I was rigid and still. I barely breathed. I listened, and was like that until I thought I heard a small rustle. A movement, and then quiet. I was like, maybe it moved. I thought it was a bear or a largish animal. It didn't sound big enough to be a bear, but the breathing was so loud and deep. In the quiet, I considered creeping over to the flap and just opening it up to take a look. My logical brain was telling me that no animal was going to stay outside my tent if I started making noise, but I was just too terrified. Even though I went out there with others for safety. But before I could reach the flap, I heard it start to snore, and I laid right back down rigid as a board. For 2 hours I stayed like that. I last looked at my watch at 4 a.m., and then I fell asleep till light. The next day, I told my carpool buddies, and they literally laughed at me. Said it was probably a large dog from another camp looking for a warm place to sleep. I never looked, so I'll never know, but it sounded way bigger than a dog. Also, I actually did become a pretty skilled backpacker and peak bagger. I got into lightweight backpacking and loved high-altitude stuff. That led to a year of training in rock climbing. That divorce was good for me. Written by Opening Thought 5736. The 48-Hour Finder's Intuition. More times than I can count, I will suddenly know precisely where some lost item is that I've been searching for. I don't mean things I put down and left in some obvious way, like my glasses on a table or something. I mean an item truly and well lost. As in it fell down a bin it doesn't belong in a room it doesn't belong in, with items it doesn't belong with, that sort of thing. Somewhere no one would imagine it could be, or where someone would look for it. Even after tearing the house apart for days, it will strike me out of nowhere. I'll walk right to the location, dig down in the bin or under the guest bed or whatever, and put my hand right on it. Boom. It's gotten to where I can lose things and search high and low for them for several days. I make an elaborate ritual of simply giving up the search, because I know in 24 to 48 hours it will come to me precisely where the item is. I've realized my mom also had this capability, because I remember her saying things like, "In a couple days I'll put my hand right on it, and I'm not going to worry about it until then." Which I didn't understand at the time, but now I totally get. Sure, it could be my subconscious revealing to me some place that I saw it out of the corner of my eye previously, I suppose. But that's not been the nature of my experience. Case file number 2043, written by Trouble Kid. Seamstress Smile, House in Exile. Every day, I walk my dog around my neighborhood. Since it's a route I always take, I know the houses I pass. Yesterday, I was walking my dog and I passed a different house. I found it strange at first, but nothing that caught my attention. The house was old, I could see inside, and there was a seamstress working. The car parked in the garage was also old. She had a very sweet dog who came to greet my dog at the gate. Today, when I went for a walk with my dog again, I couldn't wait to pass the house again and see the nice lady and our good boy. That's when the unexpected happened. Instead of the house, there was a completely different one. What happened? Where did it go? How does a house disappear? Case file number 2044, written by Morning Petrichor. Head to toe, when rain's a no-show. When we were teens, we decided to camp near a local lake. However, neither of us had ever camped before, and we had none of the necessary supplies. We ended up using this dinky, super small tent that was not made for 2 people. It was so cramped that we were hunched over and constantly bumping elbows, but we managed to fall asleep pretty easily in the night. It's important to note that we fell asleep side by side with our heads next to each other. When we woke up the next morning, I had somehow turned 180 degrees so that my head was at my friend's feet. We were a little surprised because the tent was too small for us to move around when we were awake, let alone when we were asleep, but we shrugged it off because it wasn't that big of a deal. I went to check the time on my phone. This was before the rise of iPhones, so I had a basic slider phone, and noticed that my phone's recording app had turned on sometime during the night. If you've ever had an old school cell phone, you know just how difficult it is to access apps. It requires a lot of navigation and clicking. So I was in disbelief that I had somehow turned it on in my sleep. It had been going for at least 6 hours. We checked various points in the recording to see if it had captured evidence of my sleepwalking episode, maybe shuffling or my voice. But the only thing we could hear was the extremely loud sound of rain hitting the top of our nylon tent. This went on for pretty much the entire recording. Disappointing, but again, not that out of the ordinary. It was time to pack our things and go on with our day. But this is when we experienced the most unnerving part of our camping trip. When we opened our tent, the ground was completely dry. Not just relatively dry for the morning after a night's rain, but dry, like the ground at the peak of summer when it hasn't rained for a week. Case file number 2045, written by Mumu Lebeau, Verana's Vigil, Sleep's Peril. I was traveling through Verona on my way down to Cinque-Terre. It was a warm night, and I found out that Madame Butterfly was playing at the open-air opera house. So I decided to go see it. Then I was going to stop at Lake Garda and sleep in the back of my SUV until morning, then press on. But after the show, it was 11 p.m., and I was walking back to my car and exhausted. The drive was about an hour or so, but I could barely keep my eyes open. I was parked in a wealthy area and in a well-lit spot on the street, so I thought I'd jump in the back, sleep for an hour or two before driving to Lake Garda in the morning. I fell into a heavy, deep sleep for about an hour, and while I was sleeping, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I had a shiver down my body, and I shot awake, and my body was full of adrenaline. Like my body knew something was wrong before I woke up. I turned and saw a man, head on the glass, cupping the light from his eyes, looking in the window. I knew he couldn't see me, as the tent was so dark. Likely he was sussing out if there was anything in the car he could steal. I watched as he started to walk away, met his friend, then they paused. He said something to the other, and they both walked quickly back to the car. He raised his fist at the same window and was about to smash it, when I banged and screamed at it from the inside. It scared the crap out of him, and he was thrown back before they ran off. I jumped in the driver's seat and drove off. I read there is a part of your brain that is hypersensitive to unusual noise at night, and it's extremely aware of new surroundings, which is why you tend to have horrible sleep in new places. Some veritable spidey sense going on there. Nice. Case file number 2046, written by Future Government 8100. Left, right. What a sight. The other day, I was visiting my parents' house for a weekly family dinner. Typically, I will take off my 3-year-old's shoes when we walk in, so that he doesn't lose them throughout the house. However, this time, I did not do that, so his shoes ultimately got lost. At the end of the night, when I was trying to locate the shoes, I had found one for his left foot. As my family and I were searching the house for the right shoe, my dad says that he found it and handed over another shoe, except for this one, it is also a left shoe. I thought that maybe this was an old shoe. He had an identical pair of shoes in a smaller size. I thought that one of them must be a size 8, and the other one was a size 10. When I checked the sizes, however, they were both size 10. I was so confused. One of my sisters ended up finding the right shoe so that we could go home, but it left me wondering, where did that other left foot size 10 shoe come from? Did it duplicate? Case file number 2047, written by fabulous Feru chemist. Old games, old clothes, old secrets exposed. I was exploring the area behind my house shortly after we moved in. The area back then had once been a small quarry that had since filled with water. It was a pit of a pond that supposedly went straight down 60 feet if you stepped into it. I was walking along the edge and I came across a backpack filled with old video game cartridges and a set of clothing just laying on the ground. They were for the N64, and we found this around 2004, so they were outdated. Next to it was a set of clothing. The clothes were laying on the ground, spread out, pants and shirt, so it looked like someone laying down. They looked like they'd been there a long time. Same with the backpack. I told my parents and they called the cops. There had been no reports of missing children or anything in the area. We never got an explanation, but it was weird. I don't think it was a prank. While we were new to the neighborhood, we were renters. Also, most of the neighbors were elderly. This happened in a rural Virginia town, and I can't imagine anyone wasting cartridges like that since most kids were lucky to have an N64. No adults or children had been reported by families or the neighborhood as missing, not for years. They never searched the quarry because they never had any reason to think there was something wrong. My sister and I went out there every day for a year or so and just avoided that spot because it was creepy. As far as I know, they're still out there. Case file number 2048, written by Gully F. A Note of Birth, a Miracle in Earth. Years ago, when my wife was pregnant with our second child and about to give birth, my mom came to stay with us for a few days to help take care of our oldest child. One early evening, Mom asked for a pen, paper, and an envelope. When I gave them to her, she wrote on the paper, sealed it in the envelope, and gave it to me, saying, "Put this in your pocket and don't open it. You'll know when," she said. 30 minutes later, my wife announced it was time to go to the hospital. She was in labor. So we did. And about 9 hours later, our second daughter was born at 3:45 a.m. She weighed 8 pounds 11 ounces and was 20 inches long. This being pre-cell phone days, I called my mom from the hospital to tell her the news. She answered the phone and immediately said, "Before you say anything, open the envelope." I did. It said, "Girl, 3:45 a.m., 8 pounds 11 ounces, 20 inches. I kept that paper for years. When my mom died, I went to our document safe where we kept it, but it was gone. Somehow that made me tear up a bit. Case file number 2049, written by Effective Scholar 68, A Neighbor's Bike Ride to Destiny. When I started learning to drive, I was good at doing long stretches of road. So when I had a party at my friend's house 50 minutes from where I live, my mom and I thought it would be good practice. To clarify, I live in a tiny village in a rural area. There's probably around 200 people in my village, and it's mostly old people who don't drive. Where I was driving to was a pretty small town, and as I mentioned, it's about a 50-minute drive. I was driving with my mom, and we stopped at a petrol station. But as I was quite new at driving, me and my mom switched seats when we were done to pull out of the station. Then after another 10 minutes, We pulled into a slip road to switch back so that my friend could see me pull up to her house. Nice. As we were only 5 minutes from arriving, my mom has lived in the area her whole life and never once gone into the slip, as it's quite out of the way and in a residential area close to my friend's house. 2 days later, I couldn't find my debit card, and I assumed I lost it at the party or in the petrol station. In the morning, I was on my banking app about to order a new card when my next door neighbor walks in and says, "This is really weird, but I was biking to the town and had to pull into a slip road, and I found a card on the floor with your name on it. It had fallen out of my car 50 minutes away from where I live, somewhere I'd never been before, and somehow my neighbor brought it to me?" Case file number 2050, written by Just Joshing 09. Asparagus fumes and a chicken's doom. I had just moved into a new apartment and was cooking dinner. Chicken breast, asparagus, and rice, all on the stovetop. Asparagus can get extremely smoky. Add to that an overly sensitive smoke alarm, and you get a shrill alarm screaming at you with a bunch of half-cooked dinner on the stove. So I did what anyone would do with 2 pans in their hands and an alarm going off. I flailed wildly and tossed the chicken off into the distance. Now I know for a fact that all the windows were closed and there were no hidden nooks. But hard as I looked after I quieted down the alarm, I couldn't ever find that missing half-cooked chicken breast. There was never any smell of rotting meat either. It just disappeared into a portal, never to be seen again. Case file number 2051, Hot Poodle. A carol, a crisis, and a cosmic coincidence. Back at university, we had to take a bus into the nearest city. A lot of us bought annual bus passes, which had a photo of you on it to save the fare. One Christmas, we got the bus in to go and listen to the carol singing at the cathedral. Get off the bus, walk 20 minutes to the cathedral, stick around for an hour, and then walk 20 minutes back to the bus stop. When we get to the bus stop, my friend realizes she's lost her bus pass. We then walk 20 minutes back to the cathedral, checked there but no luck. Accepting defeat, we walk back to the bus stop. There's a big queue, and we see the next bus pull in. We're discussing the missing bus pass, and I look up at the top deck of the bus from the queue, and see someone looking down through the window holding something. I look at my friend and point. The person on the bus holds up the bus pass. Then we nod enthusiastically. They open the window and drop her pass down, and it is definitely her missing bus pass. There's so many of these buses running each night, so the fact that we timed our return, after going and coming back, with the same bus we took originally, and someone happened to spot the bus pass in the seats, and look down at me while we queued and I registered what they had found, is crazy to me. We couldn't believe our luck. Case file number 2052, written by Kindly Aggravating. Main's glow in the dark, fear in the heart. When I was young, my parents and I relocated across the country to Maine. We lived in a very small town, and our house was old, beat up, and on many acres deep in the forest. It had 2 stories, with the top story being the main level, and the bottom story being the bedroom level. My bedroom had several large windows that looked out into the forest. I don't remember having curtains or blinds, but I'm sure I must have, because my mother never forgot details like that when decorating my bedrooms as a child. But I must have left them open one night. I remember waking up in darkness with a faint glowing orb of light hovering just outside my window. I watched it in utter terror as it went slowly across one window and then the next, before pausing, flashing briefly into my bedroom, before shifting into the third and final window and disappearing altogether. I was so upset by the ordeal that I went and woke my parents up, and my stepfather stormed the backyard with his gun in hand. There was nothing and no sign of the strange orb. My eyes are watering as I write this. Deep down, as an adult looking back, I realize that orb was anything but magic. It was probably someone's flashlight. It never happened again, but I'm still afraid of having window blinds open at night. You never know what's lurking. Case file number 2053, written by Pine Tree Noodles. George Washington's Blonde Fear. I was driving home from work on a long, somewhat dark road. I'll admit I was tired and cold and just wanted to get home. Speed limit was 60 miles per hour, and I was doing closer to 70. Suddenly, a girl with long blonde hair, a black coat with brown fur on the hood, and jeans just showed up in front of my car. I knew there was another car to my left up ahead, but it was all black. All I saw was that it had stopped before I saw her. I managed to maneuver around her. I was freaked out. I turned to a side street and stopped to figure out what was happening. Then a tall guy with a black coat and short hair gets out of the driver's side of the stopped car, grabbed her, dragged her to the car while she was fighting him, and put her back in the car. I called the police and gave them the description of the car and the direction it took off in. I never heard anything about it, and I have not stopped thinking about her since. Just in case anyone is curious or could even know something, the location was Lincoln, Rhode Island, US, next to the high school, in January or February 2019. The car was a new black sports, maybe car, with the taillight going all the way across the back of the car. George Washington Highway. Case file number 2054, written by Clove, Winter Whispers, and a Flat Hat of Horror. I was an RA when I was in college. All the RAs would come back a week before the winter semester started for training, which meant no students were back in the dorm. We were the only ones in the building. One night, I heard the door to my shared bathroom open. The sound of the doorknob turning woke me up, so I kind of groggily said my suite mate's name. Then I realized my suite mate was on an extended holiday in Italy, so no one should have been in our suite at all. I immediately shot up and looked toward the bathroom door. It was almost pitch black in my room, but next to the bathroom door, I could see the perfect outline of a human face wearing a flat-brimmed hat. I couldn't see the details of the face, but I could see the shadows, where the eyes, the mouth, and the nose would have been. It was as if someone was standing next to the door, staring at me. I had no idea what to do, because no one was back in the dorms. I knew that the nearest RA was 2 floors away and wouldn't hear me scream for help. I stared at the face for a few seconds, and it stares back. Then I shifted slightly on the bed, and it completely disappeared. I got up to check the door, and it had been closed the whole time. It's been almost 7 years, and it still freaks me out when I think about it. Case file number 2055, written by Avion Chef. News of the dead, words left unsaid. Was delivering newspapers on my paper route when a longtime customer pulled his car next to me and asked me to just give him his daily newspaper now because he was going on a long trip. I handed him his newspaper, then skipped his house as I continued my route. The next day, I was collecting the weekly fees. You used to have to go collect the money back then. No internet payment yet. And I went to his house to collect my fee. His wife answers and promptly complains that I missed her house on my deliveries the day before. I explained to her that her husband had pulled up next to me and asked for it. I told her what he had said and that I gave him the paper. She started crying, told me that he had died a couple weeks ago. It was obviously not possible that I spoke with her husband the day before. I know what I saw, and nearly 30 years later, I still think about that situation. I have no way to logically explain what happened, and it still gives me the creeps. Case file number 2056, written by Moby's What Now? Nature's Preserve and a Buck's Nerve. So, my car broke down when my mom and I were driving through a heavily wooded nature preserve. I had to pee so bad that I told my mom I would walk to the nearest ranger station and get help while also getting to pee. Unfortunately, the rangers were gone, and so I had to walk back and tell my mom the crap news. On my way back from the station, it had just gone dark, and I could barely see past the road into the tree line. I was really freaked out because I was close enough that I should have been able to see the car from where I was walking, but it wasn't there. All of a sudden, I hear this really heavy breathing. I turned and this buck was just walking beside me every single step, he followed. I was so terrified because I've heard of people getting hurt by bucks, especially if you're in their territory or something. But this buck just kept following me like he was protecting me. I finally got back to where the car was supposed to be and it was gone. My mom wasn't there now, and I'm really panicking. I'm alone except for a big buck, and it's so dark that I can't make it back to the station. Just as I'm about to start sobbing, the deer makes a huge huff, and suddenly I see headlights. Somehow my mom had got the car started and drove to the station to pick me up. I looked back to the deer, and it was crashing through the forest before the car could get to me. I just couldn't believe it. Case file number 2057, written by Let's Flay, The Red Trimmed Nightmare. My girlfriend and I are in a long-distance relationship. We typically take turns traveling between each other's countries, Australia and Canada. About 2 years ago, it was my turn to travel over to Australia to stay with her and her mom. For a bit of background, my girlfriend's room was built as an extension and add-on to the garage. So to get to it, you had to walk through the garage to get to her room. About a couple weeks into my trip over there, I wake up at around 1 a.m. and the room is just glowing red. I look up at the ceiling and I see this black figure crawling through the ceiling. It moved in such an inhuman way, almost like it was breaking every one of its bones to move. I start screaming, which wakes my girlfriend up, and she looks up at the ceiling and starts to scream as well. Instinctively, I grab my pillow and whip it at the figure. The next thing I know, everything went black, and I'm waking up a few hours later. My girlfriend is fast asleep, so I think it was just some weird dream. At that point, I have to go to the washroom. So I walk through the garage and try to quietly open the garage door to get into the main house. Previously, her mom had mentioned that she was getting annoyed with us, staying up late at night and going through the garage door to use the washroom. Since her mom's room was down the garage door hallway, each time we would open it, the door would click loudly and wake her up. So I'm standing there at the garage door and I try to open it as quietly as possible. As I turn the handle and the door clicks as I push it open, her mom just starts screaming at the top of her lungs. I thought it was out of rage for waking her up, so I immediately close the door and quickly walk back to my girlfriend's room. I climb into bed and gently nudge her awake to tell her that her mom is screaming. She gets up and goes to see whether her mom was still angry and tries to de-escalate the situation. About 20 minutes goes by and my girlfriend comes back into the room completely silent. She asks me if I saw the room glowing red earlier, as well as a figure in the ceiling. I say yes, and she goes wide-eyed and says that she thought it was just a dream too. She then says that her mom wasn't screaming at me. Apparently, when I opened the door, it did wake her up. But when she woke up, there was a black figure standing at the foot of her bed and it was slowly moving towards her. She then experienced a blackout as well and was woken up by my girlfriend checking in on her. Yeah, the entire house slept with lights on from then on. Case file number 2058, written by Sebas Vizu. Her voice, her words, yet not her world. Myself and 3 other friends went to a concert at the biggest venue in Mexico City. One of my friends is a woman. This is important for the story. So the concert ended, and we agreed on a meetup point outside the venue so we could pick up a cab and leave together. There were about 100,000 people there, so we inevitably got separated. So we went to the meetup point. We waited for my friend for about 15 minutes when we started to get worried. So we started calling her phone. However, due to the sheer amount of people present at the venue that were all trying to make phone calls, the lines got congested and the calls won't go out or they won't be received. We started to get really worried. After another 10 minutes trying to call her, I got a call from her. She sounded extremely gloomy and sad. She said, "Hey Sebavisu, I'm alright, I'm already at my place, everything is okay." I got immediately freaked out as this was impossible. She lived 2 hours away and not even an hour had gone by. We get super freaked out and try to call her and start flagging some cops down because, being in Mexico City, I thought she had been kidnapped. Then 30 seconds after the call, she comes out of the crowd looking as chilled as she could possibly look. I yelled at her, telling her what the hell was wrong with her, etc., etc. The thing is, she looked so surprised at this. She denies having made any phone calls. She tried, but couldn't get a signal. We didn't believe her, so we looked at her phone and there was no record of the call having been made. After this, I took my phone to show her the call, and there was no record of the call having been received either. To this day, I have no idea what happened, because the voice on the other end of the phone was hers, and she knew details about me and my name. Case file number 2059, written by Icy Mammoth 3821. Persimmons High, Ladder to the Sky. My boyfriend was coming over, so I got the stepladder out and picked persimmons from the tree. It was my first time picking persimmons from the tree this season. The tree isn't very large, but the remaining persimmons were high up and required a stepladder. I easily reached several fruits from the top of the stepladder, placed them in a paper bag, and took the bag inside. I then returned to get the ladder and brought it into the kitchen, where it normally goes, between the stove and the counter. About 30 to 45 minutes later, I went outside and noticed the ladder was once again placed at the persimmon tree, just as I had left it earlier. I found it odd and coincidental that someone had placed it in the exact same position. There was no one around, and the only reason to use the ladder there was to pick persimmons, as there was nothing else to do with it in that spot. Later in the day, I saw the ladder folded up and leaning against the porch. I don't like random items visible from the front of the house because it looks messy, so I picked it up again thinking, okay, I'm putting the ladder away a second time. I wonder who brought it out. I am 100% sure I had put the ladder away the first time. I remember the weight of it and maneuvering it near the stove without touching the side. I asked 2 other people if they had used the ladder. One person wouldn't use it in that manner because they would not feel safe doing so due to age, and that's what they said. They also said that they had been able to pick all the fruit they want from reaching up from the ground level. The other person had no reason to pick persimmons as he doesn't eat them. It was likely that there was already persimmon from the tree in the dining room when this occurred, and I went to the tree because I wanted to pick fresh persimmons directly from the tree for my boyfriend. The ladder was definitely there a second time, and it was definitely there against the porch afterward, since I carried it inside and put it away. Also, there are 2 carbon monoxide detectors in the house, and several smoke detectors and ventilation. I was not medicated, other than some Claritin for allergies, which is something I've been taking regularly for over a year now. I have good memory, and I don't drink or anything like that. Case file number 2060, written by Cafe Silver. A light for love, never decayed. My dad passed away in 2013. My mom couldn't bring herself to go into his walk-in closet and start going through his things to throw away or give away. Finally, last year, she had the courage to do it. She hadn't opened the door in 4 years, but as soon as she did, the smell of the cologne hit her right in the face. This isn't unusual, as a cologne was probably all over his many suits he wore for work. It was too much for her, so she turned off the light and closed the door. When she went to bed that night, she saw the closet light was on, and cursed at herself for leaving it on and having to go back in there. She said she opened the door and turned off the light. Later that night, she got up to go to the bathroom and the closet light was on again. It freaked her out because she swears she turned it off twice now. She turned it off again. That day, when she got home from work, the light was on again. It freaked her out so much that she unscrewed the light bulb. I'm not so sure that she wasn't unconsciously leaving the light on, so she could have an excuse to go in there to smell my dad's scent, without the pain of the reminder that he's gone. As far as I know, The light bulb is still unscrewed, and she hasn't been back in there since. My wife and I were visiting her last month. She lives in another state. And I never once thought to go into his closet to see if the smell was actually there, or if it was all in her head. Hadn't even crossed my mind until now, as I type this out. Case file number 2061, written by Sparebaker 3807. Supermarket surprise, Josh in disguise. There's this guy in my town, let's call him Josh. I have known Josh since we were like 15 or so. We are 30 plus now. He has an IT degree from a university and has a comfortable white-collar job. So last year I went to the Lidl supermarket during daytime, so I was not dreaming. Lidl, L-I-D-L, is a popular supermarket where I live. I always do my groceries there. I come from a small country in Central Eastern Europe. So I was in the market and I saw Josh working there. He wore a t-shirt with the logo, like all workers do. I recognized him. Then we looked at each other in the eye and said hello. He acted as if he knew who I was. I was convinced that was Josh. He looked exactly like Josh. I was even thinking to myself, why is this guy working here? He has an IT degree. That was the only time when I saw Josh, or his doppelganger, in the market. And I go there a lot, sometimes multiple times a month. I never saw the Josh-looking guy work there anymore. Then, a couple months later, I met the real Josh, and asked him about his job at Lidl, and he was like, "What the hell are you talking about? I never worked there." He did not look like he was lying. And why would he lie anyway? We were on good terms. If that wasn't Josh, then why did he look exactly like Josh? Why did he say hello to me if he wasn't Josh and didn't know me? Why did I see him work there only once and never again? I have no idea. Case file number 2062, written by El Tosira. Music and Moonlight, a Night of Terror, where fear transcends. So, just a few important points of note here to set the stage for what is to come. I used to love just sitting on a swing in my backyard at night and listening to music. It was, and still is really, very cathartic because I live basically right on the edge of a fairly large and densely wooded area. Also, my best friend B lived 2 houses down from me and went running every single night, rain, snow, sleet, sick, whatever. I could probably count on one hand the amount of days he hasn't gone running over the past 10 years or so. There isn't any wildlife where I live that I'm really nervous about, aside from bobcats or maybe black bears or coyotes, but all of those avoid people. And I've never heard of someone seeing a bear where I'm from. Also, I make it a point to try to work through things as rationally as possible. And I also make it a point for myself to try to not freak out about random creepy stuff, because I hate feeling afraid or helpless, and there's always an explanation. Anyways, one night, just like any other night, around maybe 10 p.m. or so, I decided to go sit on the swing. I gathered my jacket, headphones, and a beer, and walked outside. Immediately upon stepping into my driveway, I got this really weird feeling, like I was being watched. Thinking nothing of it, because it was nighttime, and it was probably just my primitive brain, I turned the corner by the edge of the house and started walking back towards the swing set. Every step I took, that uneasy feeling got stronger and stronger, until it had almost reached a panicky level. I could feel it in my stomach. My body suddenly felt very cold, and at that point, I accepted mentally that I was alarmed about something. However, I still rationalized it as my primitive brain just doing its job. The weird thing is, as I got closer to the swings, I started getting more and more nervous than I already was. I reflexively started walking slower, to the point that eventually I came to a complete stop about 10 feet away and, accepting that something felt really weird, began to look around and at the woods. Something was seriously wrong. It felt different outside than ever before. Now, I'm a pretty big guy and athletic. I say that to emphasize that I was in no way concerned about a person walking out of the woods. Absolute worst case scenario, I feel comfortable asserting that I'd be able to outrun 95% of people, and that's if I couldn't physically best them. I just say that to emphasize that the possibility of there being some dude hanging out in my backyard and hurting me wasn't even on my radar. Also, there are no recorded confirmed black bear attacks where I'm from, and chances are high that I'd survive a black bear and/or bobcat attack, barring freak circumstances. And like I mentioned earlier, there haven't been any bears seen in my town that I know of, and I feel like it would take a really scared rabbit or hungry bobcat or coyote to just randomly come out of the woods to attack a person. To bundle all this up, I wasn't really concerned about any wildlife or humans. Additionally, I kind of go out of my way to make it a point to not be afraid of stuff, even when I am. Like, the concept of being afraid scares me more than most things. So I work pretty hard at suppressing that. Anyways, I tried to force the weirdness out of my mind, but as I settled down into the swing, I was afraid, nevertheless. I had no idea why or of what, and I was trying to suppress it, but I knew deep down I was petrified. Something was seriously freaking wrong. Now, usually, I'll swing for like an hour or so, maybe going through 20 or 25 songs. And obviously, I jam out, so I turn the volume all the way up, and I kinda just zone out and daydream. So I swing through one song, pausing the music every once in a while to listen to the night, which I never do. I literally got through one song, stop and go, and the feeling just kept getting stronger. It wasn't the normal hair standing up on the back of your neck scared. It literally felt like there was this overwhelming, malicious presence that was just heavy in the air itself. I swear I could almost feel it pressing down on me, from all around. It felt hateful. And I never use the word because I think it's been cheapened by religious fanatics, but it was evil. There's no way around it. Something bad, really bad was there. Something was really, really freaking wrong. So I got up and turned to swing facing the woods, which I never used to do, because my friend B would sneak up on me from the front yard sometimes if I did that. I got through maybe half of the next song, and somehow this feeling had continued to get stronger. It felt urgent. I've read in books descriptions like bone-chillingly terrifying and too scared to move, and I always kind of shrugged it off as hyperbole. I certainly had never experienced anything even close to that until that night. I was freaking terrified, like I can't even properly verbalize this feeling. I swear to God, I could feel it in my bones and my muscles. I was literally shivering. I've never been worried like that before. I'm a person. I reigned supreme of all the animals. But in that moment, it hit me like an epiphany. I felt like prey. I couldn't see anything bad out there. I couldn't hear anything, smell anything. But I was completely and utterly horrified beyond all rationality, like almost on the brink of tears. I didn't know why and I couldn't rationalize it, so I tried to just go on with what I was doing like nothing was up, but it just kept getting worse. The only way I can think to describe it is heavier, and heavier, like a weight pressing down on you, crushing you. You know those videos of the mice shaking with terror before they're eaten by a snake or a cat? That's probably the closest description to what I looked like and felt like. I turned my music off and just sat, beer forgotten, looking around and at the woods, searching. Desperately searching for anything that could explain how I felt, so I could just write it off as a stupid overreaction on my part. Just completely stock still except my head, refusing to surrender to my baser instincts, despite everything in me telling me to run. It was a warm summer night and I was freezing. I know how corny that sounds, but I swear. I think about this moment several times a week and it was years ago. I could feel it all the way to my bones and my stomach was a knot of ice. It was seriously the strangest feeling I've ever had. I could just feel this sense of impending doom and also this utterly malicious presence. It was like a panic attack mixed with that stomach-dropping feeling when you know something bad happened to you but you don't know what. Mixed with when you hear something in the house that you know had to be a person, but your family hadn't said anything about coming to the house that night. It was all those feelings combined, and with the feeling that you're being watched. Like that feeling you get when you know someone doesn't like you, but you don't know why. It was all those feelings combined with raw terror and all amplified like 100 times. I've never been more scared in my life. I literally couldn't take it anymore. Physically, I just couldn't take it. I could barely breathe. I was such a mess. I jumped off the swing and sprinted back inside, closed and locked the door, checked all the doors and windows, closed all the curtains, turned on all the lights, and surrounded myself with an arsenal of melee weapons in the middle of the living room. I could still feel it, but it slowly faded. I didn't sleep that night, which never happened to me. I can pass out almost at a whim, but I was too high-strung to sleep or eat or leave the couch. I just sat. No TV, no books. Just sat, thinking about what the frick just happened. The next morning, I saw my friend B out of his car. I walked over and started telling him about it because I was so confused and pretty deeply disturbed by the experience. Even after that long story, I don't feel like I've conveyed how bizarre and terrifying it actually was. So as I'm telling him, he held up a hand and said, hold on, stop right there. Come with me. We went to his house and we walked up to his little sister, S. He said, hey S, what did I say last night when I came in from running? Why didn't I go running last night? And she looked at us weird and said something to the effect of, you felt like something was out there and you didn't feel safe. She said that, completely unaware of what I'd been saying. And he lives 2 houses down from me. He walked outside to stretch before his run that night and felt a weird vibe. As he walked to the end of his driveway, it got stronger and he started getting nervous. He started running and stopped after a few feet, turned his music off and scanned the woods. Then he started running again, got to my driveway, and was so scared, uncomfortable, and freaked out that he just decided to call it quits for the night. He never does that. He'd run through a freaking tornado. When we were talking about it the next day after talking to his sister, he said that he literally felt like a prey animal being stalked by something evil. It was exactly, almost to the T, how I'd felt. Everyone always kind of laughs it off when we tell them that story, or thinks we somehow colluded and matched our stories up. But he specifically took me to talk to S before I spoke, so I'd know that there was no bullcrap. I have absolutely no idea what it was, and it hasn't happened again since. Anyways, now I only swing facing the woods, and I carry a bat down there with me, even though I don't feel like I need it, but just in case. Wow, I hope I conveyed, through him, just how terrifying he must have felt. There's enough adjectives in this one to get the point across. Damn. I don't think I would have stayed out there that long. Case file number 2063, written by St. Curds and Way, keys in green, a scene not easily seen. When moving into our new apartment, my 2 roommates and I were only given 1 set of keys. I took on the responsibility of copying them. I've had a history of losing my keys, so when copying them, I picked up the sparkly bright green option to increase any visibility when I'm looking for them later. I made 2 copies of those keys, gave the original to one of my roommates and another sparkling green copy to the other. Fast forward about 1 month. I came home to find a broken green sparkling key sitting on my recently swept steps. It is the end part of the key and I matched it up to my own, and it was a key to the apartment. My roommate was at work, so I headed in. I texted them that I saw their broken key on the porch, but that I'm home so I can let them in. They texted me back a picture of their perfectly intact key. My only explanation is that the previous tenant had the same taste in keys as me, but the fact it was sitting in the center of my clean steps still confuses me. Case file number 2064, written by Lane Boy. In dreams I floated, through night I heard, a room of future, a life deferred. Basically, when I was 6, I lived in a small house, and I can remember the decorations vividly. I had 2 bionicles on my shelf, a drawer, a closet, blue and green covers, glowing stars on my ceiling, and a window on the wall to the right of my bed. My family had no intent on moving, that's important. One night, I had an indescribable, horrific nightmare that really shook me up. I would have a recurring dream. The dream was that I uncontrollably floated slowly to the speaker in my drawer, and as soon as I reached it, I would suddenly be floating in darkness. I would hear a whisper I could never make out. Then I would wake up. The same exact sequence occurred for a while, maybe a week. On the last day that it happened, it was different. Instead, I was in a completely different room. It had 2 Beatle posters on the wall, a bunk bed instead, a beanbag in the corner, and a new desk. The dream stopped after that. When I turned 10, we moved to a larger house, and since then I had become a Beatles fan. I had bought a beanbag and a new desk. One day, walking into my room, I realized this is the room from my dream. Case file number 2065, written by Swanee McSwan. Cornfields, sight unseen, below a sky so serene. One day on the farm where I grew up, there was an impending summer thunderstorm. It was getting later in the evening, but still sunny and off in the distance. You could see the storm, but it hadn't gotten crazy windy yet, and was fairly calm. We were going around and making sure the animals were in their pens and gates locked. The cars put away, and anything that might blow away was put inside somewhere. My family had gone in, and I was closing the door to the barn and locking it up. I look out over the cornfield and see what looked like a giant sheet of metal flying about 20 feet in the air. I watched it tumble around in the air and blow away. I went inside and told my dad, and he didn't believe me. He said the wind wasn't strong enough. I didn't think it was strong enough either, but I saw it with my own eyes. The metal was like a chunk of thin, corrugated metal, which I've seen flying around before in bad storms. The only explanation I have is I got picked up where the storm was heavy, and somehow still had enough lift to stay in the air with lesser winds. Case file number 2066, written by Claptrap23. From court to club, fists to phones, a weird call, a night unknown. I was at a bar in the Dominican Republic with my friends. It was one of my friend's birthdays, so we were having some drinks and whatnot. We were like 11 or 12 that night, 7 guys and 4 or 5 girls. So one of my friends once had a fight in a basketball court with one dude. And that dude called his brothers, and they smacked my friend in an unfair 3v1. Like 8 months before that day, and all of a sudden, my friend, the one who had his butt kicked, saw one of those dudes hanging around in the same bar, and he told us. I was trying to hit on a girl when I suddenly saw everyone going outside in a panic. I stood there for like 5 minutes, and the bar was almost empty. So we decided to go outside and see what was happening. Yes, my male friends got into a fight against those 3 or 4 dudes and kicked their butts with ease. Vengeance is sweet, huh? Then we left the bar and went for some burgers, and my mom called me, saying someone called to my house. None of my friends have that phone number. It was like 2 or 3 a.m. and my mom told me the phone woke her up, and when she picked it up, she heard our voices in the middle of a fight. Even told the name of one of my friends that she knew, shouting, "We're gonna fight here." We all jaw-dropped when we heard what my mom said, so we proceeded to check all the phones of the people that were there from us. Guess what? No calls at all. Then I checked on my house's phone when I arrived, and there was nothing registered. The last call was at like 8 p.m. The next day I asked my mom what the hell that was, and she only asked, "Were you guys fighting on the streets or what?" Man, I still can't explain what the hell happened. Was it a phone call from a different universe? Case file number 2067, written by ex-Muslim Mashala. Bedroom Blues, Water Clues. Here I was at night, lying in the dark on my bed, quietly browsing my phone, with the only light in the room being the glow on my face from the screen. Splash. I felt about 300 milliliters of water land on my face and chest. What the frick? I instinctively whispered out loud, thinking I was under an attack, but courteously not trying to wake anyone up. I was not. Once I had flicked on my phone flashlight, I had seen there was nobody there. Looking down again at my soaked bedsheets and wiping my face, I was alone, in pin-drop silence. Surely if someone was there, I would have heard them. Besides, anyone who has gotten used to the acoustics of their bedroom can hear a penny drop. Me? I heard absolutely nothing. The Matrix got into a water fight with me, and currently I'm 1-0 to it. Why couldn't it have been gold? But with full respect to the Matrix, I'm grateful it wasn't acidic. Written by Ghosteer. In silence a brother stare, escape to dawn with fear to share. My family was staying at my grandmother's house one summer, cleaning up and getting it ready for sale after she passed. I don't remember exactly why, but my brother and I were there by ourselves. It was late at night, and we were out smoking in the garage. In this garage, there was a door to the cellar, right next to the kitchen door. At some point I noticed my brother is just staring at this cellar door, not saying anything, just staring down intensely at it. I look over and notice the cellar light is on, and under the crack in the door you can see shadows like something is moving in there, but there's no sound. Without a word, we both got up and walked out of the garage, butt backwards. Hopped in the truck and burned off. Left the garage light on, door open, everything. Didn't even bother to put on shoes. Adrenaline was pumping so hard, I pulled over once we were far enough away from the house, and ended up driving around for a good hour until we had talked ourselves down, enough to go back to the house. When we got back, everything was as we left it, including the cellar light. And after about 20 minutes of getting our nerves together, we finally decided to go turn it off. The light switch is a pull cord about halfway down the staircase. I grabbed a small hatchet, and my brother, a tire iron, and we burst open that cellar door like a freaking SWAT team. I opened the door and my brother bum rushes all the way to the bottom. We figured someone must have gotten in there. After checking the locks on the outer cellar door, we decided we were just being paranoid. I went out first to have a smoke and waited for my brother at the door. He gets halfway up the stairs and pulls the cord on the light, and all of a sudden, it feels like it did earlier. The cellar goes pitch black the moment he pulls the cord, dark enough where I can't even see him, even though he's only a few feet away from the stairs. And the light from the garage should be enough to see that far. He bolts up the stairs so fast he's tripping over himself. We slam the freaking door so hard it makes my ears ring, and hold it shut for what seems like an hour. Too scared to let go of it and let whatever the frick might be down there out. Eventually, we let go of the door and bum rushed into the kitchen, locking the door behind us. After that, we both go through the house, turning on all the lights and making damn sure all the windows and doors are locked. We decide to both sleep in the living room, leaving all of the lights on. We turn on the TV and start watching the news. Only channels that came in were the news channel and some Spanish channel, and I fall asleep. Sometime later, my brother wakes me up, saying that he's been hearing noises and can't sleep. I tell him it's just a house, not believing it myself, or something on TV, and that he should try to sleep. He ends up asking me for a smoke beforehand. At this point, I'm awake enough, so I say frick it, and step out of the front door to have a smoke. We get back inside and both lay down to sleep. I turn the TV off as it's late enough that the channel is off air, and we are both getting static anyways. Lie there on the couch for probably 5 to 10 minutes when I hear the noise this time. It sounded and felt like somebody or something was hammering on the floor from below with a hammer. But it was slower than normal hammering, like 2 or 3 seconds between thuds. In between long pauses that would have you almost thinking you didn't hear it in the first place. Around 4 a.m., I finally decide that I'm not going to get any sleep and go to the kitchen to find something to eat. I turn the corner from the living room to the dining room, the kitchen being just past the dining room, and immediately froze. All of the lights are on, but at the far end of the kitchen, where the garage door is, seems dark. Like I can tell the light is on and see the bulb, but it feels like the entire area is in shadow. My brother says he wants something from the kitchen too. He comes around the corner and just freezes again. So I'm fairly certain at this point it's not just a lack of sleep. We ended up driving all the way to town and waiting for the McDonald's to open up for breakfast, then sleeping in the truck until I got a very angry phone call from my mother. Front door unlocked, all lights on, etc. Later that evening, we both explained to my mom what happened, and when we got to the part about the cellar door, my mom's face went ghost white. She looked straight at the cellar door. Then she told us that the house is creepy as hell, and that is why the family was selling it off instead of keeping it. Damn, imagine the poor souls that buy it now. That sucks for them. Case file number 2069, written by Grand Admiral Thrawn. The Man in Charcoal. Context: this occurred back in August of 2011. I was in my early 20s and was clerking for a law firm in the southern US at the time. The firm I worked for was in the downtown part of the city and happened to be within reasonable walking distance of all the courthouses. I'd only been working at this law firm for 2 weeks, so I'd mostly been getting oriented to the office, the locations of the courthouses, etc. The guy I was replacing had been training me for those 2 weeks. He had only been in town for the summer and was about to head back to his college, which was several hours away, and he was also a witness to said unexplainable mystery. The mysterious thing. So, near the end of my second week at this law firm, the other clerk and I were taking some documents over to the Chancery Courthouse a few blocks away. The office in the Chancery Courthouse we have to file our documents with was on the 3rd floor, so we took the elevator up, walked down the hall, and then filed said documents. As we were walking back down the hall towards the elevators, we could see a guy standing in one of them, looking over at us. We headed towards him, since he was looking at us and we figured he'd hold the door. However, Hodor, this guy was not. The elevator door shut while we were still several feet away. Now, while we were still several feet away when the doors closed, the time between them closing and me getting to and pressing the call elevator button was no more than 10 seconds, if that. I was expecting to be waiting for a minute or two for either the other elevator to come to the 3rd floor or for the one that the guy just took to come back up. However, my expectations were immediately subverted. The doors on the elevator that had just closed on us immediately reopened. In hindsight, neither myself nor my coworker knew why we both walked straight into what was now a very noticeably empty elevator, but we did, and we pressed the button to go back down to the ground floor. And as we're riding the elevator down, I turned to the other clerk and asked, "When we were walking back to the elevator, did you see a guy standing in this one before the doors closed?" His initial response answered my question, albeit non-verbally. The speed with which his face became pale was a bit of a giveaway. Once we were back outside of the courthouse, we tried to figure out what had just happened. We both saw the guy standing on the elevator, and we both saw it close with him on it, and we both agreed that there was no way there was time for the elevator to have gone up or down, even one floor, much less moved a floor and then for some reason come back to ours, in the few seconds between the doors closing and then immediately reopening. Just as I pressed the call elevator button. While I generally try to live my life with an open mind, I'm not a superstitious person. If you ask me if I believed in ghosts or the supernatural, I can honestly say I do not. However, 13 years on, I have still not been able to find a rational explanation for what I saw that day. And to be honest, if I had been by myself at those elevators, I would have probably just told myself that my mind was playing tricks on me or something. But the fact that another person was there, saw it, and to this day still confirms that we both saw it, does not allow me to indulge in such a convenient luxury. And thus, on an unassuming August day, I became intimately aware of the contradictory nature of human beings, because if you ask me if I believe in ghosts, I can honestly say I still do not, nor did I believe in ghosts back in 2011. At the same time, if you ask me who or what I saw standing in the elevator that day, the most reasonable conclusion I have been able to reach is that it was probably a ghost. Bonus context. There was no access hatch inside of the elevator, so it would have been physically impossible to get off of it except through the doors. And while I said it above, I do want to re-emphasize that there was not anywhere close to enough time in between the doors closing and then reopening for the elevator to have moved between floors. Neither myself nor my former coworker have been able to come up with a rational explanation, besides ghosts, for how a human could have gotten out of the elevator other than through the doors, especially within the approximately 5 to 10 seconds that the elevator doors were closed. After the fact, what stood out the most to me about the guy on the elevator was how unassuming he looked, especially in a courthouse. He was white, kind of pale, but like the normal living human kind of pale, not a ghostly or abnormal kind of pale. Looked to be in his mid to late 30s and was dressed in a dark gray and charcoal suit, with a white button-down shirt underneath and a dark blue tie. His hair was either dark brown or black. This was the one detail about him that my coworker and I weren't in 100% agreement about, and kept short. He also had a short, well-kept beard. Basically, if you had a lineup of generic-looking lawyers, he would have blended right in. We were about 20 feet away from him when he turned the corner to the elevator lobby, and were only about 10 feet away when the elevator doors closed. So while we weren't staring at the guy as we were walking towards him, like we were trying to commit him to memory or anything, my coworker and I did both get a decent look at him. Elevators. If you know, you know. Case file number 2070, written by Former Silver 8091. Ashes gone at dawn. A puzzle drawn. In 2019, I lost my mother to cancer. My stepfather had passed away a couple years earlier, and my mom had his container of ashes at her house. Nothing fancy, they were just in the plastic box they usually come in if you don't buy an expensive urn. After my mom passed, I had to go to her apartment to figure out what I was going to keep and what I would get rid of. I didn't completely finish because I still had a couple of weeks left to fully empty her apartment. I took my stepdad's ashes home with me that night. About a week later, I got a text from my stepdad's estranged sister asking what I was going to do with her brother's ashes and if possible, she would like to have them. I told her sure, I'll be finishing up at my mom's place next week, so we planned to meet there and I would give her the ashes. On a side note, my mother and her never got along. In fact, they pretty much hated each other the whole time she was married to her brother. My stepdad had pretty much decided to stop speaking to her as well about 5 years earlier. The day had come for me to finish up at my mom's, and I made sure I grabbed my stepdad's ashes that I had in a tote bag for easier carrying on the way out. I was meeting a friend who has a truck, so he offered to help by driving me to get all the big things easier. I got to my friend's house, parked on his lawn, it's a very rural area, and grabbed the ashes and my purse and got out of my car and locked it. We were to be leaving his truck in about 5 minutes. I decided to put my purse and the box of ashes, which were still in the tote bag, on the hood of my friend's truck, so I wouldn't forget them. He has a really large GMC truck that fits 4, and it was totally safe to put my things up there, because there was absolutely no one around to worry about taking them. When it was time to leave, I went to grab my purse and the tote bag on the hood, and only my purse was there. Only myself and my friend were there, no one else. The area is so rural, there aren't even sidewalks or people walking down the street ever. Only a small 2-lane road with very light traffic. I never left the vicinity of the truck and was outside near the truck the whole time. We scoured the whole outside area and even looked inside the house, even though I knew I didn't go in. My stepdad's ashes had completely disappeared. They were nowhere, not on the truck, not in the truck, and not anywhere under or around it. Upset, I got to my mom's and his sister was waiting there in the parking lot for me. I had to tell her that I seemed to have lost the ashes because they vanished into thin air. Needless to say, she was angry and probably didn't believe me. To this day, they've never shown up. All I can think is either my mom or my stepdad somehow, from the other side, decided they didn't want her to have them. I honestly have no other scenario that makes sense. Case file number 2071, written by Alpaca Photog, on a spooky stand where the lost ring took command. This happened a few years ago and has become so infamous in me and my husband's relationship because it legitimately freaks my husband out, to the point where we can't even talk about it besides referring to it as the ring. One Saturday morning, I was finishing up getting ready for work and went to go put my everyday jewelry on, wedding ring, college class ring, watch, when I realized my college ring was missing from its usual home on my nightstand. This is a very special and sentimental item to me, so I was a little panicked when I couldn't find it after a few minutes. I called my husband in to help me look for it, and we proceeded to turn the house upside down for it. He double-checked everywhere I looked, and we scoured both our bedroom and the rest of the house for it, to no avail. I was starting to run out of time to make it to work, so I had to leave without finding it. I returned home after my 8-hour shift, proceeded to drop my bag at the door, and headed straight to the bedroom to change clothes. The second I walked into the bedroom, I saw my ring. It was sitting right on my nightstand in perfect plain view. I got so excited and assumed my husband had found it for me while I was gone and had placed it there. I figured he was trying to surprise me with it, since he didn't text me to let me know he had found it. So I sat on the bed and waited for him to walk into the room so I could thank him. As soon as he walked in the room, I excitedly exclaimed, "You found it!" He stared at me with a confused look and said, "What are you talking about?" I pointed to the ring, still on my nightstand, and said, "My ring, you found it. Where was it?" He got an even more confused look on his face and said, "I didn't find it. Where did you find it?" I started rolling my eyes at this point, thinking he was messing with me, and said something like, "Oh, come on, where was it?" We went back and forth for a while over who found the ring, until I realized my husband actually wasn't kidding at all. He was genuinely confused and thought I was messing with him. His face became more and more serious, and we both stared at each other, understanding that neither of us had actually found it. My husband, a man of science, began going over every possibility of how I could have found it when I got home, placed it on the nightstand, and then forgot I did all that. I explained to him I'd left the house without either of us having found it, literally hadn't been home all day, and had just returned less than 15 minutes ago, where I hadn't done anything except drop my bag and walk into the bedroom, where it was sitting there waiting for me. To this day, we don't have a single possible explanation for it. He refuses to believe anything other than the idea that I somehow found it, and then immediately forgot I did that, which is absolutely impossible and ridiculous. How could I completely forget both finding it and placing it on my nightstand? There's no way. But he refuses to believe in ghosts or anything not with a rational explanation, and I don't have a single other logical possibility for its return. It's been years, and we still can't talk about it without getting completely spooked about the whole thing. And while I don't have an explanation, I do have a wishful thinking one. My grandpa, my hero, had passed away a month before. Was he looking out for me? I'll never know. Case file number 2072, written by Meanest Flower. Clothes swayed, voices spoke, yet one man stood, weighed alone. My mom told me this. In my parents' bedroom was this really large master closet. It was technically just one closet, but it had 2 doors going into it. Between the 2 doors was a high shelf and a hanging rod for clothes. So it functioned like 2 separate walk-in closets, but you could walk from one to the other by ducking under any clothes hung in the middle. One night, she was in her side of the closet, and she saw through the gap between the shelf and the clothes rod, my dad walked into his side of the closet. She heard the metal coat hanger sliding as he looked for something to wear, and saw the clothes in the middle sway as they were brushed from side to side. From her side of the closet, she started talking to him about something random. Then she heard the bathroom door open. She poked her head out of the closet to see my dad, clearly just emerging from the shower, walk to look into his side of the closet and nothing. Up until the moment she poked her head out to look at the bathroom door, she would swear to you she could still see my dad in that closet. Case file number 2073, written by Dragon Fit. The jet that screamed and fled into silence overhead. This was in the 90s when I was in college. I had no classes one afternoon, and I went home early. It was a perfect September day, beautiful weather, and not a cloud in the sky. My walk home from the bus stop was about half a mile. I lived off campus in a residential neighborhood that was mostly empty during the day, when people were at work and school, giving me plenty of time for quiet reflection. So it was notable when about a block from my house, I crossed paths with a guy raking leaves in his front yard. Just then, I heard a screeching noise in the sky. I looked up and saw what looked like a passenger jet followed by a contrail. Nothing unusual about it other than the sound. It was like 10 times a normal passing jet noise, and it grew so loud it seemed to fill the air down to the ground and whirl around us. It was crazy. Then, in an instant, the plane vanished right before my eyes and the noise abruptly stopped without an echo, a boom, nothing. Silence. The contrail just hung there, slowly dissipating. The guy had stopped raking and was looking up in the sky too. He looked back down at me and I could tell by his face that we'd seen and heard the exact same thing. And then he shrugged his shoulders and went back to his task. I passed silently and went home. That's it. Well, the truth is anything can disappear, even entire planes. Case file number 2074, written by Row 257. IHOP's secret spell when the pancakes fell. On Sundays, I would go to our local IHOP and get individual breakfast for the family, 4 members. On one such trip, the routine was uneventful. The order was called in, and I arrived at the restaurant to pick it up. There was usually a 10 to 15 minute wait. They were always busy on Sunday with after-church groups going out to eat, and this day was no exception. I was given my order, paid for it, and then proceeded to return home. I got home, and we began separating the breakfast containers to place on the table. The table was adjacent to the kitchen area, separated by a counter that jutted out toward the middle of the room between the kitchen and the dining area. Both are open, with no wall between them, just the counter. Each of the breakfast containers were removed from the order bags and placed on this counter before moving them to the table. Since we usually didn't immediately eat the pancakes that were included with the breakfast, I took each pair of them from the 4 breakfast containers, 8 pancakes in total, and placed them all in a single container, closed it, and left it on the counter. My wife saw me do this. Once that was done, I sat down with my family members and began to eat. About 20 minutes later, after we had finished eating, we got up and began picking up the to-go containers. As I turned around to the counter, getting ready to put the single container of pancakes away, I stopped in my tracks. The 8 pancakes, which I had combined 20 minutes before, were all back in their individual containers. Considering we were all at the table, and the pancakes were less than 5 feet away and directly behind me on the counter, there was no explainable way to how they were all moved back into their individual containers. There were no unexpected sounds, it was mid-morning, so there was plenty of light in the room, and there were no extra people in the house. Case file number 2075, written by Adri Blossom. The Final Cuddles Premonition, the Heart's Condition. I knew around when my fiancée died. I don't know if I knew she was going to die before she left that day. I do know my last memory of her is me crying and begging her to stay home, though it happened so quickly after. I can't honestly say what I knew or thought I knew then vs now, as memories sometimes blur. I do know I cried and begged her not to go. I do know I was napping and opened my eyes and realized she was dead before the rest happened. For anyone who has had this happen, the police plus the civilian grief person on the doorstep, they just have a look on their face and you know what they're about to say. I knew before my cat died, but that's a little different because Kitty had been sick and elderly for a while, and I just realized he felt it was time. I stayed up and cuddled him all night because I knew he'd be dead tomorrow, and I wanted to give him all his last hugs. And he did die the next morning. In both cases, I had a dream about 3 months after they passed. For Kitty, I scooped him up and it was like he wasn't dead and did a spin dance with him in his arms, and then woke up and sobbed terribly. I know it sounds strange, but the dream felt real. I've had dreams with him in them before, but that one felt distinctly different. In my dream about my fiancée, the dream a few months after she passed was also different from the other dreams I had of her, etc. During that time, I was sobbing with the box in my hands. She asked me why I was so sad. I screamed, "Because I have to live like this," and shoved the box into her hands. It was the box holding her ashes. I screamed and wailed and woke up, and I haven't dreamed about her since. Sometimes these stories just hit. Case file number 2076, written by Federal Broccoli 200. Midday munch, girls gone lunch. This happened last summer, and still puzzles my wife and I to this day. So the two of us were around mid-afternoon, walking around the downtown area of our town. The street we were on was straight, with only a few shops to the side of us. The road on the other and across the road, there was a large field with some people roaming about. As we walked, a girl carrying a tray of popcorn came towards us. She was wearing a teal shirt, black pants, and an apron. There was a logo on her shirt, and it was for the local shop that sold snacks and such. She offered us a sample of the popcorn and I took it, thanking her as she walked past the two of us. My wife ate a piece and immediately went to turn and compliment the girl on the popcorn, but she was gone. We were dumbfounded. Eating the popcorn and turning took maybe 10 to 20 seconds. She wasn't further up the road. She wasn't crossing the road. The two shops that were next to us were closed. She wasn't in the field across the way. My first thought was that she ran, but her tray was full of sample cups and would have spilled if she took off and there was nothing on the ground. There were no alleyways she could have slipped into either. To me, it seems like she simply glitched out of reality. Case file number 2077, written by Super Hotfire. From Cheesecake Glory to Vanishing Worry. On December 17th, 2021, me and my then-girlfriend went to the Cheesecake Factory. I remember the exact date because the next day, I proposed to her. We had some leftover cheesecake, but had no utensils at the hotel we were staying at, so we decided to take the spoon from the restaurant. As we're leaving the hotel, my fiancé wanted to keep the spoon from the Cheesecake Factory as a memory of that weekend we got engaged. Now, this spoon was bigger and clearly had a different design than all of the other spoons we had at home. It was easily distinguishable from all of our utensils. A couple months later, in 2022, it just disappeared. Me and my fiancé turned our kitchen inside out looking for that spoon. My wife blamed me and said I probably packed it with my lunch and threw it out at work. Thing is, I would never take that specific spoon, since I knew it was a Cheesecake Factory spoon. I just took the blame and figured maybe I accidentally did take the spoon. We completely forgot about the spoon. That was until about 2 weeks ago. I called my wife after work like I usually do, and she tells me the spoon somehow magically appeared in the utensils drawer. When I got home, I saw the spoon with my own eyes. We have absolutely no idea how the Cheesecake Factory spoon disappeared for about 2 years and just reappeared out of thin air. Case file number 2078, written by New Sound Era. Sofa's plea, from Nowhere They Be, a conundrum we see. Really strange experience today. Me, my wife, and my kids went to a relative's house over 2 hours away. My younger brother, who lives with us, was home alone while we were gone. We were out much of the day, and we returned home quite late. Once we got in and kids had settled down, I sat on our sofa and noticed I was sitting on something. So I had a look, and it was a pair of car keys I had never seen before. I was perplexed as to where they came from. My first thought was that my brother had a friend around and they left them behind, so I asked him, but he said none of his friends had been over. There is no reason for him to lie about it. He has people over all the time, so I 100% don't doubt him. My next thought was that my kids brought them back from the house we had visited, so we took a picture and sent it to them, and said, "Sorry, we think our kids took a set of keys from yours." But they replied saying they didn't recognize the keys and none of theirs were missing. My next thought was maybe I had gotten broken into. but absolutely no sign of forced entry or anything missing. So what the hell? Where did these keys come from? They weren't there before we left. My wife always likes to tidy up before we go out for a day trip, so she would have noticed them. I have never seen them before, and they don't match any car brand any of my friends or relatives drive. I'm genuinely confused as to where they come from. Case file number 2079, written by OK Hole 855, Lost Among Lakes, a mystery for heaven's sake. My firstborn toy was lost on vacation 5 years ago. It has returned in an unusual way. My daughter got a xylophone ball whacking ball combo toy. It has 3 balls, red, green, and blue, that can be whacked through 3 different holes to the xylophone below to roll off and make noise. Shortly before we went away to a cabin on a lake, we bought a couple toys for our 1-year-old, the xylophone being one of them. Our daughter had the balls rolling everywhere all vacation, and when we went to leave, we couldn't find the blue. We never saw the blue ball again, or so we thought. Fast forward 5 years, and 2 more kids later. Productive. I was organizing the playroom and filled a tote with toys to rotate out of the playroom for a bit. In went the xylophone and the red and green balls. I put the tote in the basement where it went untouched for around 6 months. My youngest child is 1 now, so I went down to check out what I had for toddler toys to bring up to the playroom. My husband happened to be down there doing something else, so he was witness to what happened next. I pull out the xylophone toy, the red and green ball resting on the top of it. However, as I looked in the tote for the little hammer that goes with the toy, I saw the blue ball. I quickly grabbed and held it as my husband exclaimed, "Where the hell did that come from?" And I have no freaking clue. I would have remembered if I miraculously found it 6 months earlier before putting it away in the tote. I will add that I have had 3 kids in 5 years, so maybe memories are a bit spotty. However, I remember considering just throwing the toy out before putting it in the tote because it had a missing piece. I had tossed several things for that very reason. Anyway, weird. But the 3rd baby loves it. Nice. Case file number 2080, written by Animatronic Couch. 7 years on trial and a disappearance profile. I was on my way with my 2 kids to a cousin-in-law's kids' graduation party at the Grange Hall, a couple towns away from us, in Montague. It's a rural area, so not a lot of buildings or main roads. The Grange Hall was on River Road, the main road in the town. Well, I got on River Road and drove the entire length of it. No Grange Hall. Turned around, went back the other way. No Grange Hall. Pulled over at a parking spot that hunters use for a historic home and asking where the heck the Grange Hall was. She said it was just a mile from where I was and right along the road. Okay, I went up and down the road again, and nearby roads too, even. Still, no Grange. I was running out of gas at this point, so I just gave up and told her we couldn't find it, and sorry we missed the party. My mom had to go to an event there soon after, and she found it no problem. It was right up next to the road. Fast forward 7 years. My son was buying a car and he found one on the Facebook Marketplace. He asked if I could drive him there to look at it. The ad said it was in one town, but the seller texted me later and said no, it's actually in Montague. She gave me the address on River Road. Oh no. The morning we looked at the car, my son and I joked about how we couldn't find the party, and hopefully we can find this place. We did. We passed all the stuff we saw when looking for the Grange Hall, and we found the place where the car was for sale, easy peasy. Well, when we went to leave, we drove along and I crap you not, the fricking Grange Hall, huge and white with big black letters, was right there, right up against the road like my cousin-in-law and my mom said. There was no way to possibly miss it. My son and I just looked at each other like, what the frick? How? I still have no idea how the Grange Hall was just not there that time. It makes no sense. Case file number 2081, written by Scrivener's Error. High School Hall Silent Thief and a Pic's Brief Relief. When I was a high school senior, I'd caught a guitar pick of the lead singer of my favorite band at the time. He had thrown it into the audience. It was a pretty thick pick, and my dad used his thinnest drill to drill a hole in it, so I could put it on a ball-bearing chain or whatever they're called for a necklace. It was bright yellow, and on the back I fitted one of the band's stickers to it, before my dad drilled the hole and I could cut away the parts that overlapped the pick. I barely took it off unless I was showering. Went to a class in a hall that didn't have a ton of rooms. Left the class, had definitely still been wearing it when I left. Went to my locker to put away books before my next class. Then I went to fidget with it, and the pick was gone, chain still on me. There was no way it ripped out as my locker was 500 feet from the classroom, and all I did was walk over to my locker. It wasn't in my locker, wasn't anywhere in the hall on the floor or in the classroom, and I retraced my steps exactly. I was one of maybe 20 kids walking through that hall in the 5 minutes from leaving the class to going to my locker. No idea what happened to it. Similar thing happened when I was maybe 13 or 14. Had a tiny ring my dad bought me at an outdoor show that had to be sized down for my 8 or 9-year-old finger. Didn't fit anymore, so I kept it on an actual chain that couldn't really just break, but somehow it did. Left the aisle I was in at a grocery store and realized it was gone. That one is more believable because it was tiny, but I hadn't walked far and no one else was in the aisle, so it just disappeared. Case file number 2082, written by Need It Like Now, 9876. Engines Jest, Fairy's Quest, Hardware at Rest. In 2008, I bought a 20-inch, 1970 glass-plate cuddy cabin boat for fishing with my family. It had the original 4-cylinder Volvo Penta inboard-outboard motor on it, and the ignition system cap and rotor went bad. I decided to replace it with a newer, upgraded version, and I also had to take apart and replace a few other maintenance items while at it. Of course, this happened right before opening day for Dungeness crab season, so I bought the parts and started at about 3 p.m. As most projects had to make 3 runs into town for additional parts that broke, as they came off the engine. Salt water and metal. So at about 2 a.m., I'm reassembling everything, and I get down to the last part. I had placed all the parts and hardware in a specific place and organized how they came off. I found the part, but no hardware, like 8 nuts and bolts. It's late, it's dark, I'm tired. The hardware was gone. I had multiple work lights, a headlamp. I looked in every nook and cranny in that boat. The old parts and boxes, the trash, nothing. This is where it gets weird. I stopped and sat exactly where I was working when I disassembled it, and had this feeling like I was not alone and being watched. Kind of an oppressive feeling or a presence. The thought that immediately popped into my head is that the house we were renting was on Native American land, and I had recently been talking with some tribe members about folklore, Bigfoot, fairies and such. They conveyed to me some of their beliefs about small fairy-type creatures that like to play pranks and jokes. I don't know why, but I said out loud something to the effect of, "Good one, so funny, it's late. Can I finish this up and go to bed, please?" I hop out of the boat, go into the house, get a glass of water, and head back out to put up my tools and lights. I climb back in the boat and sit down, where I'd been previously. Start picking up my tools, and I glance over to where I had left the part and hardware originally. And the hardware was sitting in the exact spot. It was all perfectly lined up, like it was left as a presentation. I gave a sarcastic, audible, "You got me, good, little craps." Put the part and hardware back on the engine, picked it up and went to bed. I told the story to my family the next day, and they looked at me like I was crazy. Kinda pat you on the head, you're tired, kind of a disbelieving tone. A week or so later, I talked to the tribal members and told them what happened, and they just nodded and smiled. Oh boy, mischievous fairies. Case file number 2083, written by Ink7, USS Voyager, Memory, and Chakotay. The original writer of the Mandela Effect talked about a specific episode of Star Trek Voyager. In that episode, the character Chakotay was killed off. I remembered this vividly, because he was my favorite character, and I decided to stop watching Voyager then. A couple weeks later, his character was back on the show. I just thought they did some sci-fi stuff and brought him back. I didn't really care since Chakotay was back. Flash forward to the original writer of The Mandela Effect being at a Voyager convention, and at a panel with the actor who played Chakotay. She asked him about this specific episode and why she could never find it to rewatch. The actor, who at the time was also writing for the show, said that episode never happened, and not only did the episode never happen, but the idea was never floated at any point. So yeah, I remember a specific TV episode that another person I've never met remembers, and when a person directly linked to the subject was asked, they said it never happened. I don't know what that is, but it's been weird for me for years. You know, this happened to me too, with a Stargate SG-1 episode. Rewatching it as I always do, and there was an episode that I simply never remembered watching. It didn't exist, and now it does. Case file number 2084, written by Wide Ocean of Stars. Silent plea, watches vibrate, no call to see. I have this friend who I'm very close to. Whenever I need advice, she's the first person I talk to. I love her very much. A few weeks ago, something crazy happened. I argued with my boyfriend that night, and I felt like crap. I wanted to call her to talk to her about it, and I thought about it for like an hour, but for some reason I didn't. I guess I didn't want to bother her. The next morning, when I was at work and by myself with my thoughts, I kept thinking about the fight and if I should have called my friend instead of dwelling on my emotions. I wanted to talk to her so bad. Half an hour later, I got a message. I read it on my watch, and it was my friend texting me, "Did you call?" I was flabbergasted. I swear I didn't call her, and I had no idea what was happening. I told her no, I did not, and sent her a screenshot of my recent calls, which obviously didn't include her contact. During my break, I talked to her on the phone, and she told me that she was woken up by her watch vibrating that morning, saying I was calling. She found that weird, because my name had been saved in her contacts, written in font symbols, so usually when I called or texted, it would show up as Japanese signs or something on her watch, but that morning, it clearly read my first name. What was also weird is that she also couldn't find the call on the list in her recent calls. She literally couldn't find any proof. I told her what had happened the night before, and that I wanted to talk to her all along, but was too scared to actually call her. I have no idea how this is possible. I don't know if it was some weird telepathic thing, but it's one of the creepiest things that has ever happened to me. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. We didn't tell anyone about it because it just seemed too crazy to believe anyway. Case file number 2085, written by Thunder Snow. Car on fire, brakes expire, a hill most dire. I was 18 and bought my first car, very used. My friend and I decided to drive a couple hours away to camp at the coast for the weekend. The day before I left, my boss at work came up to me, visibly distressed, and said he had a really bad dream about our road trip, that something bad would happen to us, something involving the water. He was quite adamant that he felt we shouldn't go. We went anyway. It was fun. When the weekend was up, I was driving down the road and I felt compelled to be worried about one of the tires. Something is wrong with the wheel, is what I felt like I heard. I was a young teenage girl with absolutely zero understanding of cars or tires. And as far as I knew, the tires were all fine. I actually pulled over to the side of the road and made my friend get out and inspect all the tires with me. Everything looked hunky-dory to us. Still, when we came up to the turn ahead to turn home, we both felt a very strong hesitation that we should not go that way. We actually opted to drive a different route that would add 4+ hours to our trip, just to avoid the road that felt so hinky all of a sudden. So we're driving along, happy, having a fun time, when the car starts doing something shifty. Like it pulls randomly to one side. We shrug and think maybe the tires needed to be rotated. We'll stop at a tire place in the next town. When we eventually reach the next town, as we are literally pulling into a parking spot at their local tire shop, my brakes fail. They straight up don't work. Fortunately, the car managed to stop anyway. It was at low speed. I think very little of this, and tell the tire shop people that I think my tires need to be rotated. I swear, I'm not as ditzy as the story is making me sound. I was just wholly ignorant about cars. Auto shops should be brought back to public education. They got up under the car and informed me that my car had just been on fire, that I blew a bearing in one of the wheels, hence the shifty behavior, continued to drive down a highway like that, which somehow generated sparks that ignited something. Yeah, this was so long ago and I was so ignorant about cars. All I remember is it burned up my brakes and boiled the brake fluid. It cost a small fortune to get home. But later my friend and I looked at a map. It turns out, if we had driven home, my brakes would have failed around when we reached a famous steep hill, heading downwards. The hill was famous because of how many people die there yearly. At the base of the hill is a rushing river, which then brought to memory the dream my boss had had. Case file number 2086, written by A Mixed Bombshell. Kitchen magic, bonked in fact. Okay, so this glitch just happened to me about 40 minutes ago while I was cooking dinner. I had to cut up some chicken, so I went and looked for a glass cutting board, which me and my boyfriend both put right between the microwave and the wall. I looked there, it's not there. So I asked the boyfriend where it is since it's not there. He looks there, it's not there, so we both are confused and begin to search the kitchen. I check that spot again one more time and it's still not there. It's nowhere to be found. So I was just going to use the cooking stone that we have that's on top of the microwave to cut the chicken. I didn't really want to use it since I didn't know if the chicken juices could be absorbed into the stone and cross-contaminate other foods. Because of this, I took the stone out of the box it was in and read the instructions to see if it was safe to use. As I'm getting done reading the pamphlet, I look at the side of the microwave again, and lo and behold, there's the cutting board. At this point, I freak out and ask my boyfriend if he's playing mind games with me. He gets confused and asks what I mean. And I tell him that I found the cutting board right where we both just looked. He says there's no way it was there, and we both know that it definitely wasn't there. I had even stuck my hand where it was supposed to be. There was literally nothing other than some ramen that fell there. This kind of thing happens to me all the time, and I always just kind of write it off as me having a bad memory or my cats taking stuff and dragging it somewhere else. But this is the first time that me and someone else have experienced it at the same time, so I feel like I can't write this one off. Scary, but cool. Case file number 2087, written by Nervous Case 6909. Parking lot paradox, Prius in a new box. This car was not a Tesla or any other car with self-driving capabilities. It is a 2012 Toyota Prius. This happened 3 months ago, and I still haven't been able to come up with a rational explanation other than a glitch. It was a week before my brother's wedding, so I was staying with my parents to help them with preparations. My mom asked me to pick up her Sephora order from the mall. So I borrowed one of her cars, drove over there, and parked near the entrance closest to the Sephora. For context, this is an indoor mall that I'm very familiar with because I grew up in that area. While some of the stores have moved in and out, the general layout has stayed the same, and the Sephora has been in the same spot for as long as I can remember. You go through the side entrance, up the escalator, make a left, and it's the third store on your right. So I go inside, and the first thing I see is a brand new splatter room. I love splatter rooms, So I took a photo and texted it to my cousin group chat to tell them we should all do that together when they came into town for the wedding. Then I ran up to Sephora, grabbed my mom's order, and ran back out of the entrance I came in. I was inside for less than 10 minutes. When I got to where I had parked the car, it wasn't there. There was another car in that spot. I thought for sure I was just misremembering and it must be in the general area. So I started weaving up and down the parking spaces. After 5-ish minutes, I started pressing the lock button on my keys, but I couldn't hear anything from the car. I was just super confused, but still figured I was just misremembering. Maybe I parked it further away from the entrance and hadn't realized it? So I walked all the way down that row of parking spaces until I got to the actual road, carefully looking at every spot, all the while still pressing the lock button on the keys. Nothing. Then I did the same thing for the parking rows on either side of where I thought I'd parked. This time I was pushing the panic button too. Still nothing. I now knew the car must have been stolen, and I couldn't believe that this would happen right before my brother's wedding. I called my mom and explained the situation to her. The whole time she was on the phone, I was walking up and down different parking rows, looking for the car, hoping to God I just missed it. I knew I had to go inside and ask security if they had camera footage, and then report the car stolen. But also, I'm brown, and I've had bad cop experiences before, so I thought that I would walk all the way around the mall just once, and then report the car stolen. I was still rapidly pushing the lock and panic buttons, trying to breathe deeply and not freak out. When I got to the other side of the mall, a completely different entrance than the one I had come out of like 40 minutes earlier. That's when I heard the car. It was there, and it was parked, just not where I left it. I wanted so badly to believe that I had just forgot where I'd parked the car. I tried telling myself that I was just stressed out with the wedding and preparations, but I had the text that I'd sent to my cousins about the splatter room, with a photograph. 2 of them had replied to it. I know I went in that entrance. If I had parked it on the opposite side, I would have had to walk all the way around the mall to get to that entrance, which was ridiculous. It still creeps me out just thinking about it. Case file number 2088, written by Informed in the Chaos. My phone, crumbs, and chaos. I work from home and often sit on my couch to do menial tasks in the afternoons. I sit with a side table on my left and an organizer bin to my right. Since I do this so often, I have chargers laying just right, supplies on the side table, etc. I went to lift my phone a few minutes ago and stupidly grabbed it by the charger. It got snagged on the couch and ended up falling between the couch cushion and the armrest. Because of the way I heard it fall and how loud it was, I actually thought that the phone fell all the way through the couch and onto the floor. I got on my hands and knees and looked under the couch. When I didn't see it, I realized that it had not fallen all the way through and was actually stuck inside the couch itself. After moving the organizer bin, pillow, and couch cushion, I could see a small hole where the phone must have perfectly fallen, allowing it to go into the couch. I attempted to stick my arm into that hole, but then had no choice but to rip the lining of the couch in order to get my hand close enough to the phone to grab it. I got my phone and cringed at the amount of crumbs that were attached to it. I wiped it off, plugged it back into the charger, and placed it on my right side table, while mentally noting how close I had just come to damaging it, since it was delivered to me only 24 hours ago and is brand new. I then put my workspace and cushion back. I added a pillow to the side of the couch nearest the side table, so that nothing could fall back into the hole. I was thinking about how I was going to go about fixing the hole I had ripped in the lining, when I reached for my phone on the side table. It wasn't there. I stood up and looked around, comically patting my non-existent pockets. I looked under the couch, in my organizer bin, everywhere. Then I dinged my phone with my watch, and I could hear it. It was inside the couch. I removed the pillow and cushion and went to reach my hand in the hole in the lining I had just created, but I couldn't. The hole wasn't big enough. I had to rip it again. Here's how I know it was a glitch and cannot be explained away. 1. I am home alone. No one could have moved it, but even if I wasn't alone, I hadn't left the room. This all happened within a few moments. 2. I heard it fall through the couch the first time. It was loud and undeniable. I would have heard it if it had fallen again. There are no sounds in this room except for my dog softly snoring. 3. I plugged it back into its charger after I got it out of the couch the first time. Even if it had somehow fallen, the charger would have been moved, but it wasn't. It was laying just as I had laid it, only it wasn't attached to the phone like it should have been. 4. I had to rip the lining again. It was as though the universe reset by like 2 minutes, and my phone went back into the couch and the lining unripped. After I posted this original story last night, I decided to call my adult child to tell them about it. We were laughing in a, well, that's creepy as hell and unexplainable, but it's also super cool kind of way. When I start to say something that has shaken me to my core and has made me question the universe. Yesterday morning, like 12 hours before the glitch, I was taking another of my children to school and I felt compelled to tell them a story. When I was a teenager, the exact same age as this child, I was in a car crash. A friend had just gotten her license and had lost control on black ice. We slid to the driver's side, and then she overcorrected and we slid, nose first, into a ditch on the passenger side. I had, only seconds prior, took my seatbelt off to grab a piece of gum from her purse in the back seat. I still remember the way my body crashed to the roof of the car and then back to my seat over and over as the car flipped end over end 4 times. I then remember waking up to her screaming, "Oh my God, I killed my best friend!" I somehow walked away from being ejected out the back window. No one could understand how I was okay. I had minor cuts and bruises, and my ankle was pretty messed up. But I didn't even have to spend the night in a hospital after flying through a window and into a field. Medics and doctors kept saying, "You're the luckiest kid ever. Wear your seatbelt from now on." Blah blah blah. My family couldn't believe it and sobbed when they picked me up from the hospital. But it was more profound than that to me. Something changed in me that never felt the same again. It was as though I felt like I should have died, but didn't. So again, yesterday morning, hours before the glitch, I was telling one of my kids that I hated driving on December 17th every year, but that I couldn't get out of it last night due to commitments we had as a family. I told them I would be extra careful driving, as I always am, especially on the anniversary of the night I should have died. So, as I was telling my older son the glitch story, I began to say, well, be careful driving tonight. You know what today is, and I'm always skittish on the anniversary of the accident. When I looked at the clock, ladies and gentlemen, my phone somehow ended up on my couch for a second time, and the lining unripped at the exact same time. Within a few minutes, the accident was decades ago, before cell phones. I didn't even have an exact time of the crash, of the anniversary of the night I should have died. There's a small 10-ish window that I know the car crash was, decades ago. I know that the phone glitch was within that time frame last night. I'm honestly wondering if I jumped timelines back then, and then somehow the universe glitched last night because of it. I'm not scared or freaked out like I would expect to feel. If anything, it's like I feel as though the universe somehow gave me an extra chance at life. I'm grateful. Well, we have the old adage of cats have 9 lives. Well, we have a lot more than 9 lives. Case file number 2089, written by Lady McIntyre. Scorpion sensed without pretense. I once saw a scorpion near my feet without the actual ability to see it. I was sitting at a roll-top desk, so the legs were drawers and there was a cutoff with just enough room for a chair. I was sitting with my feet on the floor in this area and the room was dark, the only light being cast on me from my laptop screen. Up to this point, I'd lived in this house for a good 5 to 7 years and had never found a scorpion there. At some point, I got a vivid mental image of a scorpion crawling towards my feet. I pulled my feet up instinctively, then thought, that was a weird thought, and went to investigate. Sure enough, there was a scorpion crawling right along the baseboard. I had no line of sight to this area while seated at the desk, and as I mentioned, the room was dark. I didn't actually spot the scorpion until I flipped the lights on. No idea how I knew, but I just did. My hearing generally isn't great, but I wonder if maybe somehow I heard it. Maybe I have an innate nature sounds catalog or something, since as a child I also correctly identified a rat problem, as opposed to the mice my parents thought they were dealing with, because I heard their tails slapping the walls as they turned around. Case file number 2090, written by Careless Hellscape. Dogs 3 escape. No thumb, no mistake. I was feeding my dogs before sitting down for work. I feed them each in a specific room of the house and never divert from it, so I know where I put my dog. To keep it simple, let's call them dogs 1 through 4, with dog in question being dog 3. I put dog 1, a 12-week-old puppy, in her playpen to eat, then put dog 2 in his kennel in my bedroom. I put dog 3 in my son's room and closed the door so that the cats don't harass her. Dog 4 was fed in the living room. Fast forward to about 15 minutes later. I hear dog 3 whining in my son's room. I know for a fact it was her whine. It's horribly high-pitched. So I got up to let her out. While getting up, I could clearly see dogs 1 and 4. I could hear dog 3 whining behind the door up to the point of turning the knob. But when I opened the door, she didn't come out. I looked in my son's room, but she wasn't there either. It's a small room and she's a 50-pound medium dog. There was nowhere to hide. So I turned around to look down the hall and I see dog 3 coming out of my bedroom across the house. There's just no way. Obligatory. No carbon monoxide detected in the house. I wasn't drunk, high, didn't sleep any worse than usual, didn't recently suffer a head injury. Everything is fine. I don't know how to rationalize how she got up there. Dog 2 is still in his kennel, so I didn't mix them up. Plus, they look nothing alike. There were no windows open. She's a dog and has no thumbs, so she did not open the door herself, somehow sneak past my desk, across the living room, and into my room, where she then threw her voice back into my son's room. I didn't absent-mindedly get up and let her out. I have a disability that makes getting up and down very slow and painful. I would remember getting up. There are no big vents, giant holes in my house, or any other doors leading out of that room. I was standing in the doorway the whole time. She could not have gotten past me, because there's a dresser that keeps that door from fully opening. Only one person and a thing can fit through the space at a time. I'm baffled. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I absolutely could not have overlooked feeding dog 3. I feed my dogs in alphabetical order according to their names. Unless I also forgot dog 4, I could not have missed 3, if that makes sense. Case file number 2091, written by Nazrian. Blue shirt, gray car, double siding. It was just another ordinary day. I was minding my business, washing my clothes like I always did. A little backstory. I have a cousin who lives across the street, but not directly opposite my house. Our homes are slightly staggered. This particular day, a neighbor was getting married, and since my cousin is good friends with him, he had been helping with the wedding arrangements. He wasn't home when all this went down. Now to the story. I was outside at the side of my house, taking clothes out of the dryer to hang them up. The sun was just right, and I was in my zone. That's when I heard it. A car with loud music pulled up in front of my cousin's house. Curious, I paused for a moment, but since I couldn't see his house directly from where I stood, I could only see the street, so I continued with my chore. After about 10 seconds, the car drove off. I leaned forward to catch a glimpse of it. To my surprise, it was my cousin in his gray car, windows rolled down, and I saw him clearly, wearing a blue shirt, party vibes and all. He was heading in the opposite direction, not the direction he came from, and I thought to myself, this man is definitely in party mode. Shrugging it off, I continued with my task. I grabbed 2 more pieces of clothing from the dryer, then moved to the front of my house to hang them on the balcony. But then, something strange happened. There he was, my cousin again, pulling into his driveway, coming from the opposite direction, not the direction he went. Same car, same blue shirt, only this time there was no loud music. I froze. What just happened? It had only been seconds since I saw him leave in the other direction, and now he comes from the opposite direction back? What is happening? Was it someone else the first time? But I clearly saw him. He has a specific look. It was definitely him. And if he took a detour, it is impossible to be home in less than 20 seconds. The detour usually takes 5 to 6 minutes, and I was outside the whole time with the street in view, so it can't be that he turned around without me noticing. Left me wondering, who was it the first time? Case file number 2092, written by No Problem, Cupcake. Whisper low, out the door, where did he go? I had just gone to bed, maybe 10 minutes, and I was reading a book. My husband walked into the bedroom and said something. I could see him standing next to the bed while I was reading. I still don't know what he said, and then he went to the bathroom. It sounded like him. Maybe the voice was a little lower. He was in the room for maybe 20 seconds. So when he walked out of the bedroom, I asked him what he said, but he didn't answer. I got out of bed because it felt weird. When I think about it, I still get this feeling like something was off. I got out of bed and walked to the bathroom. There was nobody. And I heard our front door open downstairs and my husband came in with our dogs. I heard them come in, he locked the doors, and he got up to the bedroom. He just got back because the dog had to pee. He was out for 5 to 10 minutes. So when he was in the bedroom talking to me, he was also outside? Still don't understand this. Case file number 2093, written by Snoo Tangerines 4981. The Magic of Matt. It's near Christmas of 1980. I'm a young teenager in the hospital, MD Anderson, who was going to be spending Christmas and New Year's in the hospital. So it was extra important to my dad that he got me whatever I wanted for Christmas. I wanted a memory game called Simon. It was one of the toys to have that Christmas. Impossible to get, but my dad was going to at least try. My dad is at Toys R Us staring at the empty shelf where the Simon game would be, if it were in stock. An employee with the name Matt on his name tag, attached to his Toys R Us vest, asked my dad if he could help him. My dad said he was looking for a Simon game. Matt simply said, "Follow me," and led my dad back to the warehouse area. And there was one Simon game by itself and, without saying anything, picked it up, handed it to my dad and walked away. My dad went to pay for it, and a confused cashier asked my dad, "Where did you get this? Because this has been sold out for days." My dad said Matt got it for him. The cashier, more confused now, said, "We don't have a Matt that works here." My dad described Matt and how he brought my dad to where it was. The cashier is now freaking out because no one with Matt's description works there. Both my dad and I had extra special Christmases that year. 5 Christmases later, I wind up working at the same Toys R Us. Case file number 2094, written by Whole Wafer 54. Speedy lights, then nothing in sight. I was driving my girlfriend at the time home from her dad's house to her mom's house. On a pretty desolate back road. Not much traffic on that road whatsoever, especially at night. And there are only 2 houses on this road which are spaced out pretty far. This road has a 35 mph speed limit and is pretty much 100% straight for about 1.5 miles. and then there was a 90-degree turn which is marked well. This particular night, I'd been driving on the road for probably 3/4 of a mile. I checked my rearview mirror, which I normally do multiple times while driving, and I saw some headlights behind me, probably 1/4 of a mile back. Didn't think much of it, but the lights were getting brighter and closer at a pretty good rate. I was driving about 40 and kept my speed. Before I knew it, the headlights were right on my tailgate. It looked as if they were in the other lane to pass. The 90-degree turn was coming up quickly and not too far in front of us now, and I thought, holy crap, this jerk is about to pass me with the turn coming up. I saw the headlights in my driver's side mirror, and I started looking out of my window to see who was driving like that and flipped them off because it was a stupid move to pass there. But there was absolutely no vehicle that passed me. No more headlights. No sign of any sort of vehicle being there. My girlfriend had seen this happen as well. She told me to stop at the 90-degree turn and turn around, thinking that maybe the car crashed in the ditch or went off the road. I turned around and drove back that way, went really slow, and looked on both sides of the road. There was no sign of any vehicle, no tire tracks, no smoke from a crashed car, absolutely nothing. I had goosebumps for the rest of the night. Case file number 2095, written by Raoul Duke, Scarface, Ticks, and Beastly Rage. My ex used to be a nanny for this rich family when we lived in Northern California. When they would go out of town, we would house and dog sit for their Great Dane. The first weekend we ever stayed, we got there and we had lunch and decided to take a nap. My ex woke up saying she had this terrible nightmare of an old woman staring at her just inches from her face as she was sleeping. She said it felt super real and was like in the room we're in. Anyway, later that day, she had to nanny for another family while I stayed at the house with the dog. They had satellite TV, and I found Scarface to watch. I started up when my ex gets home. I pause the movie and turn everything off, the TV and the sound system. It's just before the chainsaw scene in Scarface. We go upstairs and go to the bed, and the Great Dane is sleeping, and then I doze off. A short while later, maybe 45 minutes, all of a sudden, the house lights up with the sound of gunfire, screaming, cursing, and chainsaws. I jump out of bed, and I'm so startled and disoriented, I can't figure out what's going on. Finally, it dawned on me. The TV turned on, the satellite turned on, and the sound system turned on. Then somehow it hit play on the DVR where I had Scarface paused. I go downstairs and turn everything off, comfort my ex and the dog, and we go back to bed. About 20 minutes later, as I'm falling asleep again, I hear a loud tick, 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 tick. There is a short pause, and then another loud tick, 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 tick. It happens again and again for about 5 minutes before I get up. As I get up and I'm about to exit the main bedroom, the Great Dane loses his freaking mind. He starts growling and barking, and the hair on his neck is bristling up. I grab this old table leg that was in the bedroom from a broken dresser they have, while I'm still hearing the tick, 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 tick sound. At this point, I'm convinced there is an intruder in the house, and I'm thinking I'm going to have a throwdown with some robber. Thankfully, I am a big guy. I had a weapon and a scary as hell Great Dane on my side. I yell downstairs something to the effect of, "If you don't leave, I'm going to bash your freaking head in." I don't hear anyone run out, but the tick, 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 tick immediately stops. After about 5 minutes of listening into the dark and hearing nothing, I worked up the courage to go and search the rest of the house with the dog and weapon. I searched freaking everywhere and couldn't find anything, not even a source for the ticking. Finally, I'm standing in the kitchen island, confused as hell, thinking, where is the intruder? Or at least, what was making the ticking noise? Then I look at the freaking island stovetop and realized it was the sound of the pilot light on their gas cooktop on the island. It turned on and sure enough, tick, 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 At that point, I'm freaking the frick out, but try to play it cool. When I go back to bed, I explain what happened to my ex and comforted her, because by this point she was really upset, almost in tears. She finally falls asleep like an hour later. By this point, it's like 3 a.m. But I can't sleep. I start to hear banging and thuds coming from up above us on the roof. The house was one of those McMansions, but since it was newer, it didn't have an attic, just a crawl space with insulation. I sat there and listened to the odd thump and bang in the roof for about 15 minutes, until it became completely quiet. I was finally able to fall asleep like an hour or so later. We never had any issues with the house again. Wow, I would not have stayed there myself. Basically a ghost trying to blow you up by gas. Crazy. Case file number 2096, written by Phoebe. The Mystery of the Missing Mourners. When I was 10 or 11 years old, I was at my grandfather's funeral. It was taking place in a funeral home that was housing 3 funerals all at once in 3 separate rooms. Because of that, the place had a lot of strangers wandering about, mourning the loss of their loved one. There was a downstairs area with seating, tea, and coffee. I guess for people to kinda get away and have a quiet place to chat with one another. My uncle took us kids down and told us a few ghost stories. Thanks, uncle. We drank a few cups of tea and went back up. The place was still packed with somber people. I waited around in my grandfather's room for a bit, but I didn't really feel like being there anymore, so I went back downstairs to make myself another cup of tea. I was only down there for maybe 3 minutes, at the most 5. The tea was already prepared. All I needed to do was pour it and put sugar and milk in. I came back up with my tea, and the place was completely empty. I was just so confused. Just minutes ago, 3 funerals were taking place simultaneously, and a ton of people were there, along with all my family members. But they had all vanished, and none of the funeral home workers were there either. I was freaked out, to say the least. I went into all the rooms, each one having an open casket with a dead person inside, but completely empty of any living people. Then I noticed an open door at the end of a hallway and went into it. It led me outside where a man dressed like a really posh valet parker was standing. Just standing there, not even saying a thing. The whole experience was completely surreal. I just stood with him for a minute. I didn't know what the hell was going on. Then a black funeral limo rolls into the parking lot from the road, and out jumps my dad, apologizing for forgetting about me. It was so weird to me that not only had everyone vacated the premises at the same time, in the short amount of time that I was downstairs getting tea, but also that they had time to drive for a few blocks before realizing I wasn't with them. So, Home Alone, glitch style, and funeral style. Nice. Case file number 2097, written by Animated Dollface. In the Cushions, Firmly Cast. 9 months ago, our TV remote went missing. I have 2 younger kids, and the darn thing has gone missing before, so this last time I just said, frick it, and didn't order a new remote, and I'm just paying for the Universal Remote app on my phone. A couple nights ago, I'm watching Bluey on TV with my kids before bed. The kids get tired, and I put them to bed. After I put them to bed, Bluey is still playing on TV. I hit the home button on my remote app because I'm not wanting to watch Bluey by myself, or hear it in the background, and I'm not really interested in watching TV at all. Hitting the home button brings up a screen with nothing playing. I'm scrolling my phone when Bluey comes on again. I hit the home button again on my app. I'm scrolling on my phone and Bluey pops up again and starts playing. It finally dawns on me that maybe I'm sitting on the actual physical remote, like it got lost in the cushions and it's lodged in there. Lo and behold, I found the actual remote. I'm so excited, and I proudly tell my husband I found the actual damn remote. And he reminds me that we bought our new couch 5 months ago. 4 months after the remote went missing. So yeah, not sure what the hell happened there, but I'm happy to have my new, old remote back. Case file number 2098, written by Stinger Bell. The Seagull's Stinky Strategy. I had the television on, and there must have been a show on Discovery or Animal Planet about seagulls. I'm a bit of a know-it-all, and was surprised to learn that if you disturb their nests, seagull parents will try to chase off any predators, only they do it in a rather interesting way. They dive bomb you with crap and vomit. Being seabirds and scavengers, their bellies are usually full of some type of rotting fish, stinking to high heaven. Just the smell, and the psychotic bird swooping for the back of your head every time you turn away, are usually enough to send any predator scurrying. Anyways, a couple hours after seeing this, I had to visit the local shopping mall. As I'm walking out of the car park towards the entrance, there's a seagull sitting about 30 feet up on the roof. The mall was a fair distance inland, not the most common seagull territory, and it was the first seagull I'd seen that day, reminding me of the TV show I just watched. The sidewalk leading to the mall's entrance took me right underneath with the seagull, who was getting more and more pissed the closer I got. I've seen birds protect their nests before, so I figured she must have babies nearby. I specifically remember thinking, "You'd better not even be thinking of puking on me, you stupid screeching bird." But then I laughed, as I lived by the ocean for the last 30 years, and never once had I ever seen or heard of a seagull puking on anybody. And really, what danger am I to a nest 30 feet up? I'm not freaking Spider-Man or anything. And thousands of people must use this sidewalk every day. What's a stupid thing going to do? Puke on every pedestrian going into the mall? Well, sure enough, as I reach the building, the bird dive bombs me, puking a dark, wretched, rotting fish-smelling bile on my head. Luckily, there was a series of awnings overhanging the sidewalk, which would protect me the few hundred feet to the mall. Or should I say, would have protected me if the seagull hadn't flown a few feet in front of me and stopped at the space between awnings to puke and crap on me as I passed unprotected underneath. Now I was thinking, that stupid bird isn't going to follow me 200 feet away from its nest just to puke and crap on someone who is absolutely no threat to its babies, you would think. The bastard followed me awning after awning, and the split second I appeared unprotected below, on came another stream of fishy vomit, accompanied by shrieks and dive bombs at the back of my head. The aim was phenomenal. Aim hackers, really. $1 million smart bombs don't reach anywhere near this kind of accuracy. The smell was so awful that I had to give up trying to make it to the mall, and too big of a mess to clean up in a mall toilet. About 2/3 of the way there, and turned back from my car so I could go home and shower. Freaking seagulls. This was one of the funniest stories I've ever read. Freaking seagulls indeed. Case file number 2099, written by Interstellar Seas. Pocket trick, card slick. Oh, how sick. I was heading to the post office, and before leaving the house, I slid my heavy metal credit card into the pocket of my pajama pants. I remember doing it clearly, the weight of the card, the cool metal against my hand, and the deliberate motion of putting it in my pocket. I even felt the card there as I drove. When I arrived at the post office, I instinctively reached into my pocket to retrieve the card, but it wasn't there. I checked again, nothing. I emptied my pocket, ran my hand along the fabric, and patted down my entire outfit, still nothing. Puzzled, I returned to my car and searched the seats, the floor, and even the center console, thinking perhaps I had somehow dropped it or misplaced it on the way. But no luck. By this point, I figured I must have left the card at home, even though I was sure I had felt it during the drive. Frustrated but resigned, I drove the short distance back to my house, my mind replaying the moment I had placed the card in my pocket, trying to convince myself that I had somehow imagined it. When I parked, I got out of the car and stood up to walk into my house and froze. The card was in my pocket. I felt it immediately. The familiar heaviness and the unmistakable outline of the metal card pressing against my leg. I reached into my pocket, and there it was, sitting exactly where it should have been all along. My stomach dropped. I stood there, rooted in place, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I checked and rechecked my pocket again, even though I knew it was impossible to miss the card. The pocket wasn't deep enough to lose it, and the weight of the card made it impossible not to notice. There is no way it could have been caught in the fabric or overlooked during my earlier searches. And I'm certain I didn't put it back in my pocket during the drive home. I was too focused on the mystery of where it had gone to even consider doing that. This isn't the first time something like this has happened to me. Over the years, I've noticed small, inexplicable events that make me question reality. I even have a name for it. I call them gremlins. It's as if these mischievous forces mess with me to make me feel crazy. They'll hide things in plain sight, move objects around, or make me doubt my own memory. This day at the post office was just another instance, in a long line of strange occurrences that I can't explain. I have tried to rationalize it 100 different ways since then, but no explanation feels satisfying. The entire sequence of events defied logic. It was as if reality had momentarily bent or shifted, and the card had disappeared into some unknown void, only to reappear when I least expected it. All I know is that for those brief surreal moments, it felt like I had stepped outside of the normal rules of the universe. Case file number 2100, written by cowboys on ketamine. Paint and step, yet no crack kept. I have a small mirror, maybe 8 by 12 inches, that has a metal frame around it. I had been painting the frame and sat it on the floor to dry, which, in retrospect, was a dumb thing to do. I ended up stepping on the mirror, with shoes on thankfully, so I didn't hurt myself, and instantly knew I had cracked it just by the way it felt. I looked down to confirm a giant crack across the whole length mirror, but I was in a rush to leave my house, so I left it there to deal with it when I got back. I'm sure you see where this is going. When I got home, the mirror was back in perfect shape. No cracks, no scratches, no nothing. I'm pretty elated because I really like this mirror and was pretty damn bummed that I had ruined it, especially in such a dumb way. But I'm also pretty confused about it. If I had stopped to pick up the pieces and dispose of them instead of rushing out of the house, what would have happened? Also, what does this mean for my 7 years of bad luck? I don't think you can get out of that on a technicality, sorry. Case file number 2101, written by Zyklonus, the Broomstick Legs of Doom. When I was 6, we had just moved into a new house. I didn't like to sleep with the door closed, and my bed wasn't set up yet. I slept on the floor with a lot of blankets facing the doorway, which intersected with the hallway. On the opposite side was my parents' room. They left their door cracked to give me some added security. At the end of the hallway, left in my field of vision, was a closet. I started to hear whispering and mumbles. It got louder and louder. I started to freak out. I thought it might be my parents, but I could hear my dad snoring. Then I could hear something scratching on the inside of the closet door. I went totally numb, cold sweat, eyes huge and shaking. Then the door flies open. I had the blankets wrapped around my face, so I didn't have my peripheral vision. I saw 2 giant feet with broomstick-sized legs bolt down the hallway. The legs and feet were shadowy and dark. There were a couple crashes in the hallway and a thud against the opposite wall. My parents' light came on. They came in and turned on the light in my room to find me in my fetal position, totally wrapped up like a burrito in my blankets. Some newly hung pictures, 3, were on the floor of the hallway. 2 of them had broken. There were some glass shards on the floor. At the other end of the hallway, there was a fist-sized hole in the wall. They blamed me. I was spanked. they cleaned up the mess and went back to bed. That is a grave injustice. Damn. Case file number 2102, written by Mentat. From home to store, a cloud I wore. One day, I was walking to a convenience store a few blocks away from my house. It was a bright summer day in my little tropical country, and there was not a cloud in sight. By the time that I got a few meters down the road, however, I realized that I felt a drizzle. I looked up. Nope, no clouds still. I looked around for anyone that may have been playing some odd prank on me, and then I noticed a dark streak on the asphalt. From my house to the spot I was standing in there was a trail of dampness. In front of me, the road was bone dry. I walked a little bit faster, but I still felt the drizzle. I broke into a small sprint, but still couldn't get away from it. I even tried taking a detour to no avail. For the next 15 minutes of my walk, I guess I had a barely visible or invisible cloud over my head that was drizzling just on me. It felt like a cartoon, but I wasn't in a foul mood or cel-shaded or anything. Once I got past being weirded out, I had a pretty good laugh about it. Case file number 2103, written by Stack Being, The Karamazov Coincidence. I was on the train going to work while reading The Brothers Karamazov. Then, two girls took their seats in front of me. I looked over the book and saw their faces. They were pretty and they were the same, and straight looking at me. Twins, I thought, and kept on reading. A few minutes later, I looked over the book again. They had the same haircut. That's fun until you're 8 years old. Keep on reading. Then I had a longer look. Same shirt. Same glasses. What? Same mother-freaking folder. And they mother-freaking held it at the same way against their chest. Same earrings, same necklace. It was turning ridiculous. I hid behind the book, but I was still watching below it. Same shoes, socks, and skirt. They even had an identical scar in the left side of the left leg. That was too much. I turned my head to both sides and nobody was paying attention to them. For a few more moments, I thought I was going nuts. They were identical in every detail I could think of, and it was overwhelmingly creepy. I got down at my station and they were still looking right at my eyes, through the window, until the train left. Case file number 2104, written by 98 Akura, Nightmare of Speed and the Tire of Greed. I had a dream where I was driving to work. I had an Acura Integra at the time, and while it was nothing special, I habitually drove entirely too fast. Anyway, in my dream, which was on a Saturday night, it was a very, very vivid dream. I was driving to work on a Monday morning as normal, doing speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour across the bay, Tampa, Florida, when I had a front driver tire blow out. That caused my car to go violently full speed into the concrete divider wall. I remember the car flipping and an explosion. Then I went black, death. I woke up a few moments later with a very good recollection of the events. Didn't think much about it, rolled over, went back to sleep. The next day, Sunday, I had been planning for a while to change my oil that day. I had also never once, except for the dream, thought about the condition of my tires. Even after the dream, I didn't think twice about it. So I get under the car, start changing the oil. I turn my head to the left to wipe some sweat off my face, and catch a glimpse of my front driver tire. The entire circumference of the tire, the tread, had separated from the sidewall, and the metal belts were exposed. The dream didn't offer details as to how the tire blew out. Also, it wasn't something that would have been on my mind, as the tires were fairly new, 8 months, 10 to 12,000 miles on them. The tires had a directional tread pattern, so I could only rotate front to back. However, the back tires would develop ridges, so when I put on the front, they had a terrible ride. so rotating them wasn't something I had thought of. Needless to say, I called into work Monday morning and gimped the car to the nearest tire store for a new set. Never had another tire wear the same way that one did, that fast. Case file number 2105, written by Anonymous. Night's Creep, Why We Couldn't Sleep. Several years ago, I was jolted awake from a sound sleep at around 3 in the morning. I had no idea why. I wandered out of my room to find my roommate had just woken up as well, in the same way. We couldn't understand it, but something just didn't feel right, like the world was somehow darker. I called a friend of mine across town. Even at 3 in the morning, I didn't hesitate. Somehow I knew she would be awake too. This wasn't a normal hour for any of us to be awake on a weeknight. We all had work the next morning. I confirmed that she had just woken up the same way and had the same feeling. We were all wide awake for a few hours until the creeping dread seemed to subside. Then slept for a few more hours before we needed to go about our normal day. I told a few friends at work about this the next day, and suddenly, everyone was a little more pale and quiet. It had happened to all of us. I even mentioned it in passing to a customer as I apologized for a sleepy yawn. And he said something about not sleeping well the night before as he took his purchase and left. A little ambiguous, but it certainly didn't help the general state of paranoia. I only talked to one person who said they slept fine, another friend of mine who I visited that evening. He told me he didn't believe that anything like that could happen, but several months later, he told me he had lied about it. It seemed the whole town had just been stirred awake for a few hours that night, with no explanation. I had some sort of gut feeling about this, that something very big had been set in motion that night, and the epicenter of it was somewhere nearby. I still wish I had recorded the date or kept some kind of journal that could help me recall it, but it never really came up again. The part of it that creeped me out the most was calling a friend at 3 in the morning, who shouldn't have been awake either, immediately asking, "You feel it too, don't you?" and getting an affirmative response. Yeah, that's creepy. Case file number 2106, written by Melanthius. The mix-up of cars and a Diet Coke of wonder. My friend returned to her black Ford Explorer in the parking lot of a mall. She opened it up, got in, drove home. Once she got home, she couldn't open the garage door. The garage door opener had gone missing. Then she started looking around the car. All sorts of foreign items were present in the Ford that weren't hers. An empty can of Diet Coke, a magazine, a pack of tissues. She realized then that it wasn't her car. Ultimately, she tracked down the owner of the Ford. As it turns out, the owner of the car had done exactly the same thing. Each driver had driven home the other's black Ford Explorer. They met up and exchanged vehicles without incident. Even when I repeat this story back, it still feels like a freaking weird dream that couldn't possibly have happened, but it did. Case file number 2107, written by Henderson 2026. Detour into Twilight Zone, 300 miles in 15 minutes. This happened around 1995. I was working with a subcontractor, and we left the job site to get to the contractor's main office, to turn in paperwork so we can get paid for the week. On the way to the main office, there was road construction ahead, and we had to take a detour. Little did we know, that detour went through the Twilight Zone. After taking a detour, we very quickly got lost. So we pulled over to this gas station to ask for directions. After finding out where we were and pulling out the map that we had in the glove compartment, to my horror, I found out we were 300 miles from where we started. We had traveled 300 miles in 15 minutes. What took us 15 minutes ago, one way, took us nearly 5 hours to go back the other way. I did not get home until after midnight. We never did figure out what happened. The old man flat out refused to talk about it. Space-time portals, baby. Case file number 2108. Written by Ella Mariachi 304. From Warts to Wonders. When I was just a kid, around 6 or 7 years old, I had a lot of warts on my hands. What started as 1 or 2 warts became over a dozen of them, all over my fingers. My mother and father brought me to a doctor. I grew up in Spain in the 1980s. What the doctor recommended shocked and offended my parents. He actually suggested we count the warts and throw as many chickpeas into any fountain in front of a church, all while reciting Hail Marys. This was a man who was a doctor of medicine, and he proudly displayed his diploma on the wall of his office. My parents didn't believe it would work, but they were out of ideas. I certainly didn't know what to believe. I just went along with what the adults told me to do. That same day, me and my parents followed that doctor's prescription. At this point in time, I had a wart problem for over 6 months. Well, what do you know? The next morning when I woke up, the warts were smaller and flatter. And the day after that, they were gone. No scars, no burning, no freezing, no chemicals, no trace of them whatsoever. I am now 15 years older than I was then, and I am an atheist simply because there's more evidence for there being no God than the alternative. But this is still one of those things I could never explain. My family and I have discussed whether some placebo effect could have taken place, and I can't rule it out, but I will say this. Nobody in my family thought it would work or expected it to, much less me. Case file number 2109, written by Anonymous. The Strange Melodies of Zweibrücken. When I was a kid, we lived in Zweibrücken, West Germany, as my dad was stationed there, and then we moved here to the States after my parents split up. At the airport on the way home, my mom let us pick a toy at the duty-free shop, and I picked this little roll-up keyboard. It was about 7 inches long when unfurled, and it had no on and off switch or any features other than each key played a note. That seems trivial now until the weird part comes in. Now we got to the States, and we were staying with my maternal grandparents here in Tennessee, and they lived in a big plantation home from the early 1800s. There were 3 floors, and we each had our own room to stay in on the 3rd floor. Loads of unexplainable events happened over the course of the time that we stayed there. But the weirdest that I can remember involves the tiny keyboard. The one I had gotten at the airport on the way here. One night, I had fiddled around with it some, and learned to play Ronda alla Turca, and was feeling rather impressed with myself before going to bed. I was 7, that song was hard. I was sleeping pretty good when I heard an unrecognizable tune playing, and from the easily discernible tone the keys on my toy keyboard made. I could tell it was coming from there. Weird part? Keyboard was in a drawer in my nightstand, beside my bed. Neither of my sisters play any instruments, then or now. And nobody was in my room when I turned on my lamp. Upon opening the drawer, the notes sped up, but were still being played in some sort of tune, not just random key presses. When I picked it up, it played for about 10 more seconds and then stopped. It wouldn't play any more from that point. Put new batteries in it, had my grandfather look at it, nothing worked. It had played its final notes that night, and I never was able to figure out why. I still have the keyboard in storage, but I can't take it back to my grandparents' house as the state of Tennessee bought it so they could demolish it and put in a highway through their property. Eminent domain. They demolished the house, but they never put in the highway. Jerks. Bonus. In the same house, there was a clogged sink, and it had some murky water in it because it would drip into the basin, but had no outlet due to the stoppage. One day, I was brushing my teeth at the other sink in the bathroom, and I noticed the button on the light switch, like a ground fault circuit interrupter, but the switch was old, like early 30s old. I pushed the button and it shocked the living crap out of me, turned the tip of my index finger black, and the sink drained. Case file number 2110, written by Prairie Harpy. Run, Charlie, run! I was 16, traveling alone in Los Angeles. One night, I was riding the subway and gave up my seat to an older man who was missing his left leg. He thanked me and explained unsolicited that his name was Ernie, that aliens had severed his legs years ago, and he couldn't get the government to believe him. I nodded politely, got off at the next stop, and walked down the empty street to my hostel. I noticed an old black woman digging through the garbage outside of a post office. As I passed by, she called out, without glancing up, "You're gonna die." "Excuse me?" "You're gonna die tonight. You got the mark of death upon you." "I'm sorry, I have to go now," I stuttered, but she had me up against the wall. She was surprisingly strong, and I couldn't get away. Right when I started thinking she was right, I was going to die, Ernie, the one-legged abductee, came hobbling down the sidewalk, pulled the old woman off me, looked me dead in the eye and said, "Run, Charlie." Not my name, but God help me, I ran. Wise. Case file number 2111, written by Alien Proxy. A movie missed, a mind's twist, and a psychic fist. I used to live with a really good friend. She was an incredibly overweight woman who, once asleep, was impossible to wake up. We believe her weight contributed to this. Twice while I lived with her, I managed to lock myself out of the apartment, and despite the fact that she had passed out on the couch right by the front door, I could not rouse her by banging on the door, calling on the phone, or screaming for her to let me in, and I ended up sleeping at a neighbor's house. She was a school teacher, and work would exhaust her, so during the on-season, it was often difficult to get her to go out. We'd made plans for a movie, and I was getting amped up to go out. I walked into the living room and found her passed out on the couch. Needless to say, I was pretty bummed out, so I spoke directly in her ear. "Hey, wake up!" Tugged on her arms and even shook her, but nothing worked. She continued her deep, rumbling snores, and I knew I wasn't getting her out of the house. Having managed to bore myself, I sat down across the room from her in an office chair and spaced out for a bit. Then, feeling somewhat childish, I imagined that I had psychic powers to rouse her, and holding my hands out in front of my forehead, I imagined pouring the sensation of being awake into my cupped hands. In my mind's eye, it was like white molten metal, and when this imaginary substance that means I'm awake formed a glowing ball out of it, then pushed it gently across the room. I imagined this liquid sphere floating right up to her forehead and popping on her, and the moment it popped, the very moment it popped on her, she gasped and flew off the couch, literally screaming at me, "What did you do? What did you do to me?" And I panicked and fell off my chair, backing away from her. Because how the frick do you explain yourself when you've done something so silly? Obviously, I did not expect anything to happen. I was just allowing my imagination to keep me busy, while I figured out something else to do with my evening. She was hyperventilating, and we both finally calmed down, and I explained myself to her. The good thing was that when she woke up, she looked directly at me, and I was sitting across the room from her, so she knew at least that I hadn't been doing anything directly to her. Case file number 2112, written by Jod V. $20 for Jesus. When I was in college, I was in a band and we were practicing in the lead singer's attic. It was a Friday before Easter. The house was at the corner of a main intersection, and we had the windows open because it was hot as hell. In between songs, we heard someone yelling from outside. We looked out the window and saw a man who was probably in his 50s holding 2 shopping bags. He was saying that he wanted to come in and listen to us play. We just ignored him and kept on practicing. Then, the lead singer's roommate came upstairs. The guy had knocked on the door asking to come up. The singer asked us all what we thought about letting him in, and we of course deferred to him regarding whether or not to let strangers in his house. He relented, and the guy came up. His shopping bags were full of liquor and nothing else. He watched us play for a good 20 to 30 minutes and went on and on about how great we were, and how he was going to get us in touch with all these local blue bands he knew. We were a punkish indie band. During a break, the lead guitarist started playing the Sweet Home Alabama riff, and the old guy said, "Yeah, Freebird." Finally, he announced that he had to leave, and slapped a $20 bill down on top of my bass amp. As we walked him downstairs, he turned around the door and said, "Have a happy Easter." And then in a very sinister tone added, "Don't forget Jesus." He didn't get us in touch with anyone. I think we did give him the lead guitarist's phone number, though. No, we never saw him again. The band broke up when the lead singer heard a bored recording of a show where I fricked up a lot. I should clarify that the lead singer was also a guitarist and, in truth, a much better bassist than I was. I'm not really a bassist, I'm a guitarist, and I picked a bass to join that band. And I fricked up so much during the show because we were, for some reason, headlining, and the touring band that opened for us had all sorts of nifty effects going on. And the guy running Lightboard decided to try and make an impromptu light show for us, which just means that he had us in the dark half the time, and I couldn't see what the hell I was doing. He wanted to just kick me out, but the drummer, who I had brought in after their old drummer had died, wasn't cool with that, and it resulted in the end of the band. A couple years later, I formed a new band with the lead guitarist and drummer, and promoted myself to lead singer and guitarist. That band lasted a little over a year before creative differences became too much to ignore. Case file number 2113, written by That Chris Fella, A Dream of War, Lore, and Maddie's Tale. I used to have these very vivid dreams that were all part of an overall story. They took place in an alternate universe with magic and demons and crap. Myself and some friends, these people weren't real, mind you, were freedom fighters in the war. The dreams were never in order, and I wrote them down after waking up, figuring out where they placed on the timeline by taking note of particular details. For instance, in some of the dreams, I was always alone and was incredibly powerful. In others, I was pretty much just an average kid and had all those friends around me, as we snuck around trying to rescue prisoners of war. One night, I had a particularly dark dream where one of my friends, his name was Luke, was sitting on a rooftop threatening to jump. I went up there to try and talk him out of it, and we ended up having a long conversation about how he couldn't see the point in fighting anymore, now that she's dead. So this was pretty surprising. The she that was being referred to was his girlfriend, Maddie. In the later dreams in the timeline, she was never there, so this sort of explained why she disappeared from the dreams. That was during the Christmas break in 2009. When school started, in 2010, I met Maddie for the first time when she started at my school. She looked exactly the same, had the same laugh, same mannerisms and everything. I definitely had never met her before in real life, and yet there she was. Not just alive, but actually freaking real. Case file number 2114, written by Important Depth 9217, Creaks, Cats, and Curious Calls. The flat was in a very old building, built in the 16th century, Central Europe. It had low ceilings, a narrow staircase, and an attic that no one dared to enter. There was something eerie about it. But the flat was beautiful, overlooking the historic center of the city. Well, I digress. We adopted a cute little cat with our roommates. One of my roommates was particularly fond of her, always talking in baby voices at her. One evening, I was in the bathroom when I heard my roommate come home, keys jingling in the lock, her welcoming our cat in the baby voice. So I straightened up and went to say hi to her. However, when I came to the living room, nobody was there. Only the cat, peacefully sleeping on the couch. The flat was completely silent. I couldn't believe it. I most definitely heard her come home. Was it a hallucination or a glitch? Case file number 2115, written by Alpaca Land. Where did my flavor go? I use an iced tea toothpaste due to the fact that mint flavors cause nausea for me. I keep this toothpaste in the top vanity drawer under the spare toothbrushes. On the 24th of last month, I went to use it. It wasn't there. I looked all over the bathroom and couldn't find it. I thought my brother was screwing with me, so I just used regular toothpaste. Got nauseous, but whatever, funny joke. I kinda forgot about it on Christmas, but today, the 26th, I remember. I asked my mom if she had thrown it out. She hadn't. She went through the bathroom to check for it, but it wasn't there. I asked my brother if he was screwing with me. He was confused. I elaborated. He had no clue my toothpaste even existed. I've checked everywhere, but I can't find it. No one else was in the house at the time it vanished, and I can't think of any other explanation. Case file number 2116, written by, wait for it, The Tiny Mystery in bright white. While showering yesterday, I heard the back of one of my earrings hit the shower floor. I picked it up and placed it on the vanity outside of the shower. Thought nothing of it again until this morning when I remembered, and immediately went to make sure the earring didn't fall off. To my surprise, all 12 of my earrings still had their backs snugly in place. Did I hallucinate it falling out? Did I put it back on and not remember? I went to the vanity, expecting to see nothing, and lo and behold, there's the earring back that fell out. I'm at a complete loss. I don't have extras of these laying around. Each earring has one back. All my other earrings with their backs were inside my jewelry case, all matched up. The shower is tiny, the corner stand-up thing, and bright white. It gets rinsed after each use, and I just did a good scrub of it a week ago. There is no way that a lost back from another time could have still been in there sight unseen. These are flat back screw-on kinds, and no one else in my house wears ones like it. It makes my list of the top 5 unexplained things I've experienced in my life. Case file number 2117, written by Fried Cheese 23, Broken Knobs and Nightly Sobs. I always felt like the house I grew up in was haunted. In high school, one morning, I'm leaving my room and my doorknob is hanging completely broken. My dad was always up late, so I asked if he came to my room at any point prior, or my mom or sister. He said he wasn't going to say anything, but at like 2 a.m., he heard something, and saw our kitchen cabinet was open, and our calendar was ripped out on the floor. He thought my sis or I was messing with him. He checked the dining room, and said the blinds and fake plants on the table were moving like someone just ran by. Our downstairs was a connecting circle, so he ran back the other way to catch us trying to run up the stairs. Waited a few minutes just listening in the dark and nothing. He checked mine and my sister's rooms, and we were both sleeping. Went back to watching TV and wasn't going to bother saying anything until I found my doorknob broken. I always hear things at night, so I asked my dad if my new door could have a lock. Fast forward a few nights, everyone is sleeping, and I heard something in the living room. Locked my door and tried to sleep. Around 4 a.m., I heard my doorknob moving. I look and it's rotating back and forth, slowly, a few times, and stops since it's locked. No footsteps, no doors opening or closing, no other noise. I just laid there, panicking, until I heard my mom's alarm go off. Ran to my parents' room to ask if it was one of them. Nope, they just woke up. Waited for my sister to wake up and she said it wasn't her. I locked my door every night after that. Case file number 2118, written by Dan Brochill 717. A balloon did wander, one could ponder. A couple years ago, I was at my apartment alone, as my roommate and his girlfriend were away on vacation. 3 months prior, my roommate's girlfriend gave me 5 helium balloons for my birthday, and over time I kinda just left them in the corner of the living room, so they had been in the same exact spot for at least 2 months, never moving. The morning in question, I'd woken up, gone on my computer for a bit, and then took a shower. After getting out of the shower, I went into my room to change, and next to my nightstand, behind the closet door, was one of the balloons. It startled the crap out of me as I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I was extremely confused as to how it got there. No one was home. So I take the balloon back into the living room, placing it in the middle of the room. My roommate's girlfriend also put up these streamers and decorations for New Year's 2 months prior, which were hanging from one wall to the other about a foot or two below the ceiling. These helium balloons, being a few months old, were slowly starting to deflate, but were still able to stay 6 to 8 inches below the ceiling. So I put the balloon on the other side of one of the streamers and sat down in my computer chair just watching it. It immediately dropped 1.5 feet from the ceiling, went underneath the streamer, and slowly bobbed up and down and made its way towards me as I was sitting in my chair. As it is moving towards me, it starts to drop down the closer it gets to me, and eventually, it is right in front of my chair, almost at eye level with me, and it just stops there for 15 seconds before going back up as high as it can towards the ceiling now, moving towards my bedroom. It gets to the wall above the molding to my bedroom doorway, drops down, and goes back into my room and right back behind my closet door, where I found it after taking a shower. Then it just stayed there. None of the other 4 balloons ever moved once after I put them in the living room in these 2 months. Needless to say, I threw them all out after that. Told a fair amount of people that story, never could figure out an explanation. Some have said a draft, but the way it moved was not smooth at all. And the other 4 balloons never once moving makes that hard to believe for me. But yeah, I'll never know. This kinda evokes like Chucky vibes, like the balloon is possessed or controlled and like Chucky is. It's creepy for sure. Case file number 2119, written by Flaxseeds and Beads. In cold Kentucky air, toes wiggled and hope was there. A few months ago, I was hit while riding my motorcycle, only 2 months with my permit. I was on my way home and only half a mile from my house when a car from oncoming traffic turning left across my lane. I hit them pretty much head-on at 40 miles per hour and was thrown over their vehicle before landing in the middle of the road. I can remember the feeling of the impact, just being knocked around, and the sound of my bike crashing into the car and my helmet hitting the ground. I couldn't see anything though, and I don't know if it was because I closed my eyes or because I blacked out or was already gone. I came to my senses, lying on my back in the middle of the road, just trying to figure out what was going on. It's amazing how hard it is to think after head trauma. A kind bystander came to check on me, kept me talking, got my name, told me what happened. The lady who hit me came and apologized and asked if she could do anything. I asked her to call my dad, and she said she'd go and get her phone. Never saw that B word again. One of my more distinct memories is that I felt so numb right after the hit, kinda like if you've held your hand on something that vibrates, and then you take it off and just have a vague impression and a kinda tingling. I was so scared that I couldn't feel my legs. After a few minutes of worrying, I tried to wiggle my toes and, much to my relief, I could feel them in my boots. I cried. The ambulance arrived, and the EMTs checked me out. They made sure I didn't have any neck or spine injuries before taking my gear off. It was late winter and early spring in Kentucky, and I think it was about 35 Fahrenheit that day. I was wearing 2 layers of clothing, plus my motorcycle gear on top. This is likely what saved me. I also had a backpack on, and I feel that it protected my spine, but I still felt it crack before. After going to the hospital and taking x-rays, I was released 2 hours after admittance, with pain meds and a cast on my right hand, where my thumb broke. I was told over and over again how lucky I was. The doctors were all surprised and honestly baffled I wasn't hurt worse. I was bedridden the first week and remained miserable for a while. I had back issues which required physical therapy, and was in total body pain from bruises and strained muscles. However, I didn't let it scare me off from getting back on a motorcycle, It's my passion after all. I was actually looking at new bikes while I was in the hospital. I went with my mom to some dealerships when I was about a week out from getting a cast off, and even ended up test riding one. I put down 20% that day, then paid for it and rode home right after I got my cast off. I still get extremely nervous when I pass through intersections, and something doesn't quite feel right anymore. But I'm more diligent than ever about my defensive driving. I always wear my backpack when I'm riding. It's a dry bag and is airtight, so it's kinda like having an airbag. And I was able to find the man who helped me at the accident. He is a fellow rider and a great guy. We're trying to go for a ride together. Well, my guess is, you may have died and this could be quantum immortality. Case file number 2120, written by Abort Thy Way. Mom's sudden return from nowhere near. When I was young, maybe 7, after my mom got a divorce from my dad, we lived in this creepy apartment. I think kids have a better sense about creepy crap, and I think I knew from the start that something was off about this apartment. Little backstory, and probably part of why it always creeped me out. My mom got a really good deal on it because she agreed to fix it up a little. Nothing crazy, just basically cleaning out the stuff the old tenant had left and slapping some fresh paint on the walls. The previous tenant had vanished one day. The owner said that rent time came and went, and the tenant never paid. So after calling numerous times, they finally went into the apartment and the tenant was just gone, but left all their stuff. So the way this apartment was set up, when you entered the front door, a stairway was immediately to your left, a door to the bedroom immediately to your right, and then straight ahead was a hallway with an open living room and kitchen at the end. So if you're standing in the doorway, you can see into the bedroom, up the stairs, and into the living room. Once you enter the living room, you can see the full kitchen. One day, I was playing a computer game in the downstairs bedroom and started to get hungry. I walked out of the bedroom, calling for my mom as I walked down the hallway. No answer. When I rounded the corner into the kitchen, she wasn't there. I went back down the hallway and started up the stairs. But as I was about halfway up, I felt a really creepy feeling and decided to go back down the stairs, all the while still calling for her. At the bottom of the stairs, I opened the front door and called for her with no response. Went back down the hall to open the sliding glass back door. This was an apartment complex, so we had no backyard, just a little deck. And nothing. Panicking, I went back down the hall towards the original bedroom I was in, trying to figure out what to do. I decided to grab the phone to call someone. Walked back down the hall to get it, and there stood my mother cooking dinner in the kitchen. When I asked her where she'd been, she said she'd been there the whole time. I asked why she didn't answer when I was calling for her, or if she saw me opening the back door, and she said no. It's been probably about 15 or so years and I still think about this incident periodically. The apartment was creepy as hell. Like the day we moved out, we found this hidden room type thing disguised by a vent cover that we'd never seen in the 2 years we lived there. I had recurring nightmares of the same man, and there were a few times our front door either wouldn't lock, or we'd get up in the morning to it standing open. So glad we didn't live there for longer than we had to. Case file number 2121, written by God11. Cards and clones in classroom zones. This incident happened to me and my friend in college, so a little backstory. For entering the college, we need an ID card. We can also load money on the ID card, and swipe it to mark our attendance and to purchase food from the canteen as well. So in the break time, where we can chill and eat, my friend, being my friend, took my card, as he didn't have his own at the time, and went to get something from the canteen. During all of this, the break ended, and all of us went to our respective classes. I had a free lecture and went with my other friends to another class which was in the other block, just to sit and just chill. And those classes are meant for students who have a free lecture, so that they can study or complete their work, etc. So that time I was unaware that the friend also had a free lecture and was looking for me, thinking I'm in my class, and went to my original class where he thought I would be to return my ID card. After he went to my class, he got to know that I wasn't there and left my card with the teacher. Meanwhile, something or someone that looked like my friend but wasn't entered the class and came to me. He looked strange and seemed like he didn't want to talk, or to keep the whole interaction very short, he gave me my ID card and turned back. As soon as he did, I asked him to sit down, and he replied saying, "I'll be back sometime," and went away. Also, when he came in the class, he was looking down and looked at the door while entering like something was there, which was totally opposite of his personality. He is usually always smiling and is liked by everyone. After all this, after maybe about a minute or two, he again came back as if it was the first time he came in. He entered with his usual smile, shook my hand, and told me that he had been looking for me to return the card, and had dropped it off in my class with the teacher, to which I told him that he had just given it to me, which I showed him. We both have spoken over it multiple times. It's not possible that I went to my class and came back before he came to the other block, because there's only one way to walk between those blocks. And it's not possible for any human to go to the other block to get the card and return back and sit in the class while my friend was coming from the original class to the other block at the same time. Even the teacher didn't tell me anything once I returned to my class after the lecture ended. This friend has been with me since more than 5 years, and I know him in and out, and I just know when he's lying. I remember his face when I told him all of this. I'm sure that whatever he's saying is true, and even whenever I think of this, it gives me some kind of a weird feeling, as if something that was him but wasn't, was present there for whatever unknown reason. Case file number 2122, written by Salty Soup 7. Spice Shakers and Paper Makers. We were out of smoked paprika, so I bought 2 new spice shakers with it. My fiancée was having trouble opening them. There's a little paper wall in between, so she asked for help. I opened it and removed the paper thing so she could cook lunch with it. A few hours later, I was making dinner. I opened our spice cabinet and saw the 2 shakers. One was emptier than the other, so I used that one. However, when I tried to season it, it didn't work. I examined it and saw that it was sealed by this paper thing. My first thought was to try the other one, but to my surprise, that one was also sealed. I asked my girlfriend to just make sure where she had put the one I had opened for her. She told me the spot, and of course, it had to be one of the 2. I mean, one was even emptier. I called my girlfriend over and showed her the shakers. She was totally confused. Since she had never played pranks on me before and is a pretty bad liar, I'm 100% sure it wasn't a joke. Plus, those paper things are always stuck on pretty firmly, and we don't have any glue in the house. Case file number 2123, written by Tasty Fig 67. A Dragonfly, Australia, and Mom's Love. I lost a very important necklace on vacation that my boyfriend bought me last year. It was a gold dragonfly pendant, which meant a lot to me because my mom, who passed in 2016, loved dragonflies. He searched everywhere for the perfect one because he knows I like dainty, smaller jewelry. And it was made in Australia, so on top of the price he paid for the gold handmade item, shopping was hell, which made me feel awful when I realized it didn't make it back home. I searched everywhere and it didn't show up. About a month ago, we moved, and while unpacking, recently, we found it. In a bag his mom recently gave us, full of his clothes he had left at her place. A lot of people would have assumed it got misplaced and came home in the wrong bag or something. But I emptied every single crevice of each bag, suitcase, makeup bag, lunch boxes, like literally everything we own, and didn't come up. On top of that, I've never worn the necklace to his mom's, so the likelihood of her finding it and giving it back is so-so. We have it in our safe now, and I'm now only wearing it on special occasions, just to be safe. Case file number 2124, written by Dandy Cotton Candy. From Beyond, a Drawing Dawned. My grandparents lived in South Dakota for many decades, and worked with the local reservations for various things, including fostering native children. When my grandmother died, they gifted her a star quilt that we buried with her. From what my mom told me, star quilts have a lot of meaning with the Lakota Sioux tribes, and receiving one is a huge honor, especially if you're white. Years later, my mom and I were sitting in our kitchen eating lunch when we heard a crash from the living room, and our cat ran up the stairs at light speed. My mom got up to see what he knocked over and said, "What is this?" I went over to see, and laying face down on the floor in front of our front door was a blue picture frame I didn't recognize. My mom picked it up, and on the other side was a beautiful drawing of a native woman quilting a star quilt. No one in our family had seen this drawing before. Even my grandpa didn't recognize it. On top of that, we have no idea how it got into our house. We had a broken door handle at the time, so if anyone not familiar with how it worked tried to open the door, they would have failed, and if anyone who did not know how it worked opened the door, they would have made a lot of noise. But neither of us heard anything before the crash in the living room, plus no one we knew was nearby. Everyone was either at work or at their own house at the time. My mom believes her mom somehow gave it to us from the afterlife. I have no idea how it got to us, but I still get chills thinking about it. The drawing is hanging in my mom's house to this day, and is one of the only things left of my grandmother's, since most of her paintings and drawings were destroyed by bedbugs thanks to my druggy uncle. Maybe she gave it to us to save it from him. Case file number 2125, written by Dark Park 7, The Sunrise Confusion and Time's Transition. I will never understand this for as long as I live. In high school, I liked to wake up early in the mornings so I'd have time to eat breakfast, watch TV, maybe do some last-minute homework, and relax before I'd begin my day. I always set my alarm at 6 a.m., so that morning, as usual, my phone alarm went off. I grabbed my phone to turn it off. I distinctly remember reading a text message from a friend, who was an early riser like me, asking me if I wanted to grab fried rice later that night with the rest of our friends. He sent this at 5:39 a.m. It was still September, so the sun was always up at this hour. I got up out of bed and immediately hopped in the shower. When I got out, I headed down to the kitchen to brew coffee and make some breakfast. While I was waiting on the coffee pot to heat up, I ran back to my room to grab my phone. When I looked down at my phone, I just about croaked. The time on the phone read 3:30 a.m. To make matters worse, I looked outside and the sun wasn't even up yet. What's even weirder was I never even received that text from my friend. I just sat there, bewildered and frustrated, running through the chain of events from that morning over and over again. I eventually made my way back to the kitchen, seeing that I was wide awake now. I didn't need coffee anymore. Stayed up the rest of the morning, not even trying to attempt to sleep again. Later that morning, something even stranger happened. At 5:39 a.m., I received that text message from my friend. I spent a lot of time over the years trying to decipher the events from that morning. All I know is that somehow I woke up in the future and my shower took me back in time. Case file number 2126, written by All About Charlemagne. Boots à dieu, not in their milieu. One day, I was driving with my son, 3, and daughter, infant. Son was in a car seat, all the way in the back of my van. Daughter was in the middle. I know my son had boots on, because there was snow on the ground, so I tried to put his shoes on, and he screamed bloody murder until he got boots. We went directly to the van. When we got to our destination, a grocery store less than 10 minutes away, he no longer had boots on. Now keep in mind, the windows in the back of my van don't open at all. Neither do the windows in the middle. Only the ones in the front, and since it was winter, I definitely didn't open those. After a quick search in the parking lot with no results, we obviously had to go back home because he couldn't walk around the store in socks. When we got back home, I searched the car properly. After about 20 minutes, It wasn't even about managing to get to the grocery store. It was about the principle of the thing. I was going to find those goddamn boots. I removed car seats and entire seats from the van. I searched every possible space I could access, let alone my strapped-in 3-year-old. I even searched everywhere in between the spot I put his boots on and the car. Never found those goddamn freaking boots. And boots are made for walking, huh? Case file number 2127, written by Delvin Thowles, a voice of gold, and an arrow foretold. In high school, I did archery, and one day at shooting practice, one of the new kids shot a bullseye exactly dead center. Now this isn't that remarkable. You fire enough arrows, sooner or later, one of them will be a bullseye. But everyone was being nice and congratulating him. Suddenly, a voice in my head, which sounded like me, but didn't really feel like me, said, "Yeah, but Lynn's about to do the same thing." And I could see in my mind's eye, Lynn firing an arrow, it flying through the air, and hitting a dead-centered bullseye. Then maybe 3 or 4 seconds later, I watch as Lynn fires an arrow and it flies in exactly the trajectory I'd seen in my head, and lands with a thwack, bullseye. Everyone is over congratulating Lynn now. She was new too. And I'm standing off to the side wondering what the hell just happened. It happened one more time a month or 2 later too. I saw something happen in my head exactly as it did a few seconds later. I've forgotten the details of the second time though, and it's never happened since. Case file number 2128, written by Steve's By Hair, Cows, Lewis, and Times Game. So this happened about 10 years ago, when my friends and I were all 12. Me and another friend called Amy went to hang out at another friend, Lewis's house. After hanging out in his room for a while, we decided to go outside and to the farm that Lewis lived nearby. When we went downstairs, Lewis's mom was drying his little sister's hair before she went to bed, and the clock was at 7:45 p.m. Lewis's little sister always goes to bed at 8 p.m., and his mom watches her 8 p.m. show. So we left, but decided to go to the shop to buy juice first, which is 20 minutes there and back. Then we went to the farm and hung out in our den, chatted a long time, and watched the cows. Me and Lewis kept getting random shivers down the spine every now and then, so we decided to go home. When we walked up the farm road, we saw a horse at one of the pens. This confused us, as this farm only had cows. When we got to the pen, it was no longer there, but you could still hear it. We decided to walk the longer way home as we felt weirded out. This took us by a road. It was getting pretty late, and we'd been out for a while, so we flagged down the car to ask if they had the time. A man stopped and told us the time, 9:20 p.m. Another 10 minutes till we got back to Lewis's house, checking time on parking meters, all saying 9:20 onwards. When we get into the house, Lewis's mom is drying his little sister's hair, watching the program that she was watching when we left. The time on the clock and on the TV said 7:50. Lewis's mom asked us where we had been, as she hadn't seen us leave, and we had to walk by her to get out of the house. Amy and I left almost immediately, and all the parking meters and time on our ticket stubs said 8 p.m. and onwards. To this day, we've never been able to explain it. How we somehow had an extra hour, more even, than everyone else, and it's happened a few times since. This reminds me of that old movie, Clock Stoppers. You ever see that? I might be too old. Case file number 2129, written by Lou at Work. Girls just want to have fun. When I was younger, I had a fantastic relationship with my paternal grandfather. From as early as I can remember to being 12 or 13, I would go to my grandparents' house every Friday, or after nursery and school or whatever, and he would always drive me home about 10 minutes to my parents. I loved the drives home. We'd often take longer routes, long cuts, to spend more time in the car. For the longest time, he always had this one CD in the car. If I recall, it was Now that's what I call music, or maybe a similar brand. One song that stood out was Cyndi Lauper's Girls Just Wanna Have Fun. We love that song so much. Always had it playing once or twice on the drive home. And despite me being a preteen boy and he an old Yorkshire man, it became our favorite song. Fast forward a few years, I'm 13 or 14 and on holiday abroad with my parents. We spent pretty much the entire time sat by the pool at the hotel, which played the same music. This hotel had one playlist of songs, maybe 20 to 25 tracks long. We could always predict what the next song would be. It became a bit of a joke between the family that the music was so terrible. Whilst we're away, Granddad was taken into hospital. He'd not been a well man for as long as I can remember, and this would be the last time he went to the hospital. When things got bad, my dad got the phone call to come home and see him before he passed. And he does just that. I stayed at the hotel for the rest of the holiday with my sister and mother, who shielded us from, well, what's going on, but we still knew. There was a specific phone call that my dad made to my mom via the local hotel reception that I identified as being the one straight after my grandfather passed. I was sitting on a bench with my sister as my mother spoke. Then the next song that played was, of course, Girls Just Wanna Have Fun. Now, keep in mind, this was not part of the repeating playlist or ever being heard play in the last 7 days, but there it was. After it ended, the music went back to the crappy playlist. Never really shared this story before. It's what led me to fully believe the universe is interactive and fluid, and nothing is really real how we think it is. The more I think about it, the stranger it gets. That song also has a habit of creeping up at strange times. This one's very nice, very sweet in a somber way. Case file number 2130, written by Ryan Gosling. A friend's demise, now before our eyes. So I graduated from university in 2020. I remember one of our classmates passed away due to the nasty virus. Didn't really know him that well. Our conversations never got past greetings. Fast forward to last week. We had a reunion, and I see his brother at the reunion. Later find out it's not his brother, it's him. I was too afraid to say anything. Didn't want people to think I'm crazy. And I couldn't backpedal and say I'm joking because joking about someone's death in our culture is extremely insulting and considered a bad omen. And I didn't want to be that guy. So I just spent the evening acting casual and talking to people normally. Someone pulled out our graduation photo and we started talking about it. He's not there. And when I asked him why he didn't attend, in a, "It was a great day, you missed out" kind of way, not confrontational, he said, "I don't remember, must have been busy." And that confused me even more. Asked my friend that I'm still in touch with and meet on almost a weekly basis, and he said, "Thank you, so I'm not the only one." And I have no idea what to make of this. I thought maybe he just got the virus and there were just rumors that he died. Aside from the fact spreading rumors about someone's death is extremely frowned upon. No one just forgets they got the virus. Who the hell misses their graduation? If you do, it must have been a big deal, but he doesn't remember. I specifically remember people posting, "You'll be missed" and "Rest in peace" Instagram stories. I dismissed it as a false memory until my friend said he remembered it too. My wife, who was my girlfriend during graduation, remembers me mentioning a classmate's death from COVID, so I know I'm not misremembering things. There's no posts about his death on my friend's timeline, and his Facebook has been inactive since 2018. I'm sure it's him, not someone else, because no one died before graduation or even a year after, except him. What could this be? I'm not necessarily saying it's a glitch in the Matrix, but it's freaking weird. Case file number 2131, written by Dorothy in Borderland. Try never chosen, yet there, unfrozen.
I've been confused about this since it happened. I met this guy a few weeks ago, and we decided to go to this tea place. We arrived, and were taken to the downstairs area by the waitress. We got seated, got our menus, and then she left and went back upstairs. It was only us and like 4 or 5 other customers in that room. It was a small area. We started looking through the menu. This place had like hundreds of tea options. We decided to get chai tea. They had around 4 options of that too. We eventually decided on the masala chai, then closed the menus and just started chatting. We had been talking for like 20 to 30 minutes, when I realized the waitress never came back to take our order. So I asked the guy, is she ever going to come or... Then he said, oh, I think we have to push a button to call for them. Indeed, there was a button under the table. The waiters didn't mention it, by the way, so I pressed it. Within like 30 seconds, the waitress came with the masala chai that we never ordered. We didn't place an order yet. When she left, I was like, did we order? And the guy was also like, we didn't, did we? We were confused as hell, but he got over it pretty quickly, so we never asked, but I'm so confused. No waiter ever came downstairs to take our order. There was no one there besides us and the other guests, nor did the guy ever leave the table to order. So what could it be? Glitch in the matrix? Time slip? Someone I told it to said maybe they had a microphone or something. I think that'd just be weird as hell. Or a waiter overheard our conversation, but that'd be super unprofessional. They would still need to come and confirm the order or inform us how it works, etc. Also, when I pressed the button, she came immediately, so even if we did order, what could possibly take them half an hour to make a pot of masala chai? Or why would they wait until we call for them to bring it? Further adding to the glitchy feeling of it all. Very glitchy tea indeed. And yeah, the idea there's some microphones under the table or something is very creepy. I don't exactly want a restaurant of any kind to have microphones at the table. No. Creepy. Case file number 2132. Written by Julia Fox's wife. Dry ceiling, wet feeling. This is such a weird thing because it's not even that crazy. But this happened a while ago, and sometimes I'll just think of it and still be like, huh? It was weird and I still don't know how it happened. But one day I was in the kitchen. Yes, I was somewhat near the sink, but it was not on, nor had it just been used. And I was sort of just standing there, probably on my phone. I think I was because my hands were not in a resting position. Just a very mundane moment in life that I can't remember fully. Until I randomly get a splash of water on top of my hand, and my immediate thought is, oh crap, there's a leak in the ceiling. So I of course look up expecting to see drops of water falling, but no, nothing. So I'm like, what? How come I have water on my hand then? So I grabbed the kitchen stool from the island and put it on the spot where I was standing and stood on it to feel the ceiling, and it was bone dry. So I got down and now I'm really bothered because how did that happen? So I'm feeling my hair because maybe my hair was just a bit wet or something, even though I didn't come from outside and I hadn't had a shower. Nope, it's still dry. I feel my clothes, dry. I look at the floor, feel it, and it's all dry. No one else is in the kitchen with me, and I don't think it was a sink because, well, first, it wasn't even on, and even if it was, I wasn't close enough to it for water to even get near me. And even if it did get on me, how would it have landed on top of my hand in a big water droplet? Usually, if you get splashed by the sink, it's just small spray. But again, it wasn't even on, nor was I close enough. I then seem like an insane person because after analyzing the entire kitchen and myself for an explanation, I go to my mom and dad and sister and explain it, and they're all like, okay. I don't know, it's just water. Probably just got wet somewhere. And I'm like, no, you don't get it. It came from nowhere. How did this happen? And no one else cares, so that was that. And now I'm randomly remembering it. Does anyone else have a clue? Is this a thing? Now and why? Am I crazy? Okay, you're not crazy. And there's multiple stories, though very rare, of water appearing from nowhere. I remember one where someone was just lounging on their couch, and a pretty substantial amount of water just crashed on them. Nothing from the ceiling, nothing from anywhere. No one else in the house, not a prank, just mysteriously appearing water. It's a very strange phenomenon. Case file number 2133, written by Texan Here 72. Rebellion's blame, now back with no shame. My son and I were talking about this at Christmas, and we told his new wife the story, and she got creeped out just like we did. Back around 2008, I was working in the front yard of my house one day when I noticed the screen of my son's bedroom window was missing. I was pissed off, assuming it got removed and probably broken as he was sneaking out of the house one night. He was a very rebellious teenager after his mom died. He staunchly denied having done anything with it, point blank stating that when he sneaks out, it's through one of the doors. I didn't believe him. I just knew that he had damaged it and then hid it or thrown it away. I also wondered if maybe it was a result of a failed break-in attempt. I looked all over for that missing screen or its parts without success. Of course, I planned to replace it, but just never got around to it. The bottom part of the window where the screen would be was blocked by a row of hedges, so it was one of those things that came to mind only now and then. I did not forget the missing screen, but it's a custom house where you just don't order screens that magically fit. Plus, I sometimes procrastinate about things. I remember being pressured into getting an estimate to replace all of the windows in about 2015. The salesman even commented about the missing screen when we were walking around the house. I didn't get the windows replaced because I thought the price was outrageous and just not worth it. Then in 2022, we had a severe hailstorm, which chewed up my roof. My insurance company came out to approve the repairs. The adjuster and I walked around the house looking at all the damage to the gutters, windscreens, glass, etc., to see what was covered by my policy. That's when I noticed it. The missing window screen was no longer missing. It was firmly attached to that window. It didn't have any damage from the hail. It didn't look brand new, and it was one of just a few without hail damage. 2 windows actually had broken glass. I literally got goosebumps from just writing that. Where was that window screen for 14 years? How did it get back on the window? My son, who's now a responsible adult, gets just as creeped out thinking about it. We have no idea what happened. Case file number 2134, written by Idea Haver. Bag packed, MacBook tracked, then back intact. I experience glitches on and off and just kinda take note and move on, but this one is still sticking with me a month later. What makes this glitch stand out for me is that my kids were there to see it, and another even weirder laptop glitch happening across town at the exact same time. I was packing my weekend bag, and I needed to take my MacBook. I had packed my bag on my bed. This was the only thing on my bed. So I went to grab my MacBook, but I couldn't find it. I looked everywhere it usually is and then everywhere else. My son, 18, and my daughter, 10, were helping me, and I was getting increasingly agitated. The search went on for about 25 to 30 minutes. It was pretty thorough, and lots of ground was covered twice. Then my daughter did what I sometimes tell her to do when something is lost. She asked the house for my MacBook back. I was sitting on my bed when she asked. Then I told my kids I would finish looking for it and they shouldn't worry about it. I stood up and was staring at the bookshelves on the wall opposite my bed, trying to think. While I was staring, I put my hand down on my bed, right on top of my MacBook that was suddenly in the exact spot I had just been sitting. My bedding is white, my MacBook is gold. It very much stands out. It was so sudden and weird that I even sat back down, right on top of it, to see if I could have been sitting on it without realizing it. There is no way. My son walked back to my room during this little experiment and laughed at me, and he did not believe me that I had just found it sitting there. It was closer to the top of the bed, and my bag was at the bottom. We had all looked in that area because I sometimes slide my MacBook into a basket next to my bed. We had probably all sat in that exact spot during our search. when we would pause to try to talk and try to remember where it could be. By then, my daughter is back in the room, and we are all just staring at my MacBook when I get a text from my daughter's babysitter asking me if I'm missing a laptop. Apparently, she had just sat down on her couch and sat right on a Chromebook she had never seen before. My daughter had been there earlier that day, and she was the only one who had visited her babysitter's house that day. It was not my daughter's Chromebook, and I knew that, because I had found my daughter's Chromebook like 9 times while I was looking for my MacBook. Plus, my daughter's is newer and in a purple protector. The Chromebook she had was older and not in a case. I called her and explained what had just happened with my MacBook, and she opened the Chromebook while we were talking. It was password protected, and she could tell it belonged to someone named Shane. Only the first name was visible on the lock screen, but she had no clue who Shane is. She watches my daughter and her grandson, who is 6 months old. No one else lives in their home besides her and her husband. When her husband got home a little bit later, he had never laid eyes on the computer, and neither of them knew a Shane or how this Chromebook came to be on their couch. But she doubts she could have gone all day not noticing a laptop on her couch. Anyway, a month later, and she still has the Chromebook, and no one has come forward to claim it. The timing and similarities are just too crazy. Like, we both could have been sitting on a computer at the exact same time. Me when I was conducting my sitting experiment, and her when she found this mystery laptop. This is one of my favorite glitches, and I still feel bad for Shane, whoever he is. Case file number 2135, written by Megster333. My parents in disguise with empty eyes? This happened to me, 22 female, about a month or so ago. This experience has kept me up at night recently, and the more I think about it, the more unexplainable it gets. It was a Saturday, and I enjoyed filling up my car on the weekend before the week begins. I needed to get gas, and before I left the house I told my dad I would be back in a few minutes. I just needed to get gas down the road at my local Kroger, because it's 0.03 cents off the gallon, and would be back shortly after. Anyways, for some reason, I have an overbearing dad who refuses to believe I know how to pump gas on my own, even though I have been doing it for over 6 years. I leave the house to get gas, and as I mentioned, the Kroger is right down the road. I have to take a massive left turn to get into the area, so I like to drive all the way around to avoid that massive turn, aka making a 2-minute drive into a 7-minute drive. As I'm making the drive, about 3 or 4 minutes in, I notice my parents' car approaching me and begin driving close behind me in my rearview mirror. Their car is unique, as the color is a specific light grayish blue. I roll my eyes as I'm thinking, wow, they seriously think I can't get gas on my own and are following me to make sure I can. I approach a stop sign and quickly check my side view mirror to get a closer look, to make sure it's them, obviously annoyed. In my mirror, I see it is my parents driving. I know so intensely that it was my parents, like I know what my parents look like. There's something off, I notice. Their expressions are completely blank and just empty. I can't explain it, but it had to be my parents, but like all energy from them was gone. They looked like NPCs. I decided to shrug it off and keep driving just the last stretch to the Kroger. As I turn into the Kroger, I notice my parents are no longer behind me. I pull up to a pump and pull out my phone to check my parents' location. They are at home. There is no way in any universe that they had enough time to make it back home from where I had last seen them on the road. I finished pumping gas and made my way home, still very confused by the encounter. Later that night, I asked in a laughing manner to my mom, "Hey mom, why were you and dad following me earlier?" She looks at me super confused and says, "What are you talking about?" I explain what I saw on my way to get gas and she replies with, "Dad and I haven't even left the house today." I must preface by saying that my parents are incredibly religious, conservative, straightforward people and would not prank me like this. As such, I know with absolute certainty that they did not leave the house. So please tell me, who was following me? Case file number 2136, written by Mysterious Ganesh 384. Celiac Conundrum, a mystery we must bestow. In 2012, my husband, at the time we were separated but sharing custody of our daughter, got diagnosed with celiac disease by having an endoscopy and biopsy. For those who don't know, celiac disease is an autoimmune disease that eats away at your intestinal villi. If you ingest wheat and try to treat it, you have to be on a strict gluten-free diet. It's hereditary, so you can't get it without the gene. He had to change his entire lifestyle to make sure all the foods we were eating were certified gluten-free. At the time, my daughter was also showing symptoms, and based on his diagnosis, we put her on a gluten-free sitter as well. This put a psychological toll on her, as she often had to be left out of having treats at school and cakes at parties, and I had to make and bring all of her food everywhere. She was formally diagnosed a few years ago by endoscopy, and biopsy too, after a gluten trial as well. Fast forward a few years, and my husband began having nutrient deficiency. I told him to visit his GI because he's probably eating hidden gluten. It can fry your intestines' ability to absorb nutrients. Here's where it gets interesting. Since they found no record of his celiac diagnosis, which was done by his former doctor who is now dead, they made him repeat the gluten trial and endoscopy. When his results came back, it was negative for celiac. Now I argued they messed up and missed it in the biopsy because that is not possible. And how the hell would our daughter have celiac disease if he doesn't? And because of his former diagnosis that had gone missing, he drives around San Francisco to all of his former doctor offices. All are now closed. His doctor who died, the office across from him, all gone. He finally finds out how to retrieve a copy from the deceased doctor records, and guess what? The original test was negative for celiac. What the actual? Prior to that diagnosis, he didn't even know what celiac disease was. When he was diagnosed, he had to go through a massive education about it and change his whole lifestyle to be gluten-free. Our daughter has it, which like I said, it's hereditary. So that means either I have it and I'm the only one in my family that has ever had it, and I'm completely asymptomatic, or I don't even know. I'm so baffled by my poor daughter. She always feels like an outcast due to having celiac disease, and always being the one left out of sharing food and company with people outside of her gluten-free home. This has to be some sort of glitch where in this universe, the results of the original tests were negative instead of positive. Now I don't know what to do with my daughter. Do I retest her and see if hers disappears as well? A whole freaking disease disappeared. This is insane. Wow, this is definitely interesting. And yeah, it might be a different universe shenanigan going on. But then, does that mean you crossed over or the entire family? Case file number 2137, written by Wooden Pigeon 4. Picked in private, served by fate. I always look at menus online before I go to a restaurant. I like to pick out what I might want to eat ahead of time. I was visiting a city I had never been to, and I figured I'd go get Indian food since we didn't have an Indian restaurant where I lived. Before going, I looked at the menu. I decided on samosas and chicken vindaloo. I'm not really a dessert person at all. I prefer savory food to sweet food. But I figured that I had never tried an Indian dessert, so I might as well. They had maybe 4 or 5 dessert options, and I picked one while still at home. I don't remember the name. I went to the restaurant, and after I had finished my food, the waiter asked if I wanted dessert. I told him I did, but that I couldn't remember the name of the dessert, and it was on the tip of my tongue. I asked if I could see the menu again, and he said he would go get it. A few minutes later, he still hadn't come back with the menu, but another waiter, not my original waiter, came to the table with the dessert. I asked him the name, and it was the exact dessert I had picked. This is weird because I hadn't said the name of the dessert while in the restaurant. I had picked it at the hotel while looking at the menu online. It's even weirder that it wasn't our waiter, and that the dessert he had brought to the table is the exact one I had been thinking of. Case file number 2138, written by Nardog Cornell. The Glitch That Walked By. I live in a fairly small city, and I'm pretty familiar with most of the area. I work from home, so I don't get out much during the weekdays, but on weekends, I usually take long walks to clear my head. Saturday afternoon, I decided to walk around a part of town I don't normally go to. It's not far from where I live, but it's not in an area I've really explored. Mostly industrial, not a lot of foot traffic, and not much to see besides warehouses. Anyway, I'm walking down this long straight road when I see someone coming towards me. It was a guy about the same height as me, wearing a hoodie, jeans, and a backpack. As he gets to about 15 to 20 feet away, we are now staring at each other. At this point, I genuinely feel like I'm having a panic attack. It was the weirdest feeling I've ever had. I know this person. It was me. Not in the sense that I thought we looked alike. I immediately recognized everything about him. The way he was walking, his posture, the way his hand was resting in his pocket, it was me. When we passed each other, neither of us said a word. We just continued looking each other up and down. It was a feeling that we were two versions of the same person. The expression on his face was confused and fearful. His eyes were wide, and it was like he was thinking the exact same thing I was thinking. I didn't see him walking away. When I turned back around after an awkwardly long time staring at each other, I waited what felt like 10 to 20 seconds before turning around again, and by that point, there was no sign of him anywhere. There were no alleys or places he could have ducked into. I walked back to where we passed each other, and nothing, no trace of him. It was like he just vanished. At first, I tried to brush it off. I figured I was just imagining things, but I think I'm trying to convince myself, really. I've tried Googling this, but the results were just about urban legends or stories about doppelgangers being some kind of bad omen. Nothing useful. My friends say I'm probably just stressed out or seeing things. But honestly, I can't shake the feeling that I slipped into some kind of parallel universe, or that there's some glitch in the matrix happening. I've also noticed I keep getting déjà vu about random things. Has anyone ever experienced something like this, or am I losing it? I swear I didn't hallucinate this. Case file number 2139, written by Pork Pie Honey Punch. The Surgery's Tale in a Scar's Detail. My mother had thyroid cancer. She didn't want the surgery because of the neck scar. She came home from the surgical consult happy because the surgeon said he'd do a type of surgery where they cut out inside the bottom lip across the gum line and pull the organ up and through the mouth, thus no neck incision or scar. Transoral scarless thyroid surgery. After surgery, when I visit, she's happy about this outcome. Peels her lip down and shoves her face in my face to show off the incision. I saw it with my own eyes. It was unmistakable and gross. I was like, okay, very nice, mother. Please get your mouth out of my face. I would have obviously noticed if it was a fresh slice across her throat. There's no mistaking any of this. I saw it with my own eyeballs. My father was talking about her being happy about the surgery. I have siblings who witnessed all of this. You don't just accidentally dream all of this up. Fast forward years. I developed the same thyroid cancer. It's genetic. I asked the surgeon about the mouth version of the surgery, so no scar. He says nope, we don't do that kind of surgery for most cancer cases, because you have to cut the thyroid into pieces to get it through the mouth. And if there's a tumor in a spot we don't know about yet, cutting it could seed cancer cells in this area and increase the risk of it spreading. So after the appointment, I texted my mother and said your surgeon fricked up. They shouldn't have done that kind of surgery. She was like, what the hell are you talking about? I told her what the surgeon told me. She tells me she doesn't know what I'm on about, and she texts me a picture of her neck, which has a faint sliver but noticeable healed scar across the front. My father insists I'm nuts, and he never heard of the mouth surgery and it sounds crazy, and to stop, yada yada. My siblings are just like, yeah, you're nuts. She had a cut across the neck. Supposedly, I even said a joke about her needing to tell people she was mugged at an ATM when they asked about the incision, which I definitely didn't do. They cut open her mouth. I can't stop thinking about this. It breaks my brain every time I try. How is this even possible? Is my mother my mother? Is my family my family? Have I changed to someone else that they've never told me about? Did some machination of the universe rewrite how this surgery happened to correct the surgeon's decision, and I was the only one that didn't get my memories of it rewritten? Quantum immortality, I'd have to guess. Case file number 2140, written by Saint Anna on Pluto. From wet to dry, no reason why. About a year ago, I was in my bathroom getting ready to shower. I had this hot pink towel that I used, and it's the only one of its kind, so keep that in mind. I grabbed it off the hanger and placed it on the toilet seat cover, which was clean, by the way. After my shower, I went to my room, dried off, and got ready for bed. I left the towel on my bed. Later, I went back to the bathroom to do my skincare routine, and once I was done, I returned to my room to put the towel back. Not sure why I didn't do it earlier. But when I looked, the towel wasn't there. Confused, I went back to the bathroom to see if I'd already brought it there. But it wasn't there either. I searched my whole apartment and it was nowhere to be found. Until I checked the closet, where I keep all the blankets and towels. There it was, folded up and completely dry. Like I hadn't even used it. I was the only one home at the time. Case file number 2141, written by Low Memory 578. Beefy's Vanishing Act, Unemotional Impact. I live in a fairly small townhouse with my 2 dogs, mom and daughter Chihuahua mixes, about 10 pounds each, along with my cat Kiki and guinea pig Ghost. I'd been chilling on my phone on the couch with my mama dog and realized it was 1 a.m. So I called my other dog, Beefy, for bedtime. No response from Beefy, which was slightly unusual because bedtime is their favorite part of the day. I figured Beefy was probably napping somewhere. So I shake the treat bag and Mama and Kiki come running, but no sign of Beefy. This really worried me because my house is small and super open, so she would have been able to hear it and come running from anywhere. I checked all the dog's usual hiding spots. Under the beds and the sheets, between the pillows, nothing. I checked every room top to bottom, looking under all the furniture and calling for treats, hoping she'd crawl out from under somewhere. Still nothing. The last time I opened any doors was when I brought them both back from a walk, so there was no way she could have gotten outside. But I checked anyway, just to be safe. I tore the house apart looking for her, and she was nowhere to be found. Mama picked up on the fact her daughter was nowhere to be found, and was frantically sniffing and going between rooms looking for her too. Even she tried all her hiding spots and she couldn't rouse Beefy. She was as worried as I was and continued to frantically search all the rooms. Beefy is also a very emotionally aware dog. If she could sense I was upset, she would be there instantly to come sit on my lap and snuggle. The fact she wasn't coming when I was frantic was what sent me over the edge. Wherever she was, it wasn't an earshot of me. By this point, I was totally freaking out and texted my dad to help me search the neighborhood, since it's late and I live in a rough area. I figured I'd make another round upstairs, and while I did, he texted me that he was on his way. Me and Mama looked yet again, and when I paused to text my dad back, I heard her collar clink like she's walking. I look over the banister, and there she is in the living room, happy as a clam with her tail wagging. She looked perplexed when she saw me and Mama so worried, but otherwise totally fine. I'm just so perplexed myself by what happened to her. How did my dog disappear into thin air, then come back in like nothing even happened? Dogs are magicians, I swear. Case file number 2142, written by B. Woodfield, The Red Motorcycle Story. Years ago, my stepson got his toy. 2 motorcycles and a launcher to make them race across the floor for his birthday. There was 1 red motorcycle and 1 blue. Not long after getting it, he came to us upset that the red one disappeared. We figured that he got it lost in the mess of the toys or the kids' toy bin, but he insisted it disappeared when he was playing with it. But we moved on. The house was only 1,200 square feet, story and a half, with no basement, so we figured it would turn up eventually. We had a lot of weird occurrences in the house. Voices from other rooms when you're alone, footsteps coming up the stairs when no one was there, finding lights turned on that weren't before, etc. Also, the aforementioned red motorcycle was never found. Years later, in 2009, we were cleaning and packing up, getting ready to move. We sold the house with the appliances, and we had started piling up any instruction manuals, etc. in the back room on the washing machine. I went into the back room to drop something on the pile and noticed something was underneath. I put most of the pile on earlier that day, and I'd cleaned it up, so I was confused, since I was the only one home. Picking up the pile, I found the red motorcycle under the manuals. Of course, by now, with all the other weird crap, I just think to myself, ghosts. And I go into the kitchen and place the toy on the table. Again, I'm the only person home. I continue cleaning and packing and come back into the kitchen. No more red motorcycles. Poof, gone again. Flash forward 7 years later. Our oldest kids are already living on their own, including my stepson, and we're packing and moving again. My wife was packing up some movies and such from the basement when she called me down. In one of the rooms there were these tall, skinny cupboards where we kept all the DVDs and old VHS tapes. Behind the movies, leaning up against the back wall, was again the red motorcycle toy. Not done yet. Intrigued and a little annoyed, I dug around and found the kids' old box of toys. Found the launcher with the blue motorcycle still attached, locked the red bike into place, then wrapped tape over the whole thing. We had a large box out front, along the street, where we had been putting stuff we were giving away. I took the launcher with both bikes and took it out with some other toys and dropped it in the free stuff box, knowing the neighborhood kids would find it later. A few hours later, I was hauling so much stuff out, and sure enough, there were about 5 or 6 young kids digging through the box, and the oldest pulled out the launcher, with a blue bike firmly taped down on the launcher, and no red bike. The kids even commented on there being only one after pulling almost everything else out. Came out again later, the launcher and most of the other toys were gone. I wonder if the kids that took it home ever found the red bike in their house, because we haven't seen it since. Maybe it is a haunted toy. Case file number 2143, written by The Night Tyrant 21. Mark lost in digital purgatory. There was a dude I'll call Mark that sat at the other end of my lunch table. This was during freshman and sophomore years of high school. He was older than me and my friend group, and being the little gremlins we were, we used to give him a hard time. He graduated and we never saw him again. This was around 2007. About 10 years ago, I was bored at work and web stalking people from high school. I found Mark's obituary in my family's local paper. Not believing it, I found his Facebook, and there's dozens upon dozens of condolences posted, including messages from the family thanking everyone for their kindness. I remember being a little shocked by it, because I wasn't from a huge school and none of my classmates had passed yet. It wasn't outright surprising. Mark did a ton of substances, but it had a profound effect on me. I remember talking to my older boss about it, and privately toasting to him with another friend. It stayed on my mind for weeks. I even considered belatedly sending his parents a card. Anyway, I was bored at work again yesterday and web stalking people, and I got a hankering to read Mark's obit. I don't know why, but I felt compelled to just look at it again and reminisce. But after an hour, I couldn't find it for the life of me. The newspaper has no record of it. His Facebook account is deleted. Nothing comes up on Google, except for a People Finder sort of entry for someone matching his details in Ocala, Florida. All records of his death have disappeared. Mark is an easy-to-Google guy. His full name was very unique.
His brother was in my grade. He had a very distinct appearance. I should be able to find some information on him. Eventually, I fell down the rabbit hole and found his dad's Facebook, and his profile picture was of Mark and brother apparently taken on a family vacation in 2019. And it's definitely Mark. He looks like a 15-plus-year-old version of his high school self. I'm stumped. I could have sworn this dude was gone. I'm still not super convinced he's alive. I don't know what to think. Case file number 2144, written by Jess and Woody. A slow ride, then gone like the tide. For context, I'm a dog walker living on the west coast of Scotland. It was a rainy, miserable day sometime in August, and I had about 5 dogs in my van to take on a group walk. And as it was raining, I decided to take them to the beach, as it would likely be empty on such a crappy day. As I turned off into the quarter-mile track leading down to the beach, I caught up with another car that was driving down there as well. I'll admit, I was a bit peeved because I was hoping to get the beach to myself. But there are 2 bays, separated by a load of rocks you cannot cross easily, with 2 separate paths leading down to them from the car park of this particular beach. So I figured I'd let these guys park up and see which bay they wanted to go on, and I would go on to the other bay. As I followed the car into the otherwise empty car park, I immediately pulled into the first space on the right, whilst the car I was following appeared to carry on driving right to the end of the car park. About 30 to 40 yards long, it's a small car park, more of a field, but whatever. I turned my engine off and looked out of my passenger side window, and the car was still driving along. I gave it a minute and leaned over to look out the window again, and the car was just inching forwards, as if it was finally about to stop. I waited a bit longer, expecting to hear the sound of car doors opening and shutting, but I didn't hear anything. So I leaned forwards and looked again, and the car was still inching forwards as though it was just about to stop. It had seemed to be just about to stop forever at this point, but it didn't strike me as that odd. I was just getting impatient, wanting them to get out and pick a beach and leave me to myself. At this point, the dog started to whine, presumably a bit confused as to why I had just parked up and sat there and not letting them out. So I decided to get out and open the back doors of the van to placate them. They're created so they wouldn't be able to jump out. So I got out and walked around to the back of my van, glanced over to the car that was still just slowly pulling into its car parking space. At this point, I'm still not thinking anything is off. I just thought this is the slowest driver in the world, and I'm getting a bit impatient. And I just want to get on as I have a busy day. After glancing at the car, I opened my back doors. Roughly would have taken half a second, maybe 1 second. And I looked back at the car again, and it has vanished. There's no sign of it. There is no way out at the other end of the car park. The only way out was the way we both came in, which would have required the car to turn around and drive past me. And I know this wasn't possible because, 1, there simply wasn't enough time for it to have turned around and drove past in half a second to 1 second. 2, I would have definitely heard it do so, as it would have been driving along the track about 1 meter behind me. 3, I would have seen it driving back up the quarter-mile track that we'd just driven down, and I looked back up there and there were no vehicles. It's hard to convey just how impossible this actually is without you fully understanding the layout of the beach car park. But believe me, this is just impossible. Does anyone have an idea of what happened? The closest thing I can come up with is a time slip. However, people usually report feeling strange when losing time, and also going back significantly in time, whereas I felt nothing but irritation at how long the car was taking to park. Though in retrospect, the fact that I glanced at it several times over the course of about 2 minutes, and it was always just pulling up to its spot every time, was a bit strange. And the car was pretty modern. It was a Ford Mondeo Estate car with a roof box on it. I didn't make a note of the year, but definitely under 10 years old. On a positive note, I got the beach to myself though. Any ideas? Well, yeah, I think this is just a space-time portal. The car that you saw was trapped by the effects of the portal, warping around the time on it, and then eventually when it crossed it, it just vanished. But really, it just was ported probably a few miles away. From their perspective, that was a glitch and a half. Case file number 2145, written by KJN. A long, weird day at the bank. I have lived and worked in China for 12 years now. I lost my phone about a year ago, and there was trouble with using my account with Bank 1, B1, with a new number. So I switched to using Bank 2, B2. 9 months later, I went in to close my account with B1. Any banking in China can take several hours, and you sit in front of a thick glass divider and pass documents through a portal. So anyways, as it progresses, they ask for my B1 bank card. I looked through all my wallet and did not have it, but I did have my passport and I knew the PIN number, so we proceeded with the process. I figured I had just left it in another purse, and while frustrated, I was glad we could still close the account. After a while, they asked if I had any bank card with me. Who knows why, it's China. So I got out my B2 bank card and passed it to them. After about another half hour in sitting and passing the time scrolling through my phone, signing different things, as asked, we were done. As we were ending, they are passing back all the papers, my passport and so on. During this time, I looked through my wallet several times, just double checking that I didn't have my B1 bank card. So after they gave me everything back, they said they would cut up the bank card for me. No, that is the bank card for B2, I need that one. They hold up the card to show me it is the B1 bank card that I did not have before and definitely did not give them. So I looked in my wallet and there was the B2 bank card, the one that I had given them about 30 to 40 minutes earlier. I didn't know what to think, so I just said okay, gathered my things and left. I know I did not have that B1 bank card, and even went back and looked through the messages on WeChat, translates messages for me, and I see the request for any bank card from the bank. I was thinking I must be losing my mind, but after 9 months with no further symptoms, did I experience a glitch in the Matrix? Yep. Enjoy. Case file number 2146, written by Average White Guy 114. Sherpa surprise, zipper on the rise. A month ago, I bought a new jacket to wear for the cold winter weather, and also because I live in the Pacific Northwest, something that will be okay to wear in the rain. I decided on a Calvin Klein jacket that was all black, had 2 pockets in the usual hand spots, a CK logo on the left arm, and the zipper was on the left side of the jacket instead of the right side. I know that for a fact because every time I would zip up my jacket to go to work, I'd think about how much I disliked the zipper being on the left side and not the right. I know that's usually on women's jackets, but someone found the exact jacket I bought originally, and it is the men's. I wore the jacket every day while at work, and I never took it off while at work. It's too cold these days, and I go outside of my work building multiple times a day. None of my coworkers have a Calvin Klein jacket, and they even poked fun at me for it when they saw the brand. So it's established that I never take my jacket off at work, and none of my coworkers also have a Calvin Klein jacket. Keep these 2 things in mind. Tonight, I decided to wash the jacket with some other black clothes of mine. I had to remove the things that are always in my pockets at work before I could wash the jacket, which are 1 pack of gum, a pen that is from a unique pen set that only I own at work, and a small travel-sized bottle of cologne that I spray myself with every few hours. So now I've established that I didn't mistakenly take a coworker's jacket, because my daily carry items were in the left pocket where they always are. And remember, none of my coworkers have a Calvin Klein jacket. I take the clothes out of the dryer and grab the jacket because my wife wants to go out for dinner. I then get thoroughly confused. This isn't my jacket. This imposter jacket that I pulled out of the dryer has a bright white stripe going down the jacket, right next to the zipper. The zipper is now on the right side of the jacket. The CK logo that was on the left arm is now a full Calvin Klein logo, and the inside of the jacket is Sherpa lined. My jacket was all black with no white stripes. The zipper was on the left side. The arm logo only said CK, and my jacket was not Sherpa lined. I then have a mini mental breakdown where I question reality. I called my wife's dad just in case he owns a Calvin Klein jacket, and mistakenly left it at my house the last time they were over. And he says he does not own a Calvin Klein jacket, and like I stated before, I had removed my personal items from the pockets before placing them in the washing machine. None of my coworkers have a Calvin Klein jacket. I never take my jacket off at work. I then looked at the website of the store I bought it from, and my jacket apparently doesn't exist. Only this new Sherpa-lined and right-side zipper jacket is on the website. This is also literally the only big fancy brand clothing item I own. All of my other clothing is cheap stuff from Target or Fred Meyer. So I know I'm not mistaking it for another jacket I own. I bought it about a month ago and wore it every single day. I'm so confused. I explained the situation to my coworkers, and they also think that I'm wearing a different jacket. They agree that my original jacket just had a CK on the sleeve, and that the zipper was on the left. So I was thinking quantum immortality, but no, if your coworkers remember it too, then it's just a multiverse switcheroo. Your jacket is now from a different universe. A different quantum signature. Case file number 21147, written by In a Dying World. Empty road, then 3. A backward spree. This happened about a week ago, but I can't seem to get it out of my head because it's just so puzzling. It was about 6:30 p.m. at night. I was sitting at my desk at the window, which looks out onto a busy carriageway. I can see just under a kilometer stretch of the road from my window. Usually, the road is full of cars going both ways until about 1 a.m., where it gets quieter. Very rarely are there no cars on the road, especially during rush hour. Anyway, you get the point. The road is busy. By 6:30 p.m., it was pitch black outside, and occasionally, I would look up from my laptop and see the heavy stream of car headlights in the distance. The next time I look up, the road was completely empty. This caught my attention because it was rush hour, and it should be busy as hell. Then coming north down the road, heading south, were 3 headlights of 3 cars. It took me a few seconds for it to click, but the headlights were where the brake lights would normally be at, the back of the car. All 3 cars were the same. All 3 cars were driving south, but were facing like they should be driving north, essentially driving backwards. I could tell, since I could see the faint outlines of the car under the moonlight, and the faint glow of the red brake lights, which were facing south, where the headlights should be. I watched them closely because I was so confused, until they continued driving to a point where I couldn't see them anymore. The entire time they were driving, the road was empty, and then as soon as they disappeared, the road suddenly filled with traffic again, the usual traffic. This is the first time something like this has happened to me, and I've not seen it since. It was kinda eerie because all 3 cars were driving at the same speed, around 60 miles per hour, and the space between the cars never changed. I first thought it could be a car towing another car, but they were too far apart for this to be the case. And even if this is what was happening, wouldn't the leading car be facing the right way? I wasn't sleep deprived or anything like that. Case file number 21148, written by Lauren Denelf. From used to new, a mystery ensued. For Thanksgiving, my husband and I went to my parents' house a few hours away and stayed for a few days. I had packed a bag of makeup for our stay, including my favorite lipstick, Fenty Beauty Gloss Bomb Stick in Fenty Glow. This lipstick had been purchased on September 14th, plenty of time for me to use it and love it before Thanksgiving. When we came back from Thanksgiving, I unpacked my makeup bag as usual. A couple days after getting back, I went to use my favorite lipstick and I couldn't find it anywhere. I do have a significant amount of makeup, so I figured it could be lost in all my lipsticks, or maybe I had put it in a purse for an outing, or maybe it fell out in my car. I just remember I had packed it for our Thanksgiving trip. Well, over a month passed, and I could never find it. My husband helped me look through the car and our house for it. I almost bought a replacement because I love it so much. I was really missing wearing that particular shade. But I thought, as soon as I buy another one, I'm going to find it. Sure enough, I made a purchase at Ulta and resisted the urge to replace it. The next day, I found my favorite lipstick. The lipstick was in the makeup bag I had packed for Thanksgiving, but in a front pocket I don't usually use. I pulled out the lipstick and opened it, and was absolutely floored to find it unused. I know it was unused because this type of lipstick has the brand logo stamped into the top of the lipstick. The lipstick formula is very thin, so once you use a lipstick once, the brand stamp disappears. Here was my favorite lipstick, the one I had missed wearing, and it was brand new, never used. I just sat there trying to think, how is that even possible? There's no way, unless I never used lipstick, but I have memories of using it and loving it. Loving it so much I was wanting to spend $25 to replace it. I went to show my husband the stamp and everything. He thought it was super weird too. I just don't understand how that happened. Feels very much like a glitch in the Matrix. Case file number 2149, written by Comprehensive Ask 5533. Time like tinfoil under a blinking sun. In the Northeast Appalachians, about 50 years ago, we had a map. We were on a minor 2-lane state highway with road signs traveling north from New York State. We weren't even in a notoriously creepy part of those mountains. There was a junction with another road with a settlement, village, maybe a half mile that way. We could see a few houses, a gas station, a store and a cafe combination, but we didn't go that way. About 10 minutes later, we went by that stuff on that road, still driving north. The state highway was behind us. We hadn't turned or changed direction on a Y or anything. My husband asked if we wanted to stop at the cafe. No, we did not. We'd already encountered time distortions up there and now a space-time distortion. And the idea of walking into places where time and space was crinkled, like thrown away tinfoil, seemed like a really stupid thing to do. A couple of decades later, driving by myself through Southeast California, the Mojave Desert showed me 2 places that were, then weren't there, and a third one that was supposed to be there but wasn't at all. Except there were current photos of it in assorted print media. This stuff is like the layers when you look at a USGS map with the current weather superimposed on it, except the layers are realities, not today's weather. You simply never know where reality will twist you towards. Very true on that. Case file number 2150, written by Ellie Rolls 18. My dog, her secret, a wisdom beyond reason. My dog is pretty smart. She knows how to push open doors with her muzzle. She knows a lot of commands, even though she's never been professionally trained. My dog is a mix of Newfoundland and Lab. About 10 years ago, when she was maybe 2, I brought her into the house to wash her. She loves the water, but doesn't like baths for some reason. Started running somewhat warm water into the bathtub to bathe her. I left to get the special dog shampoo. She will cooperate with me long enough to bathe her. I walked back into the room to find her paw wrapped around the dial that controls the water. She literally turned the hot water off. Then put her paw on the other dial and turned the water off completely. She seemingly had some kind of paw-hand hybrid as she was able to grip the dial. I was shocked and called out to her. She turned around and looked at me and then laid down, as if she didn't want me to see her doing that. She has not done anything like that since, at least when a human is around. And she has normal paws that shouldn't be able to grip things like a human can. Dogs, man, they have secrets. They really do. Case file number 2151, written by Imaginary Win 9217. The ape disappears with a librarian's fears. So I got the book The Murderer's Ape through my school library on a Friday. The librarian specifically talked to me about how she liked the book, that it was chosen to be translated to English from Swedish. The period after next, I realize I don't have it. No big deal, I'm known for losing items, and my previous period's teacher is known for a mini lost and found near the back. Every Friday, the school emails you any books you have checked out by the end of the day, if you have any. I received no such email. The next day, the book is not in that class. I went to the library to tell them about me losing the book and the lack of an email, and they have no record of the book, no stand where it was yesterday, and the librarian had no idea what book it was, let alone the minutia they knew the day before. It has been months and I've gotten no emails or delayed charges. To be clear, it was the same librarian both times. There was some rightful confusion on the matter. Case file number 2152, written by No Resolution 4037, Elderly Error and the Berry Bearer. To set the scene, I was in line to check out, and ahead of me was a couple I would guess were in their 80s. The man had a terrible hunchback that kept him always kinda looking down. They're unloading the cart behind a plastic belt divider. Ahead of the belt divider were items that had not yet been scanned for the people who were ahead of the people already ahead of me. It was at this point the older lady was focused on foisting something from the bowels of her comparatively enormous Costco grocery cart. Her husband reached into their cart and with one hand grasped what appeared to be 1 or 2 stacked plastic berry crates, blueberries or something like that, and then leaned over the belt and placed them ahead of the belt divider. I saw what happened, and I'm pretty sure the old guy just didn't see where he had dropped them. The cashier is still checking out items for the people next ahead in line, and then reaches for the berry crates. I gestured and said out loud, "Are you sure those are your groceries?" And everyone looked at me like I was being weird. A woman in the berry receiver party looked at me, heard what I said, and then looked down to see the berries in the hands of the clerk. The berry crates were then scanned and went into the cart of the folks who had just checked out. Now, the older couple ahead of me were next to check out. I came alongside the older couple again, as there were 2 receipt verification lines. I asked the older lady again, "Didn't you have some berries or something like that?" And she was like, "Nope, we didn't." She didn't put off any negative or defensive body language to make me think it was just a reflexive reply. So what the hell happened? By the way, I could tell the berry crate givers and berry crate receivers didn't know each other. So in summary, with my 2 eyeballs, I saw the older guy take from his wife and his cart, and I also saw the people ahead of them pay for the berries and depart with them. Berries that they didn't have in their cart. Very strange. Case file number 2153, written by Objective Sense 2831. Engraved in Mystery, A Jewel's Odyssey. My friend and I were avid mountain bikers. We did an awesome road trip to Northern California this summer. Outside of Eureka, there is a cool trail system called Lax Creek. We stayed there for a few days and rode the trails. Anywho, I lost my jewel on a ride. A jewel had laser engraved my initials and a unique design. For those who don't know, a jewel is a kind of vape. A few days later, we found ourselves in the Grove of the Titans in the Redwoods, pretty sure, 100 miles away. Along the path, there was a hollow stump with a small crouch entrance, which we went into. Glancing around, I noticed a jewel perched upon the interior of the stump. I picked it up to discover this was my jewel that I had lost, no less than 100 miles away. Still laser engraved with the pod as I had left it. This itself being a complete mindfreak made me quit vaping, and I still wonder to this day the mechanism behind the forest borrowing my jewel. No other mind-altering substances were involved. Will likely be my life's greatest mystery. To add, no way my friend could have possibly been involved. It fell or manifested its way out of my pocket on a ride in which he was in front of me. And in the grove, I was the first to enter the tree. I had eyesight on him the whole time. Second cool detail. It was placed inside the tree, right side up, about eye level on a small ledge in the bark. What was also strange is the grove in question is a busy, famous grove in the Redwoods. Why I was the one to stumble upon my own jewel is surprising. Also of note, just in case somehow a stranger was responsible for leaving it there, if I had dropped it on the ride, Lax Creek is a lonely, lonely place. We only saw one person the 3 days we were there, and if I had dropped it on the trail, These are fast-riding DH mountain biking trails only. Bizarre if someone were to find it. Case file number 2154, written by Fiona Ellis. Darkness flew, but only we two knew. Around a year and a half ago, I was at work and was sitting at my PC. My colleague was sitting opposite me and was also working away at their PC. We work in an open plan office, and there were maybe 25 people in the office that day, all lights on and PCs were on. Out of nowhere, everything went pitch black for a split second, like someone had turned off the lights and instantly turned them all back on. Lights and PCs were still turned on, so there wasn't a power outage, and nobody else seemed to notice anything. I asked her, "Did you see that?" Which she replied she did. We asked our other colleague, who looked at us like we were absolutely insane. She said she hadn't seen anything. Everyone else in the office had carried on working like nothing had happened. We didn't think too much of it. It was kind of like a, that was weird. Anyway, back to work moment. Then mid-2024, the same thing happened again, and like before, we were the only two who noticed. Again, all lights and PCs were still turned on, and nobody else had seen or experienced it. We again asked our boss, who once more hadn't seen anything. She was probably considering sending us for a psych review at this point. Still to this day, baffles us. It's known as the sun blinking out, but really it's all processes cease for a split second. But it only impacts a very small area. Case file number 2155, written by Independent Cat Lover. Black on Light Wood, a mystery withstood. 2 weeks ago, I was looking for my wireless speaker to sync it with my projector. The last time I'd seen it was in the kitchen, so I cleared the counters and the table to see if I could find it. It wasn't there, so I checked every room where I might have used it. I live alone and haven't had anyone visiting in a year, so there's no chance of anyone else using it. I searched again the next day and found nothing, so I stopped looking. Yesterday, I was clearing the table from the accumulated junk, and lo and behold, my speaker was right there in the middle of the table, where I had just removed a receipt from the grocery store. If it had been there before, I definitely would have seen it. The table is a light wood color, the speaker is black, the receipt is white. It would have been visible. Plus, the receipt looked like it was flat on the table, not on top of anything else. Case file number 2156, written by Pleiadian Paladin. Jane Fonda's Glitchy Mamba. My wife has a Jane Fonda exercise DVD. She loves that thing. When she moved to live with me, the only DVD player I had was this little old laser brand player with an AV out, no HDMI. I went to a decent amount of trouble trying to get a compatible TV. Eventually found an old Voxtron on the side of the road with an AV in. Fast forward 18 months, when we move house and we get a new smart TV, forgetting about the DVD player needing AV. I go to plug it in and I need some kind of AV to HDMI adapter. I tried a couple of various other adapters that I had and they didn't work. I needed a proper one. Then I found an old AV USB capture card. I can set that up on my laptop and stream to the TV instead of capturing. A hassle, but it'll work. Go to plug in the capture card at the DVD player. There's an HDMI out port smack bang in the middle of the DVD player. The AV ports are off to the side now. All of my what? Case file number 2157, written by Suns and Rise. Brace for the end, but then reality did bend. On October 7th, 2022, I was driving home from work at around 11:30 p.m. I was going about 75 miles per hour on the highway when a truck, driving on the wrong side of the highway with no headlights, came over a slight hill directly towards me, head on. I remember screaming and having no time to swerve as I closed my eyes and braced for impact. Everything happened so fast. After I quickly opened my eyes, I found myself driving on a completely different part of the same highway. I've been commuting on this exact route since 2018, and I know the landmarks by heart. I immediately knew something was off. Before the car crash, I was still 30 minutes away from my house. After I was teleported, I was only 5-ish minutes away from my house. I genuinely can't explain how this happened. Even though this happened in 2022, I still vividly think about it quite often. I sometimes even jokingly think a part of me died that night and shifted realities, because my life has been different in weird and subtle ways ever since. Case file number 2158, written by Trekkie Gamer 359. A juicer's hocus pocus. I have a juicer that sits on my counter. When it's put together, the plunger that pushes food into the juicer sticks up quite a bit. For the past year, I've had to keep the plunger out of the juicer when I'm not using it, because it's so tall that I can't open the upper cabinet above the juicer. The plunger would stick up about an inch higher than the bottom of the cabinet, and the cabinet door would bang into it if you tried to open it with the plunger in. Well, I just moved the juicer to thoroughly clean the counter, and when I put it back, the plunger is now lower. The top of the plunger is now an inch lower than the bottom of the cabinet, and I can open the cabinet just fine. I've shown another family member I live with, and she's flabbergasted too. She knew as well as I that the plunger was taller than the cabinets. It's irked both of us this past year. Well, it's just not too tall anymore. Juices don't normally shrink, nor do installed kitchen cabinets. So the only explanation we can think of is that the fabric of space just shifted somehow. At least our juicer fits in the space now. Yeah, I gotta focus on those silver linings, huh? Case file number 2159, written by Fave Dish. A shortcut through everywhere and nowhere. Was walking in a very familiar area with my friend, let's call him John, on the way to my other friend's house, let's call him Chris. It was a fairly long walk to Chris's house, so John and I decided to cut through this path we had taken several times before that connected one neighborhood to another. Like around 50 to 75 feet of wooded area, one path in a straight line. We come out from the path and are on the street that does not look familiar in any way. This was in the time of cell phones, but before GPS and smartphones. So we called Chris and told him we're at the intersection of two streets, and we told him the names on the signs. He sounded super confused and was like, I have no idea where those streets are. So we walked back on the same path we had just taken and came out on the street right near his house, not at the street we originally started on. We told him what happened, and we tried to look up the other two streets on a map because we thought it was funny that he didn't know where those streets were, since they were so close by. As far as we could tell, those streets did not exist in either neighborhood or in the surrounding area. I've taken that path many times before and after this happened, and it never occurred again. Case file number 2160, written by Owls. When Greek was sung without a single word. When I was 9, my grandfather was in the hospital. He was very sick and had just been moved to a hospice-type hospital. I wasn't told this at the time. All I knew is that he had switched hospitals. My grandmother was living with us while he was in the hospital, staying in my brother's room across the hall from me. One night, I woke up to the phone ringing. I tried to go back to sleep, didn't think anything of it. But then I heard my mom get up from her room and come open my grandma's door. Through the door that was cracked like an inch, I heard her say, I'm sorry, Mommy, but the hospital just called. Daddy's gone. And my grandma saying, No, he can't leave me. Then I fell asleep. In the morning when I woke up, I heard people talking who didn't sound like my parents. As I came downstairs, I saw a bunch of shoes by the door, remembered what I had heard the night before, and realized a bunch of family had come over. Fast forward a few weeks or months, not sure, but I was telling my parents about how I had heard my mom that night. My parents stared at me and then told me she was not speaking English to my grandma. They were speaking Greek. I can't speak Greek. I knew like 6.5 words, and they're all food and like, I love you. But when I told my parents, my dad apparently had gotten up with my mom, but since he didn't say anything, I didn't know he was there. What I heard, my mom freaked out because it was the exact words what she said to my grandma and what my grandma said to her. The exact words. Now at 25, I can understand more words and somewhat follow what my grandma is saying. She's 90 and lapses into Greek halfway through her sentences now. But yeah, it was a glitch. I randomly understood fluent Greek at 9 years old, and then it all faded away. There's a lot of stories about this where people suddenly just understand a language for a brief moment in time, and then the knowledge fades away. It's like the knowledge is downloaded temporarily, but only when you need it. Case file number 2161, written by 666. An old bar's tale of the deep black. About 11 or 12 years back, we moved into this apartment in a little old town right outside of Buffalo, New York. This place is ancient, built around the 1860s, and it's an old bar on top of a hilltop. On top of this bar is an apartment, and that's where me and my family lived. I was about 13 years old at the time, and I was in the living room where me and my father were both using the 2 computers in the room. From my living room, there's an open doorway which you can easily see in the kitchen. Connected from my kitchen is yet another open doorway, which connects to the mudroom and hallway for your shoes, whatever you want to call it. Going into my kitchen from the mudroom was a little 2-step stairway, because the mudroom was at a higher elevation than the kitchen. One night, I was with my father in the living room, and I was starting to get a bit hungry. Getting up from my seat, I walked over to the doorway of the living room, till I just stopped. There was this dark, tall outline of a figure just sitting on the steps of my kitchen. The kitchen was pretty dark, but do you know what a deep black is? That was it. This thing was a dark, dark black compared to the shade that the kitchen was in. So I turned and asked my dad, "Hey, is Mom home?" Because I thought my mom had just woken up or something from a nap and was about to smoke a cigarette or something similar to that. Nope. My dad turned around, told me no before stopping just as I did. His eyes got wide, just like mine did too, and he stayed still for a solid minute before looking at me and asking if I saw that too. Of course I nodded, and he stood up, standing at the doorway as well. He yelled a couple times into the kitchen, trying to get this figure's attention, but to no avail. Connected to the living room was a bedroom, and he quickly ran into there, grabbing his knife off the dresser before running back over to the doorway and flipping on the light. Just as he turns on the light and the entire room is illuminated, this figure completely disappears from sight. I didn't understand at the time, but my dad put the knife in his jean waistband, quickly ran over to the stairwell, and put his hand down where the figure sat. Apparently to him it was warm, as if somebody was just sitting there. To this day, we really don't know what it was, and my father can still confirm the story. Apparently, a couple of people died in the bar below us from accidents, or straight up involuntary endings in the bathrooms. I don't think I or he really knows if it was connected or not, but a member of my father's close family was one of the people who perished in the bathrooms. Case file number 2162, written by I. M. Wayne Powell. Inside the threat of the belt in the bed. I keep all my belts on the back of my bedroom door. No idea why. We also have this thick rug, which means to shut the door, you really have to push it hard. This in turn knocks the buckles on the belts. One night, the belts start knocking, and I assume one of my kids is about to climb into the bed. 4 kids, all aged under 10. It happens often. I shuffle over to make space in the middle as usual, but after a few minutes I realized, other than the snoring wife, no one else was in the bed with us. I got up to check the kids, and they were all tucked in, fast asleep in their own beds. Unrelated, but another thing happened a short while later. I awoke from a horrible dream that my youngest daughter fell off a cliff's edge. I felt something wasn't right, and went to check on the kids. In the girls' room at the other end of the house, a lamp, which we had been using as a temporary nightlight, had been knocked onto the floor and was burning into the carpet, bad enough that it burned through to the wooden floor.
I'm sure it was only minutes away from flames. Case file number 2163, written by I am Parsec. A skeptic's doubt, but we saw its route. While being in a religious camp as a kid, my fellow campers and I saw a little, rudimentary cabin in the middle of a field where, if I recall, we were taught about the growing process of corn. Thing is, the cabin was missing its door, and despite it being quite far, you could see an old fridge inside of it. At some point, one kid mentioned that the fridge seemed to be closer to the doorframe than a few seconds before. Some laughed, some agreed with him. I decided to pay more attention to the position of the fridge and realized to my surprise that each time I turned around and looked directly at it, the fridge seemed to be a little bit further, a little bit closer, more to the left or more to the right. We as kids, of course, started freaking out. One of the oldest kids proposed to sit on the ground and close our eyes, suggesting that maybe we saw the fridge moving just because we were moving. If we were sitting still and the fridge changed position, then we would know for sure the damn thing was moving on its own. We all sat, counted to 3, and closed our eyes. We counted to 3 again and opened them. I still remember the chaos. Kids screaming, kids laughing, some seriously scared, and some utterly shocked. The freaking thing was right at the doorframe now, almost like staring at us. We ran to the adults and of course they dismissed our story, but I know what we saw. It wasn't just some kids getting crazy with their tales, it actually happened. You know, this reminds me of the weeping angels, I think they're called in Doctor Who. I never saw the show, but I do know about the angels, and those are creepy as hell. And it's still creepy as hell, even if you apply it to a fridge. Case file number 2164, written by Shadow Messiah 333. The Diary of a Time Traveler. Okay, so I was scanning my diary I kept in my youth, and stumbled upon the most puzzling entry. When I was little, I had some minor health issues, and due to this, I had to have some work done at the hospital. One of my appointments was scheduled for 7 in the morning and was a sleep study, so I needed to be up all night from midnight on, and if memory serves correctly, I wasn't supposed to eat either. Not that this detail is relevant. All of this is a memory I hold within my mind to this day, as that was an agitating time for me, and it all chronicled the way I would expect my amateur, prepubescent self to write, except one unbelievable detail. That night, my dad rented me 2 video games from our local Blockbuster to give me something to do all night, and of course, I included this in my entry. But somehow, I wrote about a game that I not only had never heard of at that point, but also didn't even exist until a couple years later. Tekken Advance. This was a game and series I knew nothing about at that age, because I didn't discover it until several years later. When I was going through that journal sometime in my high school life, I just couldn't comprehend how my younger self had written about something that didn't even exist back then. The series would have been in its infancy at the time, if I'm not mistaken. I'm all riled up just thinking about it now. Like, what the hell? Case file number 2165, written by Anonymous. The Latch That Lived. My parents owned a business and leased a building that had 3 large garage doors that were located on the back of the building. These doors led to a fenced-in yard for outdoor storage, with an alley behind that. The doors were not really close together, as the building was meant to have these smaller sections to it. One day I was there with the last 2 workers. We closed up shop, starting with locking the back gate to the fenced-in area. We then closed and locked all of the 3 doors, then finally the front door. I remember closing the door furthest to the west and locking it from the inside, with latches located on each side of the door. This door happened to be next to the eating area. There was a table, chairs, microwave, and refrigerator located just on the inside. When we finished locking the front door, the 2 workers hopped in my truck, because they were parked in the alley, and wanted me to drive them around the block. When we got to their cars, one of the workers told me that we forgot to close the door furthest to the west.
I was a little confused, but after we all looked over there, we could clearly see the inside of the eating area. No doubt I forgot to lock it. So I tell them I'll take care of it. I drive around, unlock the front door, and walk the 100 yards to the west side of the building. When I get there, the door is closed and latched. At that point, a little bit of panic set in. Not only did my 2 workers call it out, but that meant someone must have opened it after I closed it originally, then closed it again and latched it. You could only latch it from the inside, which meant that they were still there with me. I looked high and low and found no one. My initial thought was that someone was hiding in the building. Finally, I left and called my parents. My mom answered her phone and I told her what happened. She then said, "Why do you think I stopped working late after everyone left? Last few times I was there, weird stuff happened." Case file number 2166, written by Broken Down and Busted. The oval of light encountered in the Nevada night. My wife and I took a trip out to the Nevada desert to explore the old mining towns and get away from the Bay Area. We were about 5 hours into our trip in the Nevada high desert, hauling butt, since the road was remote, and we had to get to the hotel before 10 p.m. The road was pitch black, and it was obvious when another vehicle was approaching, but there weren't any. We came over some rolling short hills and saw a single bright light about a mile up the road. It was probably a motorcycle or a person with a headlight out, right? As we got closer, the light seemed to change shape and color. It went from a normal headlight-sized beam to a large oval and got slightly yellowish and blue. It then got really bright and blinked out completely as we got closer to the location of it. We figured whoever it was drove down another road linked to ours, but as we got to the spot, there was nothing there, and I mean nothing. No side roads, no driveways, nothing but the road and desert. I still have no idea what the hell I saw, and it's kind of fun knowing that. Yeah, preserve the mystery, right? It is fun. Case file number 2167, written by Gross at Heart. Orange coat, endless road, orange coat. A few years ago, my friend used to do late-night paper deliveries in the super backwoods redneck area. It was just easier to do it at night so they could beat traffic. I'd go with her and her brother, and it seemed like every time we went, the weirdest things would happen. This one sticks out to me. We were driving down the road at about 3 or 4 a.m. and noted that this person in an orange coat was riding their bike. We all remarked that we'd never in a million years be out in that area on our own so late, and made a few wrong turn jokes. It seriously seemed like the kind of place where hillbillies would come out of the forest wielding axes and chainsaws. We just kept driving and passed them. A few miles down the road, we saw the same person in an orange coat on a bike just casually riding. None of us could think of any possible way that they could have gone in front of us. This wasn't the kind of area where there were shortcuts or back roads. It was pretty much like one long, two-way road that would branch off to smaller, short, straight roads with houses along them. They were mostly dead ends, cul-de-sac type streets. Everything else was forest. It was just a really strange feeling, and it was absolutely the same person. Case file number 2168, written by Clockwork Cage. The Coins of Confusion. Sometimes, small things disappear out of my hands, like disappear from reality. The first time I remember it happening, I was 5 or 6, standing outside in our backyard, holding a small toy I'd gotten from one of those 25-cent machines. I closed my palm around it completely because I didn't want to lose it while I was walking around, and it was just big enough I could feel it in my hand until, very suddenly, I didn't anymore. I looked for that stupid thing in the dirt for what felt like hours, but a neon pink toy would have been hard to miss, and I never saw it again. Another time in high school, a friend gave me a coin from a country she had just returned from visiting. I don't remember where. She traveled a lot during the holidays. I didn't have pockets, so I was holding it tightly until I could get to my bag in my locker. It was just a short walk down the hall, and there were almost no people around. So when I got to my locker and realized it wasn't in my hand anymore, there weren't many places to look, and if it had hit the ground, it definitely would have made a sound, but it didn't. Most recently, I lost a pair of earrings I had taken out to put in my dresser. I live in a very small apartment, but there's still quite a bit of carpet, so I gave myself the benefit of the doubt for a while. Eventually, I got so frustrated, I moved the furniture out and vacuumed the whole room just to see if I could find them that way. But nothing, I never did. Everything just keeps disappearing for me. Case file number 2169, written by Grish Bear. The weird photo where past meets present. So this happened about 5 years ago. I was just out of high school, and I had gotten back in touch with someone I went to school with, through her job at the time. Her good friend was someone I had also gone to school with, so the three of us would hang out. So her friend goes on a trip about 4 hours away to a tourist type of town. The hotel she was at had pictures of people and groups that have been there. The friend I work with and I were hanging out when she got a text, asking if I'd ever been to this town, specifically when I was younger. I can't remember, but I know it's possible. I've taken family trips around there before. She then sends a message with a picture from the early 2000s of about 20 people. There I am, in the front row, wearing clothes I remember to be mine. I confirm that it's me and talk about how crazy it was to just run into a picture of me as a kid in a random hotel like that. A classic small world thing. I take another look at the picture and it dawns on me that I don't recognize anyone else in the picture. There are several adults and a group of kids. They weren't classmates and teachers or on sports teams with coaches or anything. It wasn't an old field trip because my friend at the hotel was in the same classes as me around the same time the picture was taken, and she wasn't in the photo and didn't recognize anyone either. I show my parents and they can't explain why I was even there, let alone recognize anyone else in the photo other than me. So at a hotel in the northwestern lower peninsula of Michigan is a picture of me on a trip nobody can remember me being on with people nobody can recognize. Creepy. Case file number 2170, written by Lenny Ektrick. The doppelganger of the London Tube. About 3 years ago, my girlfriend and I were on the tube, London Underground, going to a party or something. It was busy, but we had seats near the door. The next stop, a woman with her 4 or 5-year-old son got on and stood right in front of us. I'm not big into eye contact with strangers, but out of the corner of my eye, it seemed like this kid was staring at me, so I couldn't help but look at him to check. He was a spitting image of me at that age. It was really disturbing, and he was just staring right at me for the entire 6 or so minutes before they got off the train. But it certainly felt like he didn't look away from my face, which, as he was short and I was sitting down, both of our faces were pretty level. Not for a single second did he look away. I nudged my girlfriend and whispered that this kid won't stop staring, and he looks exactly like me at that age. And while she couldn't be sure until we got home and I showed her photos, she was genuinely freaked out by the weird way he was staring at me. Anyway, after a few stops, they got off. The kid kept staring at me as his mom led him into the platform, and he raised his hand up to me in a sort of static wave. It was a very, very strange and unsettling experience. Case file number 2171, written by Lint Liquor. Bunk bed bursts in darkness immersed. During my freshman year of college, my roommate and I were sleeping in bunk beds after a long night of drinking. The room was pitch black, and there were several bottles of hard alcohol open in the closed room. All of a sudden, we both wake up to what I describe as mini fireworks going off in the room. They were like when you get those large static electricity pops, peeling a fleece blanket away from a mattress, but in the air, and bigger and louder. The flashes lit up the room and made a pretty loud cracking noise. There were at least 5 and maybe as many as 10 over a period of about 2 minutes. We had a large metal radiator near the head of the beds, and they may have been sparking off that. We both saw it and couldn't explain how this was happening. My theory is that alcohol from the bottles was evaporating and built up in a high enough concentration to spark from static. But my chemist friend has told me that's basically impossible. Ball lightning, maybe? Case file number 2172, written by Octoblerone. Back in sight in a phone's light. My first experience. I was staying at Phil's house for about a month in November. My wife and I left his place to go stay at my mother-in-law's. I realize as we leave that I cannot find my wallet. This doesn't bother me as it happens often. So off we go to my mom's. 2 days later, we are back at Dad's. We set our overnight bags on our air mattress. Wife stays in the room, and I walk out to get water. Then I walk back to the room, just talking to my wife, and then I walk into the bathroom. From the bathroom, the wife says, "Oh good, you found your wallet." The hair on the back of my neck stands up. I walk back into the bedroom she's in, and the wallet is on top of the cell phone I set down minutes prior. That one still gets me. The second oddity. In the car, looking for shades I left in my sun visor. I can't find them, so I grab a different pair. We drove for maybe 10 minutes, making several turns. As it is late in the day, there was a lot of glare from the sun, so I'm flipping the visor open and close multiple times. On the 4th or 5th time I open it back up, the glasses I was initially looking for fall out from the visor onto my lap. No little disc holder or pocket things, just the visor. Case file number 2173, the hammock, the dog, and the bee. I was falling asleep in a hammock one summer when I was a kid, hanging out with my dog, with my mom sitting a few feet away reading something. I was right on that edge of drifting off to sleep when I heard this really weird voice. Sounded like a young girl talking through bubbling water. Cry out, "Ah, bee!" I'm really uncomfortable around bees and shot up in reaction to this alert, and noticed my dog hopping around spastically and twisting her body around, like she was trying to avoid something she couldn't see. I went to go calm her down, and sure enough, she had a welt forming on her nose from a bee sting. Looked like a grounder, what we call the bees that build nests underground, had gotten her while she was digging under her favorite bush in the yard. It was around this time that I realized the voice I had heard didn't come from my mom, and there was no one else around. I asked if she had heard the bee warning, and she said she hadn't heard anything. Maybe I imagined it. I'm damn sure my dog didn't actually talk, but I've never been able to figure it out. Case file number 2174, written by 1200 Calorie Cake. The gas station lost to time and space. Driving home from a trip on an interstate we had traveled up and down since I was in 1st grade. Took an exit to get gas, and of course the gas station is 1.3 miles away. I ended up driving there, and it was all woods and fields, until we got to what was a sad excuse of a gas station. My mom was sleeping in the passenger seat, so I alerted her I was going to use the restroom and would be right out. Seemed like a bunch of country folk, based on the lifted trucks, and an old dude with his grandson and dog in a Mustang. As I walked up, a kitten came out meowing, so I picked it up. The gas station attendant came out and said I could keep it, since someone left it there. I went straight back to the car, told my mom to hold my new cat, and went to grab an energy drink and use the restroom. The restroom seemed to be an afterthought, since it was basically plywood and the inside was covered in Sharpie graffiti. I went back out to the car, and the old man comes up with his grandson, starts telling me that there's been a lot of kittens running around this farm, and if I wanted to trade the one I just picked up. I said we didn't have time, and I liked the cat I had found. He said, "Well, have a safe trip. That's a special cat right there." My family and I have never found the exit where I got the cat, and they've checked off each exit they've visited on trips. I've had the cat for 7 years now, from a gas station that doesn't exist. I don't think that gas station or exit was meant to be found, and I doubt we will ever find it again. The cosmic kitten. Like the old man said, she must be special. Case file number 2175, written by Anonymous. the unheard ding, and supernatural speed. My roommate and I decided that we wanted to eat. So, as we were heading out of our room, we saw one of our friends, maybe 20 feet ahead of us, speed walking to the elevator room. Assuming she was going to be late for work or something, we called after her, but she wasn't listening and we stopped calling her. When she turned into the elevator room, not even 10 seconds later, we turned into the room and she was gone. She wasn't behind the vending machine or the door, and those were the only two places to hide. It's a straight hallway, and the stairs are on the left side while the elevators are on the right, so we would have seen her if she was going anywhere else. She straight up vanished. We thought about it for a while and realized that we would have heard the elevators. They're loud and they ding even louder. You can hear it on the other end of the hall, and it's a long hallway. We looked outside the window that overlooks the streets, and we saw that she had already crossed the street and was headed towards where she worked. Within 15 seconds or so from us seeing her down the hall, she had run down the hall, somehow got an elevator or something, and got from the 8th floor to floor 1 and was across the street all within seconds. Either she's magic, or something glitched. Look, anything involving elevators, just chalk it up to a mystery box. Case file number 2176, written by I Am Spinda. An impossible slice of sugar, spice, and everything nice. I had gotten a slice of lemon cake. Covered in sugar, it was great. To eat while watching YouTube at my desk. It was seriously delicious. 5 minutes later, I went to the bathroom, and when I came out, I looked at the bowl I used to put the cake slice in, and there was another slice of a different cake. It was brown and coated with sugar and cinnamon. We never bought any cake like that. I was really weirded out, but ended up trying a bit of the cake, and it was pretty good. It tasted like a banana. An hour later, my mom gets home with a bag of pastries from a shop that opened up near her workplace. One of the things she bought was a banana cake with sugar and cinnamon. When she said it, I was floored. She looked at my shocked face, asking if I really wanted the cake that badly. She pulled it out to show me. It was missing a slice. I asked her if she ate some. She said no. And the cake had no slice missing when she bought it. Mysterious teleporting cake, damn, I want that. Where's my cake? I don't see it. Want a bowl with a cake in it? Come on. Case file number 2177, written by Lux Interiors. A meadow in an unending day. I was 17 years old, had recently started dating a new boyfriend, and we would often go to a local state park for an hour or so after class just to walk around and be alone. One October day, it was incredibly warm out, and we decided to go a little further into the woods than normal, because we heard there was a beautiful coastline a mile or two up the road from where we typically parked. As I was driving, the road eventually narrowed from 2 lanes, no center lane, go New England, to 1 lane, then even narrower. Then the pavement became dirt and the road was so crowded by trees, I had nowhere to go to park or even turn around. Given I was obviously invincible at 17, and just kept on trucking because frick it, why not? Now that I'm older, I would see that as a huge red flag and just turn right around. But nope, I was an insatiable teenager when it came to adventure. I drove for about another mile, up and down hills, mostly up, and around some of the tightest curves and winds I'd ever seen. Slowly, the trees thinned out and eventually opened up to a big meadow. But still there was nowhere I could park without either obstructing the road or driving over brush. I drove even further up the road, just past the field, and back into the densely wooded area, when I spotted a small, dusty pull-away on the side of the road. Perfect. We got out of the car, I locked it as always, tossed my keys in my pocket. We head straight down to the field, which gives away to a few trails which lead down a steepy grassy hill and into the forest. Keep in mind, this is in the same forest we always go to, and we are familiar with the trail style and signage. So we don't pay much attention to direction, but rather on the scenery. And each other, duh. We walked for what felt like half an hour when it started to rain. This is where the memory gets really surreal for me, like a waking dream. We turned around and tried to head back out the path we came in on, but it ended up winding and leading further into the woods. The rain was light and misty. It was still warm and sunny out. We wandered the pass for another hour, it seems, but we're not too worried. The sun is still up. We keep on for what feels like another hour, and are starting to get frustrated. By this math, school was out at 2:30, driving time included. It should be at least 5, and the sun should be coming down, but it's not. Check our phones, it's 7 p.m. Why is the sun still up? We pick up the pace and try to use GPS to get out of there, but no service. Somehow, we find ourselves coming up the same hill that we came down. As we come up, I see a house, then 2. Then 3 abandoned houses in a line in the center of the same meadow as before. There are trees all around and in between the houses, but nowhere else in the field. The houses look old, maybe mid-century. Unfinished siding, windows and doors boarded shut, no visible entry point. My truck was now in front of the houses, parking spot and all, still locked. We honestly were so freaked out we just got in the truck and turned around and left. Freaking freaky man never went back. Now time for the dad jokes of the day. A joke my son told me. Why is 9 afraid of 3? Because he was squared of him. Joke number 2. My daughter saw that I only had ham and turkey on my Thanksgiving plate. Which one do you like more? She asked me. I'm not sure. Usually I don't pick sides. Joke number 3. What did the dad reply to the mom, who said, I've had enough, I'm selling my kid on eBay. Don't be silly, you made him, so put him up on Etsy. Joke number 4. My son was scared to tell me he failed his history exam. I said, don't worry, it's all in the past. Last joke. I just came across my husband's Tinder profile, and I'm so angry about his lies. He is not fun to be around. Now time for the dad jokes of the day. Just opened 3 birthday cards, and so far I have $80. I love being a postman. I think that's a felony. Joke number 2. I bought my wife a mood ring. It turns black when she's annoyed. Not sure if it turns any other colors. Uh-oh. Joke number 3. The president typically pardons a turkey, but this year he's pardoning a hunter. Hey, this one's really good. Political, but nice. Joke number 4. 2 atoms are walking down the street together. One says, "Oh no, I think I've lost an electron." To which the other replies with, "Are you positive?" Joke number 5. Which rock group has 4 men who can't sing? Mount Rushmore. They are rocky indeed. Now time for the jokes of the day. I told my wife I like M&M, and she told me she prefers Skittles. I told her I meant the wrapper. She asked me why I would eat the wrapper. Joke number 2. A guy walks into the bank, pulls out a gun, points it at the teller and screams, "Give me all your money or your geography." The teller replies, "Don't you mean history?" The robber says, "Don't change the subject." Joke number 3. I was walking down the street this morning, and I was hit by a violin, then a clarinet, and then a French horn. I think it was an orchestrated attack. Joke number 4. I saw a brunette walking her dogs. I asked, "What are your dogs' names?" She said, "Calvin and Klein." Isn't that a brand of underwear? Exactly. They're boxers. Nice one. Joke number 5. My wife insists the Bible is placed next to our bed whenever we make love. This ensures we do it by the book. A very holy activity indeed. Joke 1. This morning my son asked, "Dad, when I grow up, can I have a gambling addiction like you?" I said, "You bet." Like father, like son, huh? Joke number 2. My wife told me to take the spider out instead of killing him. Went out, had a few drinks, nice guy. He's a web designer. Oh my god. Fantastic. He even eats bugs for breakfast. Hey, that's my addition. Joke number 3. Do you know what they call the coal that was never dug up? Never mind. Joke number 4. Why does Voldemort stay out of everyone's business? Because he isn't nosy. Yep. Joke number 5. I called 911 and said there was a wolf in my house. The police responded with, "Where?" I said, "No, it's a regular wolf." Now time for the jokes of the day. Joke 1. My wife texted me this morning and said, "You're great." I replied, "No, you're great." She's been in a great mood ever since. I should correct her grammar more often. Joke number 2. Why should you never brush your teeth with your left hand? Well, because a toothbrush works much better. Just brushing out well, that's my right hand. Not super effective. I guess it works in a pinch, though. Joke number 3. I keep asking around what LGBTQ stands for. So far, I haven't gotten a straight answer. Joke number 4. 3 men are on a boat. They have 4 cigarettes, but nothing to light them with. So they throw a cigarette overboard, and the whole boat becomes a cigarette lighter. Joke number 5. I have a pen that writes underwater. It writes other words too. Impressive pen. Now time for the dad jokes of the day. Joke number 1. What has 5 toes and isn't your foot? My foot. Joke number 2. I showed my damaged luggage to my lawyer and said, "I want to sue the airline." "You don't have much of a case," he replied. Joke number 3. The cops knocked on my door and said, "We're looking for a burglar with one eye." I said, "Wouldn't it be better to use both eyes?" Yes, it would. Joke number 4. I failed my job interview because they said my communication skills were lacking. I honestly don't know what to say. Gotta work on those skills. Joke number 5. What's the best present you can give someone? A broken drum. Nobody can beat that. God. Now time for the dad jokes of the day. Joke number 1. What did Yoda say when he saw himself in 4K? HDMI. Just reverse it. It's great. Joke number 2. How many potatoes does it take to kill an Irishman? None. God, this one's dark. I don't know if it's too soon. Joke number 3. I got a new iPhone from my girlfriend. All things considered, it was a pretty good trade. Joke number 4. What do you call a female mannequin? A mammakin. Joke number 5. Waitress noticed my kid didn't finish her meal and asked her, "Want a box for that?" I said, "No, ma'am, but she'll wrestle you for it." Wouldn't that be fun if you could pay for food by just fighting the waitress? That'd be entertaining. Now time for the jokes of the day. Joke number 1. My girlfriend Lorraine dumped me when she found out I was also seeing clearly. I can see clearly now, Lorraine is gone. I love that song. Joke number 2. If I had a nickel for every woman who found me unattractive, eventually women would find me attractive. Gotta get enough money. Joke number 3. How many apples does it take to make an apple pie? 3.14159265358 so on and so forth. Joke number 4. After I spilled hot chai on my lap, my daughter told me my scream sounded like an autotune. I told her that's just what T-Pain sounds like. This is a very good one. And you know it's funny and sad kind of because if you listen to T-Pain without autotune, he really does sound good. He's a great singer. He doesn't need it. Joke number 5. Did you know that boys have 3 knees? A left knee, a right knee, and a weenie. Oh man, some of these jokes can't even. Now time for the jokes of the day. Joke 1. I met a girl on Tinder whose bio had the quote, "If I was meant to be controlled, I would have come with a remote." Joke's on her. I've been turning off women for years without a remote. Impressive. Joke number 2. There are more hydrogen atoms in a single molecule of water than there are stars in our entire solar system. Well, this one just makes you think. Got 'em. Joke number 3. My daughter told me that when she grows up, she wants to work for the Postal Service. I said that's a great idea, but it'll be tough working in such a male-dominated environment. Huh? Joke 4. I went on a walk into an enchanted forest to try and cut down a talking tree. You can't cut me down, the tree exclaims. I'm a talking tree. I responded, you may be a talking tree, but you will die a log. Joke number 5. I phoned my wife earlier and asked her if she wanted me to pick up fish and chips on my way home from work. She just grunted at me. I can tell she regrets letting me name the twins. Fish and chips. Oh man, I could never name my kids that because then I'd always be hungry. Terrible idea. Now time for the jokes of the day. Joke number 1. The doctor told me, you have cancer, but we can treat it. I asked, what's the cure? The doctor replied, the Cure is a British rock band fronted by Robert Smith, but let's try to stay focused. Joke number 2. Which country has the largest number of parks in the world? Korea. As a matter of fact, I'm good friends with 5 of them. This is wrong but great. Joke number 3. It's a 5-minute walk from my house to the bar, but a 45-minute walk from the bar to my house. The difference is staggering. Joke number 4. A lot of people don't know that you are actually born with 4 kidneys, and as you grow up, 2 of them become adult knees. Puns are too good. Joke number 5. My wife thinks it's weird that I stare through the window during a heavy rainstorm. It would look a lot less weird if she would just let me in. Damn, that's a rough wife. It's like being in the doghouse, but outside.